Midnight in the Graveyard. Edited by Kenneth W. Kane. Narrated by Gary Bennett. Legends, Ghosts, and Predictions. An Introduction to Midnight in the Graveyard by Jonathan Janz. I don't have a crystal ball, I can't read tea leaves, and I never catch flashes of future events a la Stephen King's Johnny Smith in The Dead Zone. So if you're looking for an accurate prediction, you best cruise on by. I can, however, make educated guesses. One of those has to do with Silver Shamrock Publishing, and another involves the book you are now listening to. Speaking of Silver Shamrock, I'm guessing they'll be around for a while. Horror publishers shut their doors every day because it's a heck of a tough business. Some close up shop due to circumstances beyond their control. Others simply aren't in it for the right reasons. The folks behind Silver Shamrock are unquestionably in this for the right reasons. What's more, they love horror, which is one of the best reasons I can list. I've interacted with Ken McKinley for years and can state with certainty that he loves the genre. Loving horror isn't a guarantee of success, but it's a damn good start. That love for the genre shows in the writers he has included in this, Silver Shamrock's first anthology. And that leads me to another prediction. You're gonna love these stories. On what do I base this prediction? Silver Shamrock has gathered for you a rogues gallery of legends and rising stars, an absolute embarrassment of fabulous writers. I'd like to talk about all of them, but to whet your appetite and prevent this introduction from overstaying its welcome, I'll just mention a handful. Robert McCammon is one of the best writers to pick up a pen or a keyboard in this or any genre. He's one of my primary influences, and one of the few writers who deserves to be mentioned in the same breath with Stephen King, Richard Matheson, Shirley Jackson, and Edgar Allan Poe. Any anthology that includes a McCammon title is an anthology you should have on your shelf. For a new publisher to score a story by McCammon is an absolute coup. And a McCammon ghost story? That's worth the price of the book itself. Tom Monteleone is an award-winning author and editor who knows a thing or two about spinning an eerie yarn. A legendary editor and author, Tom has forgotten more about storytelling than most of us ever learn. The tale he has penned here is guaranteed to give you the shivers. And then there's Elizabeth Massey, the wickedly talented creator of the novel Sin Eater and the short story A Bed, which is arguably the most disturbing zombie tale ever written. Elizabeth has brought her macabre sensibility and remarkable precision to this collection via a story that'll linger with you long after you've finished it. Keelan Patrick Burke is one of the best in the business, and saying he brought his A-game to this anthology is misleading, because I'm not sure he possesses anything other than an A-game. His story is sure to electrify. I don't recommend listening to it before you attempt sleep. Ronald Kelly's voice is totally his own, and this story is vintage Kelly. Like all his work, it contains heart as well as goosebumps, and it's all served up in his unmistakable voice, which is equal parts Southern fried fun and certified fright. And I might as well say it now. I could talk at length about every one of these tales and every one of these outstanding writers. I have dear friends and killer writers in this book, like Kelly Owen and Hunter Shea. There are rising stars on display like Summer Cannon and Tim Meyer. As if that weren't enough, Silver Shamrock has brought on board ace editor-author Kenneth W. Kane to give these stories the attention they deserve and to maximize their impact on you, the listener. Heck, even the cover is a stunner, a whispered promise of the hauntings to come. I've kept this introduction brief so you could get to the good stuff. I told you in the beginning I stink at making predictions, and I stand by that. I have no idea if the Cubs will win another World Series, whether or not Glenn Close will win an Oscar, or what the odds are on that George Strait Metallica collaboration for which I've always yearned. What I do know is this. Silver Shamrock is doing this thing right. They've assembled a ferocious roster of talent for Midnight in the Graveyard, and created an anthology certain to give you hours of pleasure and more than a few nightmares. It's time for you to go now, to venture into the cemetery on the cover with your lantern held aloft, and your body stiff with fear. What's waiting for you amongst these gravestones and moon-kissed oaks is getting impatient. And though you're not wearing a wristwatch, the timepiece in your coat pocket reads 1 minute to midnight. Enter, friend. I wish you well. But I've got to warn you, these ghosts are hungry. Devil's Dip by Shannon Felton. Allison would freak out if she caught me smoking in the garage. Yet there I was, lighting one after another, the place heavy with the smell of sweat and ash. One right after another, until a pile of butts spilled out of an overflowing ashtray onto the workbench and floor. Knowing her, she'd come in screaming about my health, the baby's health, about what a fire hazard I had created. And she wouldn't be wrong. With all the wood chips and shavings scattered across the floor, it was a wonder the place hadn't already gone up like a tinderbox. But then again, she was the one who was screwing her boss, so fuck her, right? Which was probably why she was staying upstairs in the guest room. She was giving me space. How considerate. I guess it was the least she could do after nuking our marriage. 15 years. Right down the drain. I grabbed another smoke from the pack, lit up, and started digging through some old boxes. Talk about a trip. And by trip, I mean heartbreaking. I popped an old cassette tape into the stereo and wondered where the fuck I had gone wrong in my life. What had happened to that kid who sneered at the suburban sheeple, who laughed at the old losers who mowed their lawns on Saturday so they could grill on Sunday? Who had I become? You know what the funny thing was, though? I'd actually grown up and wanted all that shit. I'd gotten out of that crap old town, conquered my demons, and had done everything right. I worked hard. I didn't mess around. And the truth was, I really loved her. Somehow, it still hadn't been enough. It made me feel like a goddamn fool. That was the worst part. No, that was a lie. The worst part was that she had finally gotten pregnant. And now I wondered if a baby was even mine. To think we'd just gone halfway across the country so our families could meet Evelyn, and there was a chance I wasn't even her father. It was embarrassing how proud and stupid I'd been, driving through my hometown for the first time in a decade, looking down on it all like I was king of the world. I'd been relieved, believing my childhood in Monticello was nothing more than a dream, a toothless nightmare made of the sort of stuff and nonsense that gave you a good laugh in the morning. And all the while, my wife sat in the seat beside me, sexting with Alan Fuckhead, potential sperm donor of my baby girl. I hadn't even bothered to visit Mike. That's how good I was feeling. Who needed him anymore, I thought. Certainly not me, not Mr. Big Shot with his gorgeous wife and beautiful baby. Could you blame me, though? It's not like I hadn't tried my best to stay in contact with him. Even after I moved, even after 20 years had passed, I still called him, still checked in, still tried to hang on to some of that friendship we had back in the good old days. He stayed in Monticello, married some girl I'd never met. She was older than us, a waitress at the one good Italian place in town, and worked for a living at his dad's auto body shop. He hardly ever answered when I called, and when he did, he'd let me go within minutes, promising to keep in touch, talking down to me like I was some needy loser. Almost had me believing it, too. Though most times I convinced myself he was just jealous and bitter. To be honest, he'd always been kind of a dick, even back in high school, even to me. Now he was a full-blown asshole. But he was the best friend I ever had. One of the only friends. I wished I could call him, what with all that was going on with Allison and that old cassette tape bringing back a bunch of memories. Maybe I'd give him a ring in the morning just to check in. Remember a bit of who I was before Allison had destroyed me. So imagine my surprise, sitting there in the garage with my head in my hands, when my phone chimed, and Mike's picture popped up on the screen. I took a drag from the cigarette held tight between my lips, squinted against the streaming smoke, and read the message. "Awake?" he'd texted. It was 11 p.m. I picked up the phone and leaned back in my chair, flicking ash onto the floor, down onto all that wood. "Yeah, man," I typed. "What's up?" I watched the text bubbles stream across the screen, thinking how it was kind of nice he was reaching out to me for a change. And maybe he hadn't been so wrong after all. Maybe I had been needy. Hadn't Allison said the same thing every night for the last 5 years I'd asked her for sex? Said it every time she'd beg off or give me a half-hearted hand job that I wound up having to finish off for myself anyway. "Joanne's dead," he wrote. Joanne was his wife. I'd heard the news on Facebook, so this wasn't some big shocker. I probably should have written, should have said something and stepped in when he'd started babbling incoherently in his status updates. But after 20-odd years, you eventually take the hint that you aren't wanted. Thing was, I couldn't even remember how it had come to that anymore. But it was a damn shame considering how close we'd been. He'd been there for me when my dad died. I was the only one who understood his home life and why everything had to be a joke. Ash fell from the end of my cigarette as I took a drag. I wrote back. "I was sorry to hear the news. How are you holding up? Anything I can do for you?" "Thanks, I'm good. Staying up at my dad's place." Mike's dad lived up on Poplar Hill in an old ranch home. It had a cactus garden out front, which had become a hulking mass of tumbleweeds and litter over the years. I'd been inside exactly once. His mom was sick, her brain was unhealthy, and try as he might, Mike's dad just couldn't care for her the way she needed. She'd woken up that day and had decided to smear her shit on the walls. Mike and I had walked right in on it, the smell hitting us as soon as we stepped through the door. But it wasn't just that. Sometimes she'd get a hankering to cut her face up with a razor blade. One time she had tried to pour a bottle of bleach down her throat. Mike grabbed it from her just in time and had thrown the bottle across the room. The bleach sprayed out and splashed right into his younger brother's eyes, who'd been watching the whole thing in frozen horror. That was the end. Protective Services showed up then, had taken control where Mike's dad couldn't. And shit, my dad, who I thought was just a boring old accountant, hadn't been so boring after all. He'd walked out of work, went to the IGA across the street, and blew his brains out in the cereal aisle. It had always creeped me out how a person could just go nuts like that. I didn't know what was worse, the idea that someone could go through so much shit that their mind began to degrade, or the idea that it was just a random roll of the dice, and you were stuck with a bummer brain for no reason at all. "Well, you know I'm here if you need anything," I wrote back. The message was received, but there were no streaming bubbles to indicate a reply. I figured that was it. He'd said what he needed to say, and I wouldn't hear from him again. I put the phone back down, wondering why people found it so easy to use me and cast me aside. Then the phone chimed again. My hands stilled, and I looked down at his message. "I can't do this anymore, man." I took a drag, unsure of what to say. Finally, I typed, "I hear you. Life's a bitch, then you marry one." As soon as I hit send, I slapped my forehead. What a dope I was. "You remember Devil's Dip?" he texted. Now that was something I could answer. "Shit, yeah," I wrote. "Of course I remember it." Devil's Dip was this road in Monticello that went straight down and straight back up, giving you that roller coaster feeling in your gut. They called it Devil's Dip for two reasons. One, when you came up on it, the dip was so immediate and deep that your headlights glanced right off the top, giving the impression of a bottomless black pit that stood between you and the other side of the road. And two, because of all the jackasses who took it way too fast or way too drunk. The roadside was littered with those little white crosses you see whenever someone dies in an accident. "Ha," I texted back. "The creepiest place in the world. How could I forget?" "You remember that night we bought an ounce of skunkweed with Joey and went driving around?" I was grinning now. The first time since seeing Allison's phone sitting unlocked on the bathroom counter, the messages between her and Alan sucking me in the gut. LOL. Yeah, I remember. That was a lot of nights, though, man. It was true. We'd been your average teenage shitheads, spending our time getting drunk or smoking weed out in bumfuck Egypt, swimming in the river when it got hot, talking about the rumor of Ann Lynn's hairy tits while we flipped through Hustler. What dumbass kids we were. Nowadays, I wouldn't have cared if Allison had dog nipples, so long as she gave me some affection and acted like she loved me a little. This one there wasn't any moon, he wrote, and Devil's Dip showed up out of nowhere 'cause we hadn't realized where we were going. Remember? Now that he mentioned it, I did remember. In fact, Devil's Dip had always made me nervous, because I could never seem to remember where it was. When I did come across it, it always felt more like it had found me instead of the other way around. I did know you had to take a left off 9th onto the road with that old Gothic mansion on the corner. I also knew that on the left side of the road there was a cow field, and on the right a bunch of old houses. But once you took a ride into the neighborhood, Devil's Dip could be anywhere. The road where you thought you found it last time would be normal next. Eventually you'd give up looking, take a few turns to leave, and then there it would be, on a road you swore you'd just driven down. And the weirdest thing? Once you were on Devil's Dip, it felt like you were out in the middle of nowhere instead of smack dab in Monticello. It also seemed like the trees were always bare on Devil's Dip. Or maybe I was just always remembering that particular night, right before Halloween, when the autumn winds had stripped all the leaves away. Whatever the case, ashy gray trunks with brittle branches had reached out and scraped against the car windows, like the nails of the dead, and I remember being in the back seat. Ding! I saw him at the market a few days ago. Who? Joey? How'd he look? Thinking to myself, hey, we're finally reminiscing and catching up. Perfect. Bill, it was like seeing what true evil can do to a person. That gave me pause. As I mentioned earlier, Mike had been saying some weird shit online lately. Not that he didn't have a right to a breakdown. I mean, his wife had just died and all. But this wasn't the Mike I knew. Listen, Mike, I know you've had a hard time of it lately. I'm worried about you. Don't be worried. God has forgiven me and shown me the way. I'm protected now. I read his messages a few times over, getting the heebie-jeebies as his words sunk in. He was totally off his rocker. But he was also my friend. Protect you from what? I texted. From what we picked up that night at Devil's Dip. The ceiling creaked above me, probably Allison awake with the baby, and then it occurred to me she might be up there talking to that prick. Picking up my nicotine-dried lips, I fought back the urge to run upstairs and catch her in the act. Who knew what I'd do then? What I needed to do was stay calm. I put my cigarette out and lit another. All right, I texted back, my thumbs moving over the screen. I'll bite. What did we pick up at Devil's Dip? You're the one who saw her. The words popped up on the screen like a bad omen, making the hairs on my arms stand up, like someone was right behind me blowing on the back of my neck. An old, familiar darkness descended upon me. One I'd ran from so many years ago. Saw who? The White Lady. Maybe because it came over the screen so impersonal, so detached and hollow, or maybe because as soon as the message appeared, my stereo started eating my cassette tape, causing the lyrics and music to distort and warp into some weird, scratchy chanting. Whatever the case, I got that itchy, antsy feeling, like I wasn't the only one in the garage anymore. I pulled the shredded tape out of the player and then texted him back. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Holy shit, you really don't remember? Did I? I thought back on that night, remembering being in the backseat of Mike's crappy car, passing the joint up front to Joey. Remembered the headlights coming up on that black hole in the road. Mike had to be fucking with me. That was the only reasonable explanation. He wasn't crazy, he was just being his usual self. He'd always liked pushing my buttons, freaking me out. A classic prankster. So I wrote back, "You're just fucking with me now, aren't you?" I waited a while for his reply, waiting to see those streaming bubbles, but none came. There was another creak upstairs, which got me thinking about what I'd read in the text messages, like how Allison and Alan used the guest bedroom when I was gone because she felt weird using ours. That's what made her feel weird, not actually cheating on me, mind you. I put in a new tape and turned the volume up. Ding! You're not fucking with me, are you? I sat back and rested the phone on my gut as I typed. Seriously, Mike, I have no idea what you're talking about. Fuck me. You gotta remember, man. I didn't answer, and the phone stayed quiet a minute more. Then, ding! You don't remember stopping at the bottom of the dip, and you crying in the back seat? Did I remember? I saw a vision of myself, like in a dream, sitting in the back seat like he said, with tears streaming down my face. And hadn't there been someone else there? A fourth person, one sitting right next to me? I sighed and rubbed my forehead. "Look, Mike," I wrote, "why don't you just quit playing games and tell me what it is you think I should remember?" "That thing we promised we'd never talk about. Remember now?" His words rang a bell, and I thought back on senior year, remembering how we'd sit together at lunch holding our tongues, not wanting to look at one another, until finally we stopped hanging out altogether and spent our time instead with other crowds and other, safer conversations. "If we promised, then why are you talking about it now?" I bent forward, shoulders hunched, and watched the phone. "You're the one who keeps calling me. It has me thinking you want to remember." "Yeah, I called to catch up. Reminisce." I sent the message, started furiously typing another. "I don't call to be a dick and play games." "Reminisce about what?" he asked. My head jerked back from the screen. What the fuck did he mean, about what? I was so confused I barely noticed the music had shut off. "About life," I wrote back in the quiet garage. "Hanging out, smoking weed and getting drunk. The laughs we had." "You want to do that every year? On October 13th? Think about it, man." I made a face but looked at the clock. It was 11:59, October the 12th. "I don't call you every year on October 13th, I answered, but I had a weird, dizzying feeling in my gut as I recalled that I had, in fact, planned to call him in the morning. "Sure, man. Whatever you say." That was it. I was done for the night. "Hey, it was nice talking with you, but I gotta head to bed." Bubbles floated on the screen, and I watched them as I smoked, listening to Allison moving around upstairs again. It wasn't until my cigarette was nearly gone that he finally texted back. Ding. "'Kay, be careful." Yeah, right. It took a minute to clean up the cigarette butts, dump the ashtray, and sweep out the shavings, mostly because I was thinking about what Mike had said, thinking of his words, the white lady. Upstairs, Allison kept thudding around. What the fuck was she doing up there? She must have heard me come in. The house was quiet and the stairwell dark. I turned down the long hall, flipped on my bedroom light, and powered on the TV. I couldn't go to bed in silence. My mind would race too much. The noise would occupy my thoughts, distract my brain from the idea of the two of them together. Shirt off, I took a minute to sniff my pits, hating the stench of myself. Maybe she cheated because I'm disgusting, I thought, hating myself even more. When I glanced back up, something was in the mirror behind me. I spun around to an empty room. Fucking Mike. He knew that BS would get to me. I turned off the lamp, crawled between the sheets, and closed my eyes. Ding. I rolled over onto my side and reached for the phone on the nightstand. She was sitting right next to you in the back seat, and you started crying like a baby. The image of something flashed through my mind, and with it, the air grew heavy. So heavy, in fact. I was pretty sure if I looked over my shoulder at the other side of the bed, there'd be... Don't think of the eyes. My thumbs jabbed at the phone. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, asshole. Ding. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, buddy. Ding. She's been with me every second since that damn night, and nothing I do has gotten rid of her. Ding. Except this. It's your turn now. My thumbs flew over the keyboard. Dude, are you fucking high? Nothing. I laid my head back on the pillow and watched the ceiling flicker with blue light. There was a knot in my stomach, and I wasn't sure if it was there because Mike had gone crazy, or because of the things he'd made me think about as I drifted off to sleep. Like the thought of his car pulling up slowly to the dip that night my dad had died, and Joey saying, "Hey, you know how there's all these accidents here? My brother's friend Ricky says it's because of a ghost at the bottom of the dip. The White Lady." Mike wanted to check the story out, so he crept the car down the hill and stopped it right at the bottom of the dip. "See anything?" he asked us after a minute. Joey and I had looked around at the dried weeds in the circle of headlights, at the inclines both in front and behind, and shook our heads. "That's a fucking bummer," Mike said. And just like that, the radio fritzed, bleeping out static one minute and then 100 different channels the next, a cacophony of voices and instruments that filled the car. Mike lurched forward in his seat and snapped the radio off, and then we stared at one another in the silence of the night. "What the fuck?" Joey breathed. And then we heard it, the low hum of an engine. Lights shone overhead, glancing over the dip and hitting the top of the incline. The engine raced closer, its hum now a roar. "Fucking go!" I yelled. "They're gonna hit us! Go!" Mike put the car in drive, hit the gas, and the fucking thing stalled out. So Joey and I kept yelling at him to go, even though we knew he was trying. And then he finally got it in gear, finally got it to jerk forward, only for it to shimmy and sputter as he slammed down the gas. It was too late. We were flooded with light. The car was right on us, and it wasn't slowing down. Its engine growled, a hungry beast that we couldn't outrun. Eyes closed, hands over my face, I braced for the impact. Brakes squealed, metal screeched against metal, and glass shattered. Then there were screams that turned to wailing, that turned to silence. But I hadn't felt anything. I opened my eyes. We were the only car on an empty road. "Holy fuck," Joey said. Mike sat back in his seat, hands gripping the wheel. "What the fuck was that?" I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. She sat next to me, her head hanging back over her right shoulder, her sliced neck gaping at me, looking like cherry pie filling. Her eyes rolled around in their sockets until they caught sight of me, and they latched onto mine with the desperate stare of a woman drowning at sea, an animal caught in a trap. I couldn't look away, even as my body heaved out a sob that made Mike and Joey swivel around in their seats. "What?" Mike asked. I was blubbering now, staring right into the horror of that girl with her head almost lopped off, her mouth gasping for air that wouldn't fill her lungs, but came out instead as bubbling blood down the front of her white dress. I couldn't speak, couldn't think, but somehow I managed to raise a finger and point. "Do you see something?" Joey asked. He looked out the side window, his head and shoulders bobbing as he tried to make something out in the moonlight. "She's right there," I said, finding words between sobs, tasting the saltiness of my own snot across my lips. "Outside?" Mike asked. He craned his neck, and his voice had cracked, so I knew he was afraid, knew he believed me. In the seat," I gasped, fighting the urge to vomit. Joey and Mike turned to look. I could tell when the stillness fell over the car that one of them had seen her. Could tell by the way her terrified eyes finally broke away from mine and rolled in her sockets to the front seat. I squeezed my eyes shut as soon as she looked away from me, thinking I'd never be able to open them again. "Jesus Christ," Joey said in the black void of my head. "Jesus Christ! Make her stop looking at me!" I cringed against the window at his screams, still bawling like a baby at what I knew sat beside me. "What?" Mike asked. "Where is it?" His voice was frantic, shrill. "She's right there," Joey whispered. Mike gasped, and I knew he'd seen her, knew by the way Joey now sobbed quietly instead of like a madman. And I also knew, somehow, that if she was busy looking at someone else, she wouldn't be looking at me. Mike finally spoke, sounding as if he were choking on his tongue. "Bill, get her to stop. God damn it! Look at her, Bill!" I covered my ears. "Don't talk to me about it!" I screamed, knowing that if he did, my mind would turn her way, drawn involuntarily to the horror of it, a primal urge to make sure it was real. "Don't talk about it!" I screamed again. The phone rang. I rubbed my eyes and picked it up off the nightstand, feeling groggy and disoriented. Mike's name flashed on the screen, Jesus fuck. I didn't want to talk to his crazy ass. But for some reason, I answered and held the phone up to my ear anyway. Hello? Hey, man, Mike said. His words were slurred. He was drunk. I fucking figured. How you doing? Go to hell, Mike. Your crazy-ass bullshit gave me some fucked-up dreams last night. Oh, yeah? Well, I slept like a baby for the first time in years. Something made a noise outside the door. I pulled the phone away from my ear and swung my legs over the bed. Mike's voice squawked at me. I really hated to do this to you, man, but I just can't take it anymore. From the light coming under the door, I could see a pair of feet standing out in the hall. For a minute I thought Allison had heard the phone ring, that her guilty conscience had forced her to eavesdrop, to come see if I was taking a secret call with a secret lover. I figured that had to be it as I turned the knob. Mike's voice continued to crackle over the line. I had to make her stop looking at me, man, he said, his voice distant and small. I had to. I'd stopped listening. The white lady stood with her back to me, her head dangling over her shoulder, her face pointing up at the ceiling. As I stood there, frozen, I barely made out Mike's apology as the phone tumbled from my fingers to the ground. In paralyzed horror, I watched as the girl pivoted slowly in my direction, and then it was too late. She found me with her eyes. I screamed so loud it woke the baby up, and hearing her cry was the only thing that kept me from going totally crazy. I couldn't let the baby see her. That was the most important thing. The idea of that little angel being haunted by this vision of death sent me stumbling back, fumbling to lock the door before Allison could open hers. The white lady stood beside me in the bedroom. Within seconds, Allison was there, banging on the other side of the door. Bill? Bill! Are you okay, Bill? She must have had the baby in her arms. I could tell by the wails that came through the door. Leave me alone, I shouted at my wife. Just leave me the fuck alone. Bill? Is this about Ellen? Please don't do anything crazy. I crawled into bed on my hands and knees as the baby continued screaming, and Allison shouted and pounded on the door. I wept as I pulled the blanket over my face, knowing that the white lady stood at the edge of my bed, her eyes staring down at me, her head swiveling to keep me in sight no matter where I turned. Bill, please. Just get the fuck out of here, Allison. Take Evelyn with you. Just talk to me, Bill. I'm worried about you. I pulled the blanket down. The white lady was contorted over the bed, her face only inches from mine. Oh, God, Allison, I groaned, my voice catching on a sob. God help me, Allison. The white lady's hair fluttered against my breath. What's going on? Get out now, I shouted, crazy and mad and desperate. Get out! Get out! Get out! That scared her. Her footsteps were hurried, and Evelyn's cries quickly faded into the guest room. I curled into the fetal position, squeezed my eyes shut, and wept. 10 minutes later, Allison left, yelling down the hall at me that I was fucking nuts. I thank God every day she never came back. Because the white lady stayed. When I shower, she's there. When I work, she's there. In the car, at the store, when I piss, shit, and eat, she's there. She never blinks. She just stares at me, her eyes always on the verge of death, begging for something I can't give her. Eyes so full of fear and panic, I can't help but feel it too. Sometimes I'll wake up and she's gone. Hours will go by and I'll start thinking maybe I can visit Evelyn, get my life together. And then I'll hear a creak in the house, footsteps, and she'll be there when I turn the corner or shut the fridge, her gash of a neck grinning at me like a twisted fucking clown. Mike calls me every once in a while now, ever since he got word of my breakdown. He's forgotten everything, even our talk that night, as if it were all just a nightmare made up of the type of stuff and nonsense that could be laughed at and forgotten in the morning. At least he's happy again, joking again. He wants to talk about the good old days, rekindle our friendship. But how can I? How can I talk to him with a scream on my lips and terror in my heart? How can I talk to him, knowing that if I lead him down memory lane, he'll see something he can't look away from? Oh, but the temptation is there. How close I've come to saying the words, "Remember that time at Devil's Dip?" So that he'll ask and begin to see her again. But I can't do to him what he's done to me. Not after he bore the burden of it for 20 years. Lied about things instead of telling the truth. Hurried off the phone when the lure of escape became too much. All to save me from the agony of it. The least I can do is return the favor. But I want to do more than that. The White Lady and I are together in the garage now, October 13th. I'm smoking one cigarette after another while she stares at me, choking on her own blood. Shavings are everywhere, and the smoke from the cigarette burns my eyes. I pull it away from my mouth and let it fall to the floor. A minute later, and my nostrils are full with the smell of burning pine. She'll have to find someone new on Devil's Dip. Tug-o-War by Chad Lutzke. The three of us pulled together and camped out in Jonathan's living room while he lay in bed upstairs, dying. After a week in the hospital, the doctors had sent him home with little hope for recovery, his body lacking the strength to fight the infection. A fever persisted, peaking at dangerous levels, never dropping below 100. His wife called us all, asked if we'd come see him. She thought familiar faces would boost his spirits, perhaps up his chance of recovery. It was a desperate attempt, full of pessimism. When we'd first arrived, we all donned surgical masks and stood only at the threshold of Jonathan's room. This distance kept was at the insistence of the visiting doctor, an older gentleman who still made house calls. While the doctor couldn't be sure of any possible contagion, he wanted to be safe. I think we all did, just in case. Jonathan would have it no other way himself, could he express so. But the few minutes he was awake each day were spent sipping water and calling out to the Lord for help, for either healing or a merciful death. On one occasion, the three of us attempted small talk with our friend from the safety of the hallway. And while he seemed happy to see us, his eyes couldn't stay open long enough to clarify exactly who was who. It was hard to watch. His face was glazed alabaster with deep-set eyes, a sunken husk, barely a trace of the man he used to be. To each of us, it was clear that without divine intervention, Jonathan would pass before the weekend was up. The house smelled of antiseptic and sickness, a warning sign for the healthy to steer clear, and it felt as though death itself camped out in that living room with us, waiting its turn to visit Jonathan, when the smell would change to loosened bowels and cooling flesh. We spent the weekend fueled by alcohol and entertained by poker, dealing cards into the wee hours like we did in our younger years, when Jonathan would occupy a seat with us each Saturday night. Jonathan's wife insisted on feeding us, slaving over more than one meal, but the rest of her time was spent in her room, grieving the inevitable loss of her husband. And while our drunken behavior on the first floor seemed inappropriate under the circumstances, she insisted we carry on, stating it sounded like happier days and was helping her cope. It was our last night there, and we were deep into a bottle of single malt scotch, as the alcohol loosened lips and weaved us in and out of intermittent episodes of sorrow, then drunken joy, as harsh drink tends to do. The conversation turned dark. "When I go, I want the birds to eat me," Bill said. "A Tibetan thing, I think. Saw it on TV. Mausoleum for me. My own little apartment after death," I said. "Better start saving now," Tom said. "They don't just hand those out, you know." A man can dream. My buddy at work died. His wife had him cremated, uses his ashes to make paintings. Makes her feel like he's watching over her. She finds it comforting, Bill said. Tom furrowed his brow. "That's some grim shit." I disagreed. "Not really. Bereavement is a son of a bitch. I can't imagine losing Carol. If I could paint, I'd probably do the same thing, if I found that it helped. Tom shuffled the cards, dealt out another hand. My mother-in-law held a séance so she could talk to her husband after he'd gone. She made us join her. Seriously? I asked. What happened? Typical movie shit. We joined hands, focused on him while she spoke. Lights flickering, cold chills, and all that? Bill asked. My mother-in-law claimed she saw him sitting next to her, smiling. She said she could smell him, taste him even. But I didn't see anything. Is she nuts, or do you think she really saw something? I asked. I don't know, but she sure as hell thought she did. Then came the sound of glass against wood, and her eyes were drawn to the stairs as Jonathan's drunken wife descended them, a drink in her hand that threatened to spill. Her robe was open, her breasts exposed, and her face a black mess, muddy with mascara. Deal me in, boys. Her voice cracked, struggling for composure. Two things went through each of our minds, I'm sure. The first was a sense of guilt at the sudden arousal of seeing our friend's wife naked. Whether our loins stirred from the alcohol or from merely being a man, I don't know. But the feelings were there, and under the circumstances were disgusting. The second was the utmost sympathy we had for the woman, as she fell apart before us, eyes swollen with grief. It was Bill who stood up first, but it was me who ran to her, cradled her, closed her robe. She sat with us and struck up conversation while we put the game on hold. What were you guys talking about? Death and ghosts? We looked at one another, stumbling over our tongues, never finding the words. Do you think my Jonathan will haunt this house once he's gone? Wherever he's going, Beth, he'll be at peace, I'm sure, Tom offered. But what if he's not? What if he's trapped between here and there, with unfinished business? I don't think that's how it works, I said. Who's to say? None of us know. Her tone was carried by desperation and the comfort of booze. I heard you talking about seances. I want to know if I can count on you guys to do for me what Tom did for his wife's family. Jonathan's not even dead yet, Bill said. He will be. He smells like it already. You haven't been up there tonight. She lowered her head into her hands and spoke the rest through a wet, grimacing face. I can smell him rotting. The three of us said nothing and laid consoling hands on her while she wept. We remained like that for several minutes. Then Beth collected herself and went up to be with her husband. Glasses were filled and the poker game continued, along with memories voiced aloud regarding Jonathan and the type of man he was, a loyal man filled with integrity. It was no wonder he'd landed a wife before any of us, and kept her, right to the end. Well after 2 a.m., we could hear the panicked voice of Beth speaking frantically into the phone upstairs. Our thoughts turned bleak, and we found ourselves gazing at the floor, tossing our cards into a pile, never to pick them up for the remainder of our stay. After the phone call, Beth came downstairs, dressed in pajamas, her face the same swollen mess. We stood in anticipation of bad news. I think it's happening, she whimpered. He's dying. Right now. We scrambled to her and repeated the laying on of comforting hands. Like unbalanced calves drunk from recent birth, we stood awkwardly around Beth, out of our element, and struggling to stand under the weight of a soon-to-be widow's grief and a bottle of scotch. I've called Dr. Hammond. He's on his way. If you want to see him while you can, you should head up. We each took turns hugging Beth, and Bill stayed behind to console her. Tom and I put hand to banister and climbed the stairs. 2 steps from the top, the smell hit us. Beth was right. He already reeked of death. Perhaps death had been waiting downstairs, patiently, listening in on our discussions, watching me bluff my way through every hand I'd won, knowing things we didn't, eyeing each of us with an expiration date in mind, and knowing that tonight was the night our friend would leave us. Jonathan's door hung open. His hands were kept rested at his sides, his eyes open, their gaze fixed on nothing. There was no shine to them. They were drying. Like the day before, Tom and I remained right outside the room. We stared at Jonathan's gaping mouth, the all-too-short breaths he took, ending in quiet wheezes. October leaves in a Hallows Eve gust. I looked at Tom. Like myself, he had cupped his mouth, his vision blocked by tears that didn't want to jump, but would soon enough. We each said a few heartfelt words, then headed back downstairs to Beth and Bill, and to the bottle. The doctor had arrived, mask over face, and was offering his coat to Beth, who'd handed the man a cup of coffee. He gulped it down as though it were cool water. We welcomed him and listened as Beth gave her report of Jonathan's decline. Dr. Hammond headed upstairs with a case that resembled luggage more than something you'd expect a doctor to be carrying, like the small black leather bags just big enough to hold a stethoscope, thermometer, some iodine, and a pint of whiskey. While the doctor was upstairs, the rest of us sat at the dining room table, drank, and listened to Beth as she spoke of funeral arrangements and finances, and how they'd never had the child they'd always wanted, and how, oh God, she wished they had. To have a small part of him still here, something that carried his smile, maybe his dimpled chin, his appreciation for art, his eye for photography, and his quick wit. Maybe then she would feel like life was still worth living. Finally, Bill excused himself to go and visit Jonathan, while Tom and I stayed with Beth. And as I listened to her talk, I wondered if Jonathan truly knew the blessing he had in the woman. Never before had I witnessed such sadness, such disdain for life without their better half to share it. Her stuttered speech and quivering chin scarred me to this day. Our attention was then drawn to Bill, who stood at the bottom of the stairs. His face was long, as though holding a mouthful of rocks, or bad news. "No," Beth whimpered. "No, no, no." "I'm so sorry, Beth." Bill could barely get the words out. "Are you sure?" I asked. He quit breathing. Bill didn't mention the long, quiet moan that preceded the halt in the rising of Jonathan's chest, or the smell of feces as it spilled onto the sheets, and especially not the fly that had landed on Jonathan's open eye and stayed there longer than it should have. "Oh, God!" Beth threw herself into me, sobbing uncontrollably. Tom had an empty stare that seemed to see through walls and down the street, and just kept going, anywhere but here. Bill sat, eyes fixed on the wooden table. Beth shook in my embrace, her sobs muffled by my shirt, where it was being branded by what was left of Beth's mascara. I can't go up there. Not now," Beth managed. "We'll take care of everything," I said, looking at the others. "We'll do everything we can to help. We're here for you, Beth. Anything you need." Abruptly, Beth quit crying and pulled herself together. She cleared her throat and began to speak, alluding to our earlier discussion regarding seances. She drilled Tom with questions concerning the ceremony, specifically about materials, when he noted only a dimly lit room, a table, and candles were needed. She ran for the kitchen and gathered a book of matches and 5 candles, then set them all on the table. Seeing the bewildered look on our faces, Beth cried, "I need this, you guys." "Beth, I think," Tom started. "I have to do this, Tom. I want him to know. I want him to know I love him and that I'm going to be okay. Will you guys help me? Please." Again, be it the alcohol or the weakness of a man against a grieving woman's eyes, we all agreed, with the hope it would provide closure for Beth. Beth lit the candles and grabbed my hand, grabbed Bill's hand. "Join hands," she said. "Tom, will you please take us through?" "Okay, but you should know. I don't really know what I'm doing." Tom took my hand and Bill's and rested them on the table. And with no further hesitation, Tom began. "Everyone close your eyes and think about Jonathan. Think about him being alive." He paused. Then, think about him being here with us, and invite him into your hearts, into your minds. Beth squeezed my hand tight. I could feel her wedding ring press hard against my knuckle and wondered how long after Jonathan was gone would she continue to wear it, and knew if she had to answer that now, she'd say forever, that there'd never be a day it would leave her finger. Jonathan, if you can hear me, we invite you here to be with us. We are friends and family. Your wife is here. Beth broke down. The table shook under her sobs. Jonathan, Beth wants to speak to you, and if you could maybe speak to her somehow, she would love that. Tom's voice was full of insecurity, but Beth seemed to overlook it. Honey, can you hear me? It's me, Beth. I'm here, honey. Please speak to me. We sat in silence for a full minute before Beth said, It's not working, Tom. I can't hear him. I can't feel him. Everyone invite Jonathan to be with us. Right here. Right now, Tom said. For 10 minutes there was a cacophony of voices as we spoke simultaneously, with invitations and pleading, all while Beth squeezed my hand with voracious determination. Please, honey, come to me. We invite you here. Please come to me, Jonathan. I need to feel you. I need you to hear me, even if just for a moment. What we were doing felt unnatural, uncomfortable, and there came a point I wanted nothing more to do with the ceremony, something I never believed in the first place. But I wanted peace for my friend's wife, and if the desperate act could somehow help, then I was willing to stick it out, despite my true feelings toward it. Then came a strong breeze that chilled me to the bone. I opened my eyes and found Beth smiling, her hair blown about, hands in the air. Oh, honey, I'm here. I can feel you. I can feel you, baby. I love you so much. I'm gonna be okay. I'll miss you like crazy, but I'm gonna be okay. Beth's cries of grief turned to those of exhausting relief. As for myself, I saw my own face reflected in my friends as they watched slack-jawed and wide-eyed. The cooling breeze rushed through us once more, then left. We waited for a moment, but it seemed to be over. That's when Dr. Hammond called out from the other room. As though ashamed by the act, Beth blew out the candles and turned on the light. In here, Dr. Hammond. The doctor entered the room, his bag with him, his face downcast. I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. Your husband has passed. I know. Thank you, Doctor. Bill told us. Bill told you? Yes, about 15, 20 minutes ago. Excuse me, Mrs. Davis, but your husband just passed only moments ago. We looked at Bill, who spoke up. I was there. I saw him. He wasn't breathing. I saw him take his last breath. He missed the bed. I was there at the doorway. Sir, it's true that he did. The doctor glanced at Beth with apologetic eyes, ashamed such details were being given. Missed the bed. And temporarily he did cease breathing, but that was all the result of a small seizure, which ultimately broke his fever. After the episode, he was actually improving, if I'm to be honest. Improving? Beth asked, her hand to her mouth. Yes. When the seizure subsided, he was cognizant of his surroundings, of me, of his situation. For a moment, I was slightly optimistic for his recovery. I don't understand. My Jonathan was awake and alert, and now he's gone? Yes, ma'am. He took a very sudden turn for the worse. He struggled to stay with us, to stay with you, Mrs. Davis. He really did. I could tell. He tried so hard. Your husband was a very strong man, but I'm afraid the pull to the other side was stronger. The weight in the room was a black cloud that bruised every one of us as we dropped our eyes to the floor, searching for answers in a hardwood ocean of regret. The only sound, the whoosh of lifeblood that rushed through our ears as it mocked our being alive and healthy, and of being responsible. Finally, a whimper killed the silence as Beth Davis broke, a fine crack that would spread and never heal. We all cracked, and none of us would ever make another attempt at speaking with the dead again, or the but not quite dead. Euphemia Christie by Catherine Cavendish. It began with a gravestone, or more accurately, a whole cemetery of them. My best friend Fran and I loved wandering through graveyards, trying to find the oldest stone there, reading some of the more colorful memorials. This sunny Saturday in early spring was no exception. I drove us to St. Christopher's Church a few miles out of town, and we ambled through the grounds, picking our way carefully through overgrown grassy paths, avoiding stinging nettles and thistles. "Here's one, Marie." Fran read out the inscription. "Here lies Ebenezer Fernsby, born 10th September 1798, departed this life 29th December 1887. A more sober, honest, and pious soul could ne'er be found. Also Maud, wife of the above, a woman much beloved and pure in heart, with never an evil thought, word, or deed." Bloody hell, I bet she was a barrel of laughs. Not? I laughed, and then a feeling of sadness swept over me as I stared down at a poorly carved, bleak stone. At least someone cared enough to write something about her. Fran wandered over and peered down. "Oh, that's sad. I can barely make it out." She crouched in order to get level with it. "It's just a name. Grace Farmer. No dates, no mention of relatives. Nothing." I shivered. "Makes you think they just wanted rid of her. Nothing to say. Stick her in the ground and forget about her. The stone's practically obliterated by the bindweed. Maybe she had no family to pay for anything much. Perhaps." Fran moved on, but I lingered for a few moments. Who was Grace Farmer? Mysteries had always intrigued me. I blamed it on an early diet of Agatha Christie, John Grisham, and Patricia Cornwell. Fran had moved on a little distance and was dragging weeds away from an inscription. Her giggles rang out across the peaceful graveyard. Bidding a silent farewell to the unknown Grace Farmer, I wandered along the path until my attention was diverted by a tall gravestone on the opposite side. The wording was a little difficult to make out, marred as it was by lichen. I bent closer and peered at it. Euphemia Christie of Barton Longhope, born 8th April 1861, died 2nd July 1903, wife of Raymond Christie and mother of Caroline, Lucinda, and Judith, who all perished 25th June 1903. She died as she lived. I touched the stone, my fingers traveling over its gnarled, cold surface. The sun disappeared behind a fluffy white cloud, and for the second time in a few minutes, I shivered in a sudden chill. I felt something move up behind me and turned, expecting to see Fran. Instead, a middle-aged man, dressed in worn and frayed brown corduroy trousers, secured with a black leather belt and sporting a collarless shirt, looked as if he had stepped out of a Thomas Hardy novel. He met my eye, blinking behind unfashionable tortoise-shell spectacles, and nodded toward the gravestone. "You don't want to trouble yourself with the likes of her." I tore my eyes away from him to glance back down at Euphemia Christie's memorial. "Why would you say that?" I asked, switching my attention back again. But there was no sign of him. Fran was a few yards away, smiling at yet another amusing find. I called to her. "Hey, Fran." "Yeah?" "Come here a minute. I want to show you something." She hurried back to join me, and I pointed to the stone, which she leaned in closer to read. "Did you see a strangely dressed man here a minute ago?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, why?" "He looked like a Victorian workman, laborer or something. He spoke to me and then he, vanished." It sounded as crazy to me as it must to her. Fran cocked her head to one side and gave a little laugh. "Well, he's not here now. Maybe he's one of the sextons." "Do they still have sextons?" Fran shrugged. "Euphemia. I used to have an aunt Euphemia. We called her Auntie Effie. You would have never called this one Effie." "How do you know that?" The thought had sprung into my mind as if someone had whispered it to me. "I haven't the faintest idea. Something bothered me about the inscription. The last bit is in a different font, as if it was added later by another stonemason. What do you think it means by 'she died as she lived'? Is that good or bad?" "Who knows? Poor woman, though, losing her husband and 3 children all in one day. Some accident, perhaps? She was dead herself within a week, so it well could have been. Or maybe some contagious disease." The sun emerged from behind its blanket, but did nothing to warm me. I hugged myself. You okay? Yes, I'm fine, I lied. How could I explain that at that moment I felt anything but fine? I stared back down at the inscription, removed my phone from my jacket pocket, and took a couple of close-up shots. Then I backed up in order to photograph the stone in the context of its surroundings. That way I could find it again when, or if, I returned. Why I would want to come back to this particular place, I had no idea, but I knew I needed to find out more about Euphemia Christie. Marie, aren't you becoming a little obsessed about this? I could hear Fran's concern over the phone. Not particularly. It's fascinating. I love doing research. You know that. But she's a tough one to track down. She only seems to come up as an adjunct to her husband. Raymond Christie owned a substantial part of Barton Longhope and was the squire of the village. You were right about the accident. He and their 3 daughters all perished in a devastating fire, which pretty much destroyed the house. I can't find any mention of Euphemia after that date, other than a brief note in the local paper reporting the combined funeral of her husband and children. She's described as the grieving widow and mother. It says she was dressed in deepest black and heavily veiled. I think I've exhausted the internet, so I'm going to Barton Longhope tomorrow. It's not far. Want to come with me? I think I'll pass, if you don't mind. And you should too. We've got to get our essays in by Wednesday, or there'll be hell to pay from Krabby Crabtree. You told me you hadn't started yours yet. Yeah, I'll get it done. Although how was a different matter. I hadn't typed a word yet. My notes sat in an untidy heap next to my laptop, but all they had been good for so far was to act as a coaster for my coffee mug, as a number of brown ring stains would attest to. I just need to follow through on this first. Euphemia Christie and her secrets will still be there next week, or at the end of term. That's only a couple of weeks away, for heaven's sake. She was right, of course. I couldn't explain the overpowering need I had to trace this long-dead woman. And besides, at the back of my mind lay the unsolved mystery of the man who had been there 1 minute and gone the next. I'll see you on Monday, Fran. I didn't need to see her face to know she was mad at me. We had known each other since primary school and had never kept any secrets from one another. Boyfriends had come and gone, but we were always there for each other. We were even reading the same subject at university and were postgraduate students in English. Now, for the first time I could remember, I felt a distance had sprung up. And all because of Euphemia Christie. Who was this woman? And why did I care so much? Barton Longhope was one of those typical English villages, set in the heart of rural England with gentle, sloping hills as a backdrop. None of the cluster of houses looked less than 300 years old. All were stone-built in similar style, their honey-toned walls and mullioned windows showing the effects of centuries of weathering. I parked in a bay outside the village doors. If anyone knew about a former inhabitant, the local shopkeeper was a good place to start. Crossing over the threshold felt like stepping back into the 1950s. The jangling bell, long polished wood counter, even the till, which, although electronic, owed more to the 1970s than the present day. Behind the counter, a man I gauged to be in his 50s was stacking shelves, while a woman of similar age smiled and greeted me. "What can I do for you?" she asked, her voice friendly and pleasant, with a hint of the local accent. I spotted a chocolate bar I was partial to. "A couple of those, please." I could hardly ask for information and not buy anything. "Just passing through?" the woman asked. "Yes. Actually, I wonder if you could help me." "I will if I can," the woman replied. "I wonder if you have ever heard of a woman named Euphemia Christie." A sheet of ice seemed to crash down between us. The woman's smile froze with it, and the man almost growled as he spoke. "What do you want to know about her for?" "I'm doing a bit of research." Their hostility gave me no encouragement to continue. The ensuing awkward silence was broken by the woman. "Euphemia Christie and her family lived in the old manse, but it burned down. Could you tell me where the ruins are? Go out of here and continue towards Favershill. It's about half a mile. You'll see the skeleton of the building from the road." "Thank you." I couldn't get out of the shop fast enough. Anyone would think the events that had them both so riled had only taken place weeks ago. All the while I picked my way through the wilderness that had grown among the ruins of the old manse, I couldn't escape the strong impression of being watched. A slight breeze rustled the leaves, and the grasses flickered. An early butterfly, a red admiral, fluttered past, trying out its new wings before alighting on a bluebell. I stared up at the sad and ruined walls, almost obliterated by ivy, bindweed, and convolvulus, and stepped gingerly over broken slates while hidden ones cracked under my feet. The whole impression was one of loss. What remained of the old manse stood in perpetual mourning. Trees encroached on what had surely once been formal gardens, leaves twitching and rustling as the breeze tickled them. I smelled wild garlic, mingled with earthy aromas, but another smell took hold. Charcoal, smoke, fire. I looked around. No sign of anything burning. The closer I came to the building, the stronger it became, making my eyes water and my nose sting. My skin felt hot, and when I pulled up my sleeves, my arms hurt as if they were red raw, yet they looked perfectly normal. Nevertheless, I persevered and crossed over into the house itself, now open to the elements, the upper floors and windows gone, only some blackened timbers peeping through the lush green vegetation. The stench of burning was almost overpowering, and the sound of roaring flames filled my head. Could I really be imagining all this? Fear overtook me, and I scrambled back outside. I wouldn't go back in there if I were you. Maybe I heard those words. Perhaps someone really did utter them. The voice I heard, or thought I heard, was the voice from the St. Christopher's graveyard. But I was all alone here. Not a living soul. I hurried back to my car, tripping more than once, snagging my jeans on brambles, narrowly avoiding plunging headlong into a clump of thistles. Breathing a deep sigh of relief, I climbed into my car and locked the doors. From this distance, the building looked forlorn and benign, but what I had felt in its presence was frightening, evil. The smell of burning had followed me, and I struggled out of my jacket. I sniffed it, a distinctive odor of bonfires. My mouth felt dry and parched, and I had the strongest taste of smoke. Anxious to get out of there, I fired the engine and returned to Barton Longhope. I gave the shop a wide berth and settled for the pub instead. The Christie Arms offered a range of real ales and ciders, but I plumped for a large glass of lemonade instead. There were a couple of men at the bar, clearly regulars. They nodded and smiled as I hoisted myself onto a stool. "Haven't seen you before." The barman handed me my drink. "Thanks. No, I'm doing a bit of research into Euphemia Christie." The two men paused in the conversation and stared at me, their smiles a thing of history. "She seems to be a controversial figure." The barman wetted his lips. "You'll have heard about the fire." I nodded. Yes, I was able to find that out. But are there any of her relatives still around? The two men drained their glasses and left without uttering another word. "That's the effect she has around here, even after all these years," the barman said, nodding toward their retreating backs. I could understand if it had happened, 10 years ago, 20 maybe. But all this reaction after more than 100 years? The barman smiled. "That's how it is around here. We might be only a few miles from town, but Barton Longhope is a village in a time warp. I've been here 27 years and the locals still think of me as an incomer. Some even refer to me as the new landlord. As for Euphemia Christie and that fire, there was a huge scandal and the village tended to divide into two camps, along family lines mostly. There were those who believed she started the fire deliberately as a way of getting back at her husband. He's supposed to have fathered 2 children with Euphemia's identical twin sister, who lived some miles away. Those who insist on her innocence won't hear a word against her, and say she was staying with her sister when the fire broke out. Others say she was seen running away from the scene. Back then it seems you either loved her or loathed her, and nothing much has changed since her death. The stories have been handed down from generation to generation, and it doesn't help that she's rumored to haunt the ruins of the old manse. Periodically, something happens and the old animosities bubble up to the surface. It's funny you should turn up now, actually. It had all gone quiet up there, but recently, people have been reporting strange smells. "Like burning?" I asked. "Yes, and other things. Perfume for some reason, and other less pleasant things. as if something had died and been left to rot. His gaze intensified, and I realized it wasn't me he was looking at, but something over my shoulder. Following his gaze, I saw a small portrait of a woman hanging over the mantelshelf. I slid down off the stool and followed the barman over to it. "You have a slight look of her," he said. "There's something about the nose and mouth, especially the way you're standing now, next to her portrait, both of you in profile." "Really?" I stared hard, trying to see a resemblance and failing. "So that's her. That's Euphemia Christie." He nodded. "You two could be related." "But her family was wiped out in the fire." "There was still her sister. Grace, I think her name was. She had those children, whoever the father really was." I studied the portrait more closely. The woman faced to her left, her chestnut-colored hair elaborately styled and entwined with pearls, while her heavy-lidded eyes appeared sad and preoccupied. Her lips set in a firm line as if trying to contain some deeply felt emotion. Around her neck, 3 strands of pearls and a pendant consisting of a large ruby surrounded by diamonds and pearls gleamed at her throat. Her dress, with its V neckline, seemed to be of brown velvet with a coffee-colored lace collar, and she wore a large brooch of many diamonds at her breast. Did anyone ever call Euphemia Effie? Do you know? The barman laughed as he returned to his place behind his bar. "I very much doubt it. No, much too grand for that. She had been the Honorable Euphemia Montgomery before she married. Came from old money." With a final glance, I tore myself away from the picture and returned to the bar. The lemonade slaked my thirst and soothed my throat. When I left a few minutes later, I knew I had to go back to the ruined house. What I couldn't fathom was why, when every instinct I possessed urged me to go home. I simply couldn't resist the mystery, I suppose, especially one that caused so much violent reaction this many years later. I'd been away from the old manse no more than half an hour, probably less, but in that time the smell of burning had intensified. My nerves tightened, and a voice screamed inside my head, warning me to stop, not to do what I was about to do. But another voice pressed me on, and I stepped once more over the threshold. It seemed an unseen resistance was bent on stopping me from going farther, and I had to force my way through an invisible barrier. My legs moved as if trapped in quicksand. I don't know why I kept fighting it, only that I had to. Something in my head drove me forward. That's when the weeping started. Somewhere in there, a woman sobbed. I called out to her. "Hello?" The sobbing ceased, but only for a few seconds before resuming with renewed force. Someone wept as if their heart was broken. "Please tell me where you are. Maybe I can help you." I moved a little easier now. Whatever had been holding me back relented, and I stepped over rubble and undergrowth, through an empty doorway and into a room, once again with no ceiling, but which at least had 3 walls still standing. In the corner, a grand piano leaned precariously, its lid shattered and one leg buckled. A thick layer of plaster and dust gave it a ghostly, ethereal air. The sobbing grew louder. My heart thumped, and I ran my tongue over dry lips. I could see no one, but I was getting closer to the source of the noise. "Please, tell me where you are." The woman's voice startled me. "They're all dead. There's no hope." Still, I could see no one. The weeping began again before fading away to nothing. A sudden gust of wind blew debris, sending it swirling around the floor, coating my shoes. The taste of dust filled my mouth. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to rationalize what had just happened. That I had encountered the ghost of a grieving Euphemia Christie, I was certain. The depth of her despair led me to one inescapable conclusion. She was innocent of any involvement in the deaths of her husband and children. "Rest in peace, Euphemia," I said, and felt a slight breath on my cheek, as if someone had brushed their lips across my skin. For some reason it calmed me, and I left the old manse with a lighter heart than when I arrived. Maybe all she needed was for someone to give her a kind thought or word. Perhaps now she could find eternal peace. I wanted to believe that, but something wouldn't let me. At home the following night, I remembered the photographs I had taken in St. Christopher's graveyard and uploaded them onto my laptop. When I arrived at the ones of Euphemia Christie's gravestone, the hairs on my arms bristled. I looked closer. No, I wasn't mistaken. On every single one, a white mist hovered just behind and to the right of the stone itself, casting a ghostly pall. Too excited to be scared, I called Fran. She sounded tired and worried. "Where were you? Crabby's on your case. She asked me if I'd seen you, and I told her last time I thought you looked a bit pale, so maybe you weren't well. But she said you hadn't called in sick and hadn't replied to a number of emails she had sent you this past few days. On top of that, you've missed 3 lectures. You're in deep shit, Marie. Are you at least going to hand in your work by Wednesday?" I hadn't checked my student account for days and had broken a cardinal rule by not communicating my absence. I had no doubt that a couple of these unanswered emails contained official disciplinary warnings. If I didn't submit my work on time, I would incur penalties or even worse. So why didn't it matter to me? I'd worked so hard to achieve my first degree and had started my master's all fired up and keen to get on with it. Now, because of one gravestone, it couldn't have mattered less. "Don't keep on, Fran. I'll get it done. But I need to show you something crazy. You won't believe it." I told her about the mist on the pictures. On the previous evening, I'd already regaled her with my experiences in Barton Longhope, right before I promised to see her today at lectures, and now I was in trouble with the course tutor and probably the head of school. Did I care? I rattled on about the mist, its amorphous density, indeterminate shape. Finally, I ended by suggesting we meet right then. "Have you any idea what time it is?" Fran asked. I hadn't. "It's after 2 in the morning, and you woke me. I have to be up at 7. She didn't seem mollified by my mumbled apology, and we ended the call on a decidedly frosty note. No way I could sleep that night. 6 o'clock saw me dressing in jeans and a hoodie emblazoned with the university logo. Remembering the tangled undergrowth, I chose trainers rather than the flat shoes I had worn on my previous visit. I cast aside any thought of the lecture I was due to attend at 11, and the unwritten essay was equally forgotten. In half an hour I was back in Barton Longhope. A blackbird chirped and a thrush trilled. The sun had begun warming the trees, and an aroma of sap rose from the ground. No smell of burning today. Nor was I alone. I recognized him straight away. The man from St. Christopher's Cemetery stood a little way off, and although he was puffing away at a pipe, releasing small clouds of smoke, I could smell no tobacco. He reminded me of my great-grandfather, who I had never known, but whose photographs were scattered throughout the pages of an album my mother had inherited. The man looked directly at me, and I moved a little closer, intrigued rather than perturbed. He removed his pipe from his mouth. "You have the look of her." "Who?" "Euphemia Christie." "And her sister, Grace." "I've seen you before, haven't I?" "You have, and doubtless you'll see me again." "Who are you? What's your name?" "You don't need to know that." He puffed on his pipe again. "She's coming. You should take care. She knows you, and she won't—" A rush of wind knocked me off my feet, and I sprawled on the ground, my face buried in dewy grass. When I struggled to my feet, the man had gone. There was no more wind, and I was left feeling perplexed and scared. How could Euphemia Christie know me? I sat in the car and called my mother. After skirting around pleasantries and awkward questions about university, I plunged in. "Does the name Euphemia Christie mean anything to you?" The silence at the other end of the phone lasted an uncomfortable amount of time before a sigh reached my ear. "She was the sister of your great-great-grandmother, Grace." "What? Why have I never heard of any of this? I never even knew I had a relative called Grace until now, and I've certainly never heard of Euphemia being in the family." "Because it all happened so long ago. It was a terrible scandal at the time, but this is well over 100 years ago." "Scandal? Tragedy, more like. Those children and the husband dying in that fire." "The fire? Oh, yes, That. You're confusing me, Mum. Well, the fire. Of course it was a terrible thing to happen, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the affair Grace had with Euphemia's husband. It went on for years. They had 2 children. Your real great-great-grandfather was Raymond Christie. What? It's true. When Euphemia found out, she was beside herself with rage. She caught the first train to her sister's to have it out with her. That was the day the fire broke out. Or maybe the day after. I'm not sure. Grace's poor husband, who we knew as your great-great-granddad Henry, hadn't a clue what had been happening, and thought the children he had been bringing up were his. He never got over it, apparently. Took to drink. By all accounts, he was a decent man and had been a successful barrister. After all this happened, he gave up the law and spent all his sober hours in the garden, growing vegetables and dressed like some old tramp. There's a photograph of him somewhere, puffing on his pipe. Euphemia Christie passed away only a few days after the fire. I was told she was inconsolable and died of a broken heart. She's buried in St. Christopher's Cemetery, a few miles from here. I never knew that. Mum, would you be able to scan that photograph of Henry and email it to me? Yes, of course, dear. But why all these questions? Oh, it's some research I'm doing. Family history. This scandal will be just the thing. But what about the children? My great-grandfather? Grace and Henry stayed together, but Granddad told my father he rarely saw either of them. They employed a nanny who became more like a mother to him than his own. He said Grace was never the same after her sister died. I drove home with thoughts racing around my head. Now it made sense why I had been so attracted to Euphemia's gravestone. The family connection had somehow triggered something in my brain. When I logged on to my email account, there was a photograph. I opened it and stared. Of course it was him, the man from the old manse and cemetery. No longer my great-great-grandfather, not even a blood relative anymore. My coursework continued to lay forgotten and my student emails unopened. At night, my dreams took me back to the old manse, as it might have looked in the days of its former glory, and where my unconscious mind wandered around sumptuous rooms and heard someone play Mozart on the grand piano. All my waking thoughts were occupied with Euphemia Christie. I yearned to clear her name with those who believed her guilty. She had been so sorely wronged. No wonder her spirit could find no rest. For the next 3 days, I hid away in the university library, reading and researching anything I could find on our shared heritage of Christies and Montgomerys. The deadline for submitting my essay came and went. On Thursday, I counted 20 unanswered calls from Fran, and when the doorbell rang, I ignored it. Early the following morning, I returned to Barton Longhope once again, with no clear plan. All my research had achieved was to create yet more questions. But some part of me knew the only way I would answer them was to return to the source. When I arrived, there wasn't a soul about, just me, a gloriously crisp sunny day, and the ruined old manse. I lost no time in negotiating my way to the entrance. The sobbing started as soon as my feet touched the floor of the entrance hall, and I followed the sound into the front room with the ruined piano. A breeze through the charred and shattered window fluttered my hair and froze my neck. In the corner, a shadowy figure moved. It uncurled from a fetal position as it began to take female form. She grew until she stood at full height, a little shorter than me. I recognized her straight away from the picture in the Christie Arms. A luminous glow surrounded her, and I felt a sense that she was here, yet not here. She slowly turned to face me full on, her hands clasped. "I am so sorry," I said. "You suffered too much." I knew she had heard me, even though her face registered nothing, and she did not speak. Behind me, something moved. I spun around. Outside, a few yards from where I stood, the man watched us. His sad voice echoed around me, as if we were together in the empty room. "If only you had stayed where you belong. If only you hadn't come back here." "I don't understand." I turned back to Euphemia. "I want to help you find peace." She blinked. Her mouth opened and kept on opening wider and wider, impossibly. Skin sloughed off her face and hands. A stench of rot and decay poured off her. and I retched. How could this be the sobbing woman I had taken pity on? The rotted, hideous thing in front of me threw her skeletal arms wide. Her evil turned the room dark and gripped me in an iron embrace. I must escape, but I couldn't move. A cacophony of voices crowded into my head, filling my brain with their venom, spewing their poison into my veins. Her hatred of who I was overwhelmed me, and in a second, I had the answers I craved so much. How I wish I hadn't. I was Grace and Raymond's descendant. I had come here, and by doing so, enabled Euphemia to wreak her eternal vengeance on me as she had on him, yet her own children had perished in the process. The woman's jealousy had turned her insane in life, and had grown infinitely in death. Screams echoed all around me. I had no awareness of uttering a sound, but I knew they were mine. Flames shot up. Through a wall of fire I saw the man and cried out to him for help. I cannot cross into that place. There is nothing I can do. You are hers now. The flames crawled closer. A few more seconds and they would reach me. I struggled, but her hold was too strong. A shard of pain seared through me as fire licked my feet. And then I heard them. Fire engine sirens. My last conscious memory. Too late. So here I stay. I cannot leave this place and wander endlessly through the lavish rooms. Oh, yes, to me this place is as it once must have been, elegantly furnished, a thing of beauty, but soulless and empty. Mozart plays on the piano, although I have never seen the player. I see no one, not even her. I brought it all on myself. If I had never stopped by her gravestone, I would have been spared. She could not have found me. Now I know the meaning of the inscription on that gravestone. After murdering her husband and children, Euphemia left Barton Longhope and changed her identity. You see, there was another murder. Euphemia couldn't allow Grace to live. She killed her sister and took her place by Henry's side. He went along with it because he was terrified of her, and even though he now knew they weren't his, he loved those children. He was sure if he betrayed Euphemia's guilt, she would take their lives. As a result, I had him to thank for my very existence. It was he who added the inscription, "She died as she had lived," after Euphemia's real death some years later. It is Grace who lives in Euphemia's grave, and her mist that shrouds it. Her weeping comes to me in spirit, and I feel the weight of her sorrow. Like me, she is tied to the evil woman who will not let us go. As for Euphemia, her corpse lies under the plain, unloved stone in St. Christopher's graveyard, under her assumed name, Grace Farmer. I think Grace's husband has passed over into the light. Euphemia could no longer hold him after I arrived. It's my turn to try and warn off any relative foolish enough to come here. So far, there's been no one. I can only pray there never will be. Justin's Favorite by Jeremy Hepler. You know you're my favorite, right? Justin asked. Kim simpered as she handed him the thermos she'd filled with coffee for his trip. She liked the sound of that word. Favorite. Oh, really? Favorite, huh? The intimate way he searched her with his eyes compelled her to step out onto the front porch, rise onto her tiptoes, and kiss him long and hard. When their lips parted, she adjusted the collar of his jacket. Promise me you'll pull over if you get too tired, she said, and call when you get there. He had a 350-mile drive ahead of him, 5 hours of monotonous, open landscape solitude, and he hadn't slept a wink in the last 24 hours. Neither of them had. They'd spent their first night in their new home in their pajamas, listening to Pandora, laughing, unpacking boxes, and sharing childhood stories while they sipped wine. They'd also christened their first shared mattress on the floor of their first shared bedroom more than once. Justin's phone had rung about an hour earlier, shortly after their second go-around. His boss, the IT manager for the Whole Foods Southern region, told Justin he was needed in Dallas. One of the store's computer networks had failed due to a virus, and they needed to get the store back up and running as quickly as possible, which could take a couple of days. "I will, I promise." Justin gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "Love you." "Love you too." As he crossed the snow-covered yard, Kim walked to the edge of the porch where a crisp breeze slapped her cheeks and whipped her bedhead bob around. Her oversized flannel pajamas, Justin's pajamas, actually, flapped against her small frame. A cold front had blown in overnight, and temperatures were predicted to remain below freezing for a couple of days. The sun had risen but was lost behind a rolling blanket of gray. She pinched her thighs together, crossed her arms over her chest, and watched the Land Rover pull away from the house. Justin honked twice, then threw his hand out the window and waved, just before he turned off of Hillcrest Drive, his typical parting gesture. Kim raised her hand to wave back, but jerked it back down when the front door slammed closed behind her, with an alarming smack. She gasped, spun around, and stared at the door long enough for her startled nerves to subside, long enough for logic to convince her that the heater must have kicked on and sucked the oak behemoth shut, before chuckling to herself and heading inside. The house seemed daunting without Justin, almost unwelcoming, which Kim chalked up to the newness of the place as well as her own past. She was used to small, meager spaces. She'd lived in either trailers or apartments her entire life, never a real house, never in a nice neighborhood, never anywhere larger than 900 square feet, and never anywhere with stairs and a fireplace, a kitchen island, and a garage. This 2-story, 2,400 square foot brick house was in a nice neighborhood and had all of that. She wouldn't have minded buying a smaller house or even renting one, but Justin insisted if they were going to move in together, going to get married and share a future, they needed to have a house big enough for a family someday. He'd been single for 6 years before meeting Kim 5 months earlier, and he'd stockpiled a fairly large savings, enough to put $30,000 down on the house. Kim's dad had always said the only way to get past a bad situation was to keep moving forward. Of course, this wasn't a bad situation, not even close, but the sentiment was the same. To become comfortable with the house, to push past the awkwardness of the unfamiliar, she had to keep moving. She made her way to the kitchen, grabbed her phone off the island, then went upstairs to continue unpacking. Boxes littered the large open area at the top of the stairs, the area they planned to use as office space. When they'd unpacked the U-Haul, they'd piled all the boxes for the upstairs bedrooms and bathroom here. Some of the boxes were empty, some partially unpacked, others still sealed. Kim opened Pandora on her phone and found her In Excess station. She lowered the volume to a level where she'd be able to talk to herself, a habit she'd picked up in junior college. Her English 101 rhetoric and composition professor, who was also the speech professor, had suggested the technique when trying to work through a thesis. The technique proved beneficial to Kim, annoying to her roommates. She'd only emptied half of a box labeled bathroom, telling herself where exactly to place each item on the counter, in which drawer, when a strange noise found her ears. The scratching came from overhead, the attic. She angled her eyes upward, listening. It sounded like little feet, perhaps rat feet or squirrel feet, or raccoon ones, and they seemed to be right above her head, scratching and clawing at the sheetrock. She turned off Pandora, stood, and followed the sound with her eyes as it moved in circles. What's it doing? Trying to get warm, maybe? Build a bed in the insulation? The scratching grew louder, more intense, the circles wider. Then it suddenly stopped. Kim kept her eyes on the ceiling. Where did? She cut her eyes down the hallway when a crash rang out in the spare bedroom at the end of the hall. Slow, silent seconds ticked by. The furnace kicked on and whooshed warm air across her face. She held steady, focusing her attention on the open doorway. What if it fell through the ceiling? She whispered. Or got into the vents? Could that even? Her heart leapt into her throat, clogging up her words, when a pounding came from the opposite end of the hall. 4 quick, solid knocks, deliberate knocks to her ears. She turned on her heels and looked that way. The master bedroom door was open, but nothing appeared amiss as far as she could see. No animal or person visible. She glanced back at the spare bedroom, back at the master. Now she saw something, or thought she did. A wispy cloud of a thing, with a rough human outline, transparent but slightly rust-colored, standing in the doorway. She watched and waited, her shoulders rising, tensing. "You're just freaking yourself out," she whispered. "You're not wearing your glasses. It's probably just dust motes." She closed her eyes, counted to 3, opened them. The image was gone. "Yep, just dust." She stopped when she heard a sliding, scraping noise behind her, like someone rushing up the carpeted stairs. Frightened, she swung around, and her shin slammed into a box. She pitched forward, falling toward the stairs, and threw her hands out in front of her. Her right smacked the wooden handrail, and she clenched it, slowing her fall. Her left hit the second stair, slid off, planted on the third. Her hips hugged the floor on the edge of the landing. She held steady for a moment, then cautiously squirmed backward and sat back on her haunches. Sucking in a deep breath, she glanced down the staircase. Had she not caught herself, she would have slammed into the wall just below a window, about halfway down at a right turn. She dropped her gaze to the box she'd tripped over. Or did it slam into you? Her mind conjured. "That's ridiculous," she voiced. "I'm just exhausted, and clumsy. Always clumsy." She sighed. As she ran her hand over the word towels, written in Justin's block letter print on the box, and said the word aloud, a slight movement teased her awareness. She looked up, and for a brief moment thought she saw the same faint, rust-colored apparition standing beneath the staircase window. But she knew better and blinked the image away. Her fatigued eyes were playing tricks on her again, allowing her imagination too much leeway. She glanced at the master bedroom doorway, at the spare one, up at the ceiling. "I need to find my glasses." Downstairs, Kim found her glasses on the coffee table in the living room, between her laptop and a stack of mystery paperbacks. The stack was 5 high, 5 novels she should have already read. There were 20 or more so in a box on the island. On top of her full-time job at the Mercy Public Library, she managed a YouTube channel called Kim's Killer Advice. 8,000 people subscribed to her weekly book reviews, but because of the engagement and the move and all that came along with them, she hadn't posted in 3 weeks. So rather than head back upstairs, Kim decided to read for a bit. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as her mom used to say. Do a little work and give her imagination a new, less stressful playground to romp around in for a while. The lower level of the house was significantly cooler than upstairs, probably a 5 or 10 degree difference. After learning that a cold front was expected to arrive over the weekend, she and Justin had fantasized about lighting the fireplace for the first time, cuddling up on the couch under a blanket, eating popcorn and M&Ms and pickles, and watching a movie. Justin had bought a box of Duraflame starter logs as well as a small bundle of real ones. They were on the hearth. Hoping Justin wouldn't mind if she christened the fireplace without him, she placed a starter log and a few regular ones on the center of the rack, opened the flue, lit the fire, and then made her way to the couch behind the coffee table. The Witch Elm by Tana French was the top book on the stack. Kim grabbed it, slipped on her glasses, kicked her legs up on the cushions, and tucked the throw draped over the back of the couch around them. She watched the paper around the starter log burn away before turning to the first page and diving in. By the time she glanced over the back of the couch at the clock in the kitchen, 30 minutes had passed. She yawned. The coffee was wearing off, the warmth from the fire weighing down her eyelids. Sleep tugged at her brain. She curled onto her side, facing the fireplace, and continued reading. 15 minutes later, she was softly snoring and dreaming. She found herself running through a chain of rooms, one after the other, darkness chasing her, gaining on her. The rooms were dimly lit, no windows, one door that led into the next room. The darkness was 10 feet away. 5. She stopped when it swallowed her. A coldness accompanied the blackness. She couldn't see anything, so she twisted in circles with her arms outstretched, screaming Justin's name. Her screams turned to horrified shrieks when she felt hands grabbing at her calves and thighs, arms and torso. Hands she couldn't see, only feel, pinching, pulling, wanting. She tried to hit them away, to run, but there were too many, a hand wall on all sides of her, surrounding her. The loud clang of the flue closing woke her with a start. Her eyes popped open, and she shot upright. She felt hands touching her, pressing down, saw the rust-colored, wispy cloud of a human hovering over her, partially on her, in her. Fuck! She jumped up, darted away from the couch and scanned her body. There were no hands. She pivoted. There was no rust-colored apparition either. It was all a dream. A nightmare. Just the remnants of a nightmare. None of it was real. There was the smell of smoke, though. That was real. She looked at the fireplace and saw flames still rippling inside, waves of smoke rolling out of the opening, curling up over the mantel. Panic kick-started her legs, and she rushed toward the fireplace. Why is the smoke not... the flue? She grabbed the poker off the hearth and, using the hook end to grab the handle, reopened the flue. The heat from the flames burned the backside of her hand and fingers. She jerked her hand out, dropped the poker, and as she instinctively shook her hand, the smoke alarm in the kitchen triggered, releasing an ear-piercing wail, an exclamation mark to the pain. Shit! She hurried to the kitchen, climbed up on the counter, took the alarm off the wall, and removed the battery. When she hopped off the counter, she examined her hand. A misshapen patch of red skin the size of a golf ball marked the top. Smaller burnt areas colored a couple of her knuckles and fingers. Blisters were bound to come, and plenty of pain, but she would be okay. She didn't need to go to the Mercy General emergency room or anything. She glanced at the fireplace, at the smoke still rolling out of the opening. What she needed to do was put out the fire and get the smoke out of the house. She used the kitchen fire extinguisher to put out what remained of the burning logs and coals, and quickly closed the glass fireplace doors to prevent more smoke from coming out, and then moved from room to room, upstairs and down, talking out loud to herself, trying to make sense of what had happened, trying to keep from freaking out, as she opened all the doors and windows. The strong, frigid wind flushed most of the smoke out quickly, within 30 minutes, but it also dropped the temperature a good 20 degrees. After slathering her burns with aloe, Kim slipped on a wool overcoat before circling back through the house and closing all the doors and windows. She was in the hallway, on her way to the thermostat to crank up the heater, when 3 loud knocks stopped her in her tracks. Solid knocks, deliberate knocks, like the ones upstairs earlier. Her heart hammered. She held her breath. 3 more knocks, louder and faster, from the front of the house, not upstairs. The front door. Through the peephole, she saw her co-worker, Heather Jackson, standing on the porch, holding a small bamboo plant in a terracotta pot. Her heart slowed as she opened the door and greeted her friend with a hug. They'd worked together at Mercy Public Library for nearly 3 years. They shared a love of reading, sarcasm, 80s fashion, and Asian food. Kim had always thought of Heather, who was 20 years her senior and a single mother to one, as not only a good friend, but also a mentor, the big sister she didn't have. "What are you doing here?" Kim asked. "I thought you worked today." "I do, but I wanted to drop off this housewarming gift first." She handed the bamboo plant to Kim. "They're supposed to bring good luck." Kim smiled. "Thank you, I love it. Do you want to come inside?" "Sure, I have about 30 minutes until I have to be there." "Great, but let me warn you, I had an issue with the fireplace earlier and just finished airing out the house. It's still pretty chilly in there and smells like smoke. A lot." "I was wondering why you were wearing that coat." Heather playfully crinkled her nose and waved her hand in front of her face. "And why you smelled like a campfire. What the heck happened?" "I'm not exactly sure." Inside, they made their way to the kitchen where they sat on stools in front of the island, and Kim told Heather everything that had happened in the 2 days since they'd last talked, unloading the U-Haul, the sleepless night of laughter and sex, Justin being sent to Dallas for work, the noises upstairs, tripping, the rust-colored weirdness, the fireplace incident, all of it. As always, Heather listened attentively and offered opinions and suggestions at the right moments, without judgment. She agreed the noises upstairs were probably an animal, saying she'd had troubles with stupid critters invading her attic and scaring the shit out of her last winter, too. She also agreed the rust-colored weirdness was a symptom of fatigue, a lack of sleep, light and reflections playing tricks on tired eyes. About the fireplace incident, Heather suggested that maybe the flue was old, had been heated and cooled too much over the years, and the heat had loosened the latch just enough for it to slip closed, which sounded plausible to Kim. She'd seen drastic changes in temperature affect metal before. Kim thanked Heather for listening and making her feel better, then asked, "Would you like some tea?" She retrieved a tin filled with packets of green tea from a box on the floor and held it head high, like a model from The Price is Right, displaying an item for the contestants. "I've got your favorite." Heather arched an eyebrow. "Girl, you know I can't say no to green tea." As Kim filled 2 mugs with water, Heather reached for a small photo album sitting on the far end of the island. A cap, baseball bat, and baseball were painted on the leather cover. "Is this Justin's?" Kim glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes landing on the album. "Yep, it has all his childhood pictures in it." She set the cups in the microwave, turned it on, and stepped up behind Heather, who was opening the 1-picture-per-page album. "Is this his sister who had cancer?" Heather tapped her long, bright pink fingernail on the little girl in the first picture. "Yeah, that's Lucy." In the picture, Lucy was sitting on a hospital bed, Justin snuggled up beside her, a book in his hand, reading to her. Her hair was only stubble, her skin like wet paper, thin and pale enough to expose veins. She had no meat on her body, and a frail smile on her face, a smile aimed at her big brother. "That was taken a week before she died." Heather flipped the page, revealing a second picture of Lucy. This one a school headshot of the 11-year-old, taken only 6 months before the hospital one, but appearing to have been taken a lifetime earlier. Her cheeks were plump and full of color, her hair thick and wavy and shoulder length, her eyes bright and green, smile unbreakable. "That's the one Justin has tattooed on his arm," Kim said. Heather lingered on the page. "That's so horrible. Cancer. What it can do and how fast it can do it. How it doesn't discriminate." The microwave beeped, and Kim went to get the mugs of tea. When she returned, she set one in front of Heather. "Be careful. I think I heated them up too long." Heather blew at the steam rising from the mug, then continued to flip pages. She stopped on a picture of Justin when he was about 3, clinging to the leg of a tall woman with curves in all the right places. "This must be his mom. She has the same eyes and smile as Lucy." She glanced at Kim, and Kim nodded. "That's the only picture of her he has." "How long has it been now, since he's seen her?" Justin's mom disappeared about 4 months after Lucy died. One day he came home from school. He was a senior at the time. And she was just gone. No goodbye, no note, never a phone call or letter or email. Nothing. 7 years, Kim said. Lightly shaking her head, Heather turned the page. "I can't imagine how someone could abandon their kid like that. I mean, I understand she must have been devastated with what happened to Lucy and all." She met eyes with Kim. "I honestly can't say what I'd do if cancer took my Genevieve, but I'd like to think I wouldn't abandon my other kid if I had one. It'd be like driving a knife into their heart." Kim nodded. She had no sympathy for Linda Patterson. Not only had Linda abandoned Justin, she'd also pretty much abandoned Lucy. Justin said the sicker Lucy got, the more she needed her mom. The less Linda visited, the less she hugged, the more she drank and smoked and snorted, the more she left at Justin. She wasn't there with Justin when Lucy died, and she was late to the funeral he'd organized. A couple weeks before she hightailed it, he said she tried to apologize, make amends, promising she'd sober up and be a better mom. But that never happened. It was definitely rough on Justin. He experienced more pain in 6 months than some people will in a lifetime. First Lucy, then his mom, then Renee. Who's Renee? I didn't tell you about her. Heather shook her head. Well, Justin moved in with her after his mom vanished. She was his girlfriend at the time. She was a year older than him and had an apartment over on 45th. The Newport, I think. Anyway, she was from a broken family like him. Neither knew their dad, and both hated their mom. One night, a few weeks after he'd moved in, he came home from the laundromat, and she wasn't there. They lived on the 3rd floor, and as he was walking out on the balcony for a smoke, he dialed her cell number. Kim pushed out a breath. Then he heard her Darth Vader ringtone somewhere below the deck, and when he looked over, he saw her, face down on the cement sidewalk below. "Oh my!" Heather brought her hand up to the hollow of her throat. How did she—" It was ruled undetermined. There were no signs of a struggle or foul play, but there was also no way to call it a definite accident or suicide. She had struggled with bipolar disorder and threatened suicide in the past, but according to Justin, she also liked to sit on the balcony rail when she was on her phone or smoking. I don't know. Damn. Heather closed the photo album. What a shitstorm of loss for that poor boy. Kim nodded and swallowed, forcing the ball of emotion swelling in her throat back down. Thinking about all Justin endured back then always squeezed her heart. She needed to steer the conversation in a different direction before the tears started. What do you say I give you a quick tour of the house before you go? Heather beamed, seemingly eager to change directions too. Absolutely. I'd love a tour of Castle Patterson. Sipping tea, they visited every room, talking about furniture layouts, paint colors, carpet upgrades, and other decorating ideas. The tour ended at the front door where Kim took Heather's empty mug, hugged her, and thanked her again for the plant. My pleasure, Heather said. I'll give you a call when I get off to make sure you haven't tried to burn the place down again. A smile touched Kim's weary eyes. In the kitchen, Kim put the mugs in the sink and shrugged off her overcoat. The house was finally back to a comfortable temperature. But it still stank. She stank. Her clothes stank. She checked her phone to make sure Justin hadn't called or texted before she headed upstairs to the master bathroom. She lit the 2 vanilla candles on the bathroom counter and turned the hot water on full blast, filling the room with steam. She grabbed a fresh change of clothes from a box in her bedroom and 2 towels from the box labeled towels that she'd tripped over earlier. One towel was to dry herself, the other towel to drape over the edge of the tub, to rest her arm on. Submerging her burned hand in hot water was not an option. The pain was already demanding enough. She washed down 4 Tylenol with a handful of water to temper the sting, undressed, and climbed into the clawfoot tub. The whooshing of the furnace supplied a steady, hypnotizing white noise. The vanilla scent dominated the room, a welcome change to her smoke-weary nostrils. The hot water turned her muscles to putty. She found it hard to move, hard to think, hard to anything but lie there and breathe. She leaned her head back against the tub and closed her eyes, giving in to relaxation. When the furnace cut off, her eyes popped open and she stared up at the ceiling for a dazed moment. I cannot fall asleep in here, she said, lifting her head up. She held her burned hand high, then closed her eyes and slid forward, fully submerging her torso and head in the warm water. She was combing her other hand through her short hair, breaking up the tangles, when she felt something pressed down on her shoulders, hard, pinning her to the bottom of the tub. Startled, she twitched and tried to rise up, but couldn't. Her eyes shot open. Blurry, above the water, 6 inches from her face, the rust-colored thing lingered. There appeared to be a head with long hair attached to a neck, the neck to shoulders, the shoulders to arms that cut through the water and held her down. She tried to grab at the arms, wanted to pry them loose, but her hands passed through the water like they weren't there. She twisted and writhed. Water sloshed and splashed. She gasped and sucked a gulp of water down the wrong pipe. Her chest tightened. The rust thing remained. She thrust her hips and flailed her legs, tangling her foot in the stopper chain. The drain! She kicked her tangled foot, ripping the stopper loose. As the water began to drain, and she continued to struggle, breathing in more liquid, the rust ghost vanished, and the pressure on her shoulders with it. She sat up and frantically crawled out of the tub, coughing, spewing bath water, struggling for air. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for the rust ghost. It wasn't there. She scraped up her clothes and stumbled out of the room, down the stairs, into the kitchen where she'd left her phone, where her car keys dangled on a hook on the wall. With her keys in hand, she fumbled to slip on her sweatpants, her eyes paranoid, moving, on alert. When she popped her head through the top of her t-shirt, she saw the rust ghost between the coffee table and fireplace. Its feet floated an inch off the floor, and it appeared to be pulsing, a mirage rippling in the heat. And definitely female, a short, petite female. It had long hair and wore what appeared to be a dress or a skirt. The exact facial features were indiscernible, but where the eyes should have been, there were 2 black holes. A terror bomb exploded in Kim's chest. She reached for her cell phone on the corner of the island as the ghost rushed at her, mouth open, screaming in a shrill voice. The same 2 words over and over and over. "You can't! You can't! You can't!" As it passed through the coffee table and couch, books, cushions, blankets, and her laptop flew into the air. When it penetrated the island, everything jettisoned off, flying toward Kim. Pots and books, Justin's photo album and silverware, her cell phone, all of it a barrage of debris, slammed into her backside and the wall behind her as she ran. She didn't look back when she reached the front door. She didn't look back as she sprinted across the snow-covered yard. She didn't look back as she jumped into her '87 Firebird and peeled out of the driveway. She barely slowed as she careened around a corner off of Hillcrest Drive, heading for her mom's house. The sun was still trapped behind a featureless wall of gray clouds. Snakes of wind-driven snow slithered along the surface of the frozen roads. Tears streamed from Kim's eyes as she sped down Cedar Street, blowing through a stop sign, almost hitting 2 parked cars. "It's going to be okay," she uttered. "I just need to—" "You can't be his favorite!" Kim screamed and jerked her head to the right. The rust ghost's face was inches away from her own. Kim's eyes widened with terrified recognition. Without distance, without the distortion of being underwater, the identity was clear. The ghost was the spitting image of the tattoo on Justin's upper arm. 12-year-old Lucy Patterson. But this Lucy, rust-colored ghost Lucy, had black holes for eyes, not bright green ones. And rather than an easy, big-toothed smile, she presented a fierce grimace. "I'm his favorite!" Lucy screamed as she lunged toward the steering wheel. "Me! Not you! Not Mom! Not Renee!" Kim tried to see the road through the blur of rust, tried to fight against the wheel when it jerked right, tried to keep her bare foot from pushing the gas pedal all the way to the floor. But she couldn't. The Firebird jumped the curb and sped into Keeler Park at 40 miles per hour. "I'll always be his favorite! His favorite! By the time it accelerated across 2 soccer fields and slammed into the massive oak tree shading the playground, it had reached a fatal speed of 65. Holes in the Fabric by Todd Kiesling. 1983, outside Stafford, Kentucky. Norma Leifthauser stood behind the volunteers while the county fire marshal went over the disposal procedures. The other men snickered and cracked jokes under their breath, half-hearted attempts at hiding the nervousness among them, the anxiety in the air. Norma tasted that anxiety now as she waited in the shadows of the poplar trees. Ash, copper, grass, smoke. The smell of death had yet to overwhelm the forest clearing. That would come much later. Any questions? The fire marshal, a stout man named Gary Kissinger, surveyed the row of volunteers culled from the neighboring towns. His eyes fell upon Norma, the only woman in the group, and lingered for a few seconds before moving on. A lanky fellow in the front raised his hand. "How are we supposed to get the bodies back to the road?" He gestured to the trail behind them, a beaten path swallowed by the overgrowth. "You don't expect us to carry 'em back to that shithole village, do you, Gary?" "Yeah, Eugene, I do." Gary looked to the rest. "I expect all of you to help, and I expect you all to do this as respectfully as possible. These people had families, just like you and me." Someone scoffed. Another man piped up from the far end. "We should just stack 'em up there with the rest of their church and watch 'em burn. Fucking Satanists is all they were." Murmurs erupted among the group, and Norma counted 10 nodding heads. Gary's face reddened. He stomped over to the dissenter and leaned into the man's face. "You so much as look at them ruins and I'll make sure you spend a week in lockup. Chief Bell and I go way back. Don't test me, son." Norma watched the exchange, transferring her weight from one foot to the other. Contrasting scents of ash and blood filled her nose and stained her tongue with an awful taste. Coming here was a mistake. She shouldn't have volunteered. But the money. She thought of her son, Johnny, and of her landlord, Mrs. Pennington, and how she was already 3 weeks past due on the rent. Her jobs at Ron's department store and Garvey's Gas and Go were barely keeping a roof over their heads. Every month was a game of hot potato with the bills, juggling which would get paid on time and which wouldn't. Mrs. Pennington was kind enough, but she had her own bills to pay, and Norma hated being a burden to anyone. The extra $250 promised to volunteers would go a long way in keeping them off the street. "Gonna keep up, Missy?" Gary's voice ripped her from her thoughts. Norma lifted her chin and met the man's stare. "Sorry, didn't catch that." A few of the other men laughed. Even Gary had a dumb smile on his face. "I said it's going to be a long day. Are you sure you're going to keep up?" He paused, listening to the muffled laughter. "Ain't too late to back out if you want to go back home." Norma's cheeks flushed, but she clenched her teeth and forced a smile. She broke through the line of men and stood in front of the fire marshal. "I'll keep up." She reached for the work gloves in her back pocket and slipped them on. "Can you?" The men broke into a fit of laughter this time. Gary stared, sizing her up, a crooked smile on his face. He nodded. "That's the kind of grit we're looking for." "Good," Norma said. "It's the only kind you're going to get from me." She patted Gary's shoulder and started up the hillside. Late morning, light broke through the forest's canopy and drove away the shadows crawling along the side of Calvary Hill. They'd managed to move half the bodies in a couple hours, but the day was warming up, and the flies were beginning to amass. Norma snuffed out her cigarette and watched a pair of men carry another body to the pile. There were 20 or so now, stacked like a cord of firewood along the perimeter of the clearing, each one tied in thick plastic sheeting. Dark trails striped the hillside from where the congregants took their lives, overshadowed by the charred remains of the old church, its timbers still smoldering. She thought about what the man said earlier that morning. Fucking Satanists is all they were. Norma knew that wasn't true, of course. They might have been crazy. Their minister, Jacob, certainly was. But they weren't Satanists. There were no pentagrams here, no mockery of the Trinity. She'd grown up hearing about the crazy cult out in the woods near Devil's Creek, heard the old tales of voices on the wind and living shadows creeping among the trees. Norma looked around the clearing, at the groups of men dragging bodies from around the curve of the hill. The sun shone down on them all from a clear blue sky. She might as well have been on a nature hike. $250 for this? Easiest money I've ever made. She'd heard the call for volunteers on the radio the prior morning on her way to work. The county was offering cash money since no one was willing to do it for free. And why would they? Everyone else her age had heard the same stories, the same gossip about the crazy Masters cult near Devil's Creek Road. The woods were haunted, of course. Ghosts of the damned everywhere. Everyone knew someone who'd driven out here to get a look at the strange compound the cult built in the woods. Everyone had a story about this place. Now that she was here, she realized she'd have a story of her own. And what a story it would be. 50-plus bodies all dead from self-inflicted wounds, the smoldering ruins of a church, 20 macho guys trying to impress the single lady in their presence. Maybe she'd write a novel and make a fortune like that guy in Maine. Or maybe you could stop daydreaming and get back to work. Smiling, Norma wiped sweat from her brow and put on her gloves. She was 3 steps into the clearing when a voice called out to her from the woods. "Norma Jean Lefty, you ain't aged a day." The voice was familiar, a sing-song lilt she'd not heard since high school. No one called her Norma Jean Lefty except Molly Croner, and she'd not seen Molly since... Norma stopped, pivoted on her heel, and searched the perimeter. Weeds and wildflowers and tree limbs swayed in the breeze. Clouds rolled in front of the sun, blanketing the clearing in shadow, and a slow chill crept along her arms. Elsewhere, Gary barked orders about the remaining bodies. "Molly Jane Croner," she whispered. "You're dead with the rest of them." She turned back toward the hill and shrugged off the chill. "Dead as a doornail, darling. You and Robbie and Mr. Marley, too." Molly Croner's body lay near the remains of the church entrance, her hand still clutching the knife she'd thrust into her own throat. Norma hesitated before covering her old friend in plastic. The pained expression on Molly's face spoke for her in the absence of life, a determined rictus of agony and contempt and defiance, with cloudy eyes gazing upward at some unseen paradise. Gary had told them they might see familiar faces, told them to push through it and remember these lost souls made their choices. And what a choice Molly had made. Norma unfolded the plastic shroud beside her dead friend and struggled to remember when they'd last spoken. "You ain't aged a day." But she had, and the years between them had not been kind. 5, maybe 6 years now, long before Johnny was born. Molly and her husband Robbie stood up among the congregation of First Baptist, professed their devotion to the one true higher power, and marched down the aisle amidst mumbled protests and gossip. Months later, Norma heard rumors that her friend had joined the cult outside of town, right around the time allegations of child abuse surfaced against the Reverend Jacob Masters. No charges ever materialized, however, and the murmurs of Stafford's dirty secret out here in the woods slowly faded in the months to follow. Time ebbed and flowed. Norma met a man, had a child, and lost that man in the span of a year. She struggled to keep that boy fed, struggled to keep herself fed for that matter, and now, after all these years, here she was staring down at her friend's pallid face. Norma rolled Molly's body onto the plastic sheet. "Like stacking logs, firewood. It's not her anymore, Norma Jean. The body's just a vessel, a temple. Remember that. You're just moving an empty temple." Something gurgled within her friend's corpse. The body uttered a guttural belch from its orifices, an expulsion of gases and decay, and the smell hit Norma like a rotten wall. She turned away and retched. "Hold your cookies, missy." Gary's voice echoed across the clearing, followed by a chorus of laughter. Norma shook her head, wiped her mouth, and gave her audience the finger. "It's like that time everyone in high school laughed at you when you slipped in dog shit at the playground." Norma's breath hitched. She wheeled around, expecting to find her friend there, grinning. Molly Croner's body lay face down on the plastic. Flies danced across her matted hair, tasting the blood soaked into her scalp. Norma removed a glove and wiped the sweat from her face. Had to be the heat. She thought about taking a break after pulling her dead friend down the hill, but the longer she stood there deliberating, the more she felt lightheaded. Water. Rest. Molly ain't going anywhere. 20 minutes later, after slaking her thirst and shrugging off the smart-ass quips of her coworkers, Norma returned to the summit and discovered Molly's body missing. The plastic shroud was gone. The hell? She turned, looking for someone dragging her friend's body, looking at the stack of dead cult members near the trailhead. Members of the cleanup crew were farther down the hillside, wrapping bodies in plastic shrouds like morbid gifts. She called out to one of them, and he looked up from his task. The scrawny guy from earlier. The whiner. "What's that?" Norma cleared her throat. "I had a body here. Did someone take it?" "Wasn't me. Maybe it walked away." He let loose a wild howl of laughter, revealing a mouth of missing teeth. Norma rolled her eyes and turned away. No one's taking this seriously. These people killed themselves. Ain't there no respect for the dead? Confused, she made her way back down the hill, intending to investigate the stacks of bodies, but something else caught her eye. Something on the far side of the clearing, shielded from the beating sun by a shadowed canopy of trees. A flash of blue. A figure sheathed in white. Red splotches blossomed on the fabric. "Norma Jean Lafty, over here, darling." Molly's voice carried on the breeze, teasing Norma's ears. "Can't be." She turned back to the lanky fellow, but he was dragging a body down the hill. Several other men, Gary included, were doing the same. The rest were huddled in the shade near the trailhead, their voices and laughter muffled by the distance. Laughter. Of course. They were playing a joke on her, mocking her. Bunch of fucking frat boys. When she turned back, the figure was still there. It raised its hand to her in offering. "I want to show you something, honey. It's the most beautiful thing you'll ever see." More laughter erupted from down the hill. Norma sucked in her breath, swallowed back the agitation, the anger. Enough was enough. But then again, maybe she'd play along, confront this joker head on. Defiant, she walked down the hill toward the trees. She'd walked a few yards into the brush before reconsidering. This was foolish. She had nothing to prove to those macho assholes. The figure she'd glimpsed from the top of the hill was nowhere to be seen. An expanse of trees, ferns, weeds, and shadows stretched before her. Fallen logs lay rotting in the overgrowth. Gnats buzzed around her head, and she swatted at them absently. A light breeze whispered through the trees. She closed her eyes, relishing the cool air and the shade. Molly was dead. She'd seen her friend's body with her own eyes, wrapped her in plastic with her own hands, and now a bunch of good old boys were having to laugh at Norma's expense. This is stupid, Norma Jean. Just a prank. I'm here, Norma. Come walk with me. She opened her eyes and froze. A lone figure stood amongst the trees, 20 yards ahead. Molly was unmistakable, still draped in her blood-soaked robe, the wound in her throat wide open and grinning. This is impossible. The words left her in a whisper, barely audible even to Norma's ears. But Molly heard. She heard. And she responded. My lord makes anything possible, Norma Jean. Come with me. I want to show you something. You're dead, Molly. I live forever in the womb of my lord, Norma. I saw your body. You... Norma's breath hitched as she stifled a sob, her vision clouded with tears. Molly, you killed yourself. Sunlight filtering through the forest canopy caught Molly's eyes, reflecting the deep cerulean blue so bright they seemed to glow. Did Molly have such blue eyes? Norma couldn't remember, and it didn't matter anyway because this was a horrible joke. It wasn't Molly, but someone else. One of the men, probably Gary, that asshole, had talked his wife into driving out here to play a prank. Shit, was Gary even married? Had they even known Molly? And how did this imposter sound so much like her? Her mind raced, circling a deep, thudding ache buried in the back of her skull. Every part of her body was overheated, her throat parched, and a tidal wave of nausea crashed in her belly. I should go back. This was a mistake. I should have stayed home. I'll find the money some other way. A branch snapped as Molly turned and walked beyond a pair of trees. My lord can help you with the money, Norma. Confused, Norma defied the voice screaming in her head, screaming for her to turn around, run, quit on the spot and leave this awful place. The forest around Devil's Creek was truly haunted. She understood that now, understood the stories were all true. But the money... God, she needed the money. What if she wasn't hallucinating? What if her friend was a messenger from the Lord, and there was real salvation out here in the woods? Head swimming, Norma wandered forward into the forest, crunching fallen leaves and twigs underfoot as she followed the voice of her dead friend. Part of her knew this was silly, chasing a ghost into a supposedly haunted forest, but that inner voice of reason took a back seat to her want of understanding. Molly and Robbie disappeared when they were in their early 30s, gave up good lives to live out here in the wilderness with a bizarre family of fanatics. Do you remember when we were little girls, how we used to play in the woods behind my house? Every weekend after church, when their families came together for an early dinner, and every afternoon in the summertime, they made up stories for their adventures, the two girls always intrepid explorers diving deep into the uncharted wilderness on the outskirts of Stafford. Even when their parents cautioned them about doing so, suggesting little girls play with their dolls or play house, Molly and Norma insisted they chart the vast thicket of trees behind Molly's house. We made a map of every tree, every gully, even the dried creek bed. Remember our fort? I do, but there wasn't much to it. Just some old pallets we found near the road and some fallen branches covered in leaves. The day we built it, I went home and found 2 ticks on my leg. My daddy had to burn them off with a match. Remember the last time we went there? Norma stopped, sucked in her breath. The forest was silent now, except for the faint trickling of water. Devil's Creek wasn't far from here. Molly appeared from behind a tree and smiled. Remember when I kissed you? when you kissed me back? Remember when you said you loved me?" Her cheeks flushed. Reluctant, Norma nodded. She remembered, had thought about it every day since. They were teenagers then, nearly out of high school, inseparable even when their peers pressured them to stay within their social classes. "Your little brother had followed us into the woods and saw us. Told your dad. God, I thought he was going to explode when we got back." The kiss wasn't expected, nor was it surprising. She'd adored Molly for years, but only when they reached high school did her feelings intensify. That Molly made the first move only reinforced what Norma felt in her heart, which made what happened between their parents more painful. Accusations between families flew for weeks, culminating in Molly's parents sending her away to a special Christian camp shortly before graduation. Norma's mom and dad couldn't afford such things. Instead, they grounded their daughter and forbade her from seeing Molly again. And she didn't, not until several years later, when Molly returned home after college. By then, Norma was on her own, working 2 part-time jobs and dating the man who would become Johnny's father. "I thought you'd moved on." "You did move on. And I just stood in place," she wanted to say, but her words were drowned by the tears spilling down her cheeks. When she wiped her face, she spotted Molly in the distance, framed between the hollow trunks of 2 fallen trees. The glow of her eyes pierced the shadows and cast the forest in a blue haze. "We can make up for lost time, Norma. Come with me now. It's just a bit further. I never understood why you never talked to me again. Even after you came home, after you graduated and moved out on your own. You never tried to talk to me, like I didn't exist anymore. What did they do to you at that camp?" Silence but for the rustling of the trees and weeds in the breeze. Molly's phantom was gone. Norma held her breath, waiting for her friend to reply, but there was only the whine of gnats in her ear and the chirping of birds overhead. She'd gone so far into the forest that she couldn't hear the rest of the cleanup crew. She wondered if they'd noticed she was missing. The thought of Gary's red face emboldened her. "Norma Jean Lafty, this way." Her aching heart fluttered at the sound of Molly's voice. Norma pushed forward into the brush. She followed her friend's apparition until they came to Devil's Creek. From there, Molly turned north toward the creek's watershed, the Cumberland River. Norma walked in silence, wrestling with the knotted thoughts tumbling through her head. All of this felt like a dream, and she half wondered if that was true, that she'd fainted from the heat back at Calvary Hill. Twice she pinched herself in the soft flesh between thumb and forefinger. Twice she winced at the pain. She wasn't dreaming. This was real. Her friend's spirit was here, walking along the surface of the creek's babbling waters like Jesus, and she was following like a true disciple would. Her world and worries seemed a universe away, lost in the back of her mind in a heavy fog. Molly was here. Molly was real. And somehow this would all work out. She'd go home, introduce Molly to Johnny, and together they'd be a family. Except that wouldn't happen. Couldn't happen. "Molly's dead," she told herself. "You saw her wound and all that blood. You pulled the blade from her throat. There's no coming back from that." And yet Molly was here, mere feet away, upright and walking and talking and saying things only Molly would know. Molly Kroner was dead, and yet very much alive. And God damn it, that had to mean something. Molly looked over her shoulder and smiled. Her eyes painted the forest in shimmering blue light. "This is the power of my Lord, Norma. I am given everlasting life in the womb of my Lord. Father Jacob promised me immortality, and I have been delivered this most holy gift. All this time you were out here worshiping God? Not any God, not the God of the deceivers, not the God of the false Messiah, the one true God. Can't you see we're among his angels here in the garden?" Molly lifted her hands to the trees as if in prayer, motioning to the shadows clinging to their trunks like rich oil. And then the shadows opened their piercing blue eyes and peeled themselves away, stretching their bodies until they stood upon the forest floor with impossible legs. Norma stared in terror, unable to believe what she was seeing. She'd heard the stories of living shadows in these woods, shadows with eyes that whispered and sang with a chorus of different voices. Molly's angels in this unlikely Eden. "Come, my love, they will usher us into the waters of your baptism." "My baptism?" "So that you may see with our eyes, hear with our ears, and speak with our many tongues. The old ways demand it." Norma had been raised in the church, attending First Baptist in downtown Stafford just like everyone else, but she never believed it. People who picked on her at school were nice to her at church, and she'd learned early on that masks were a part of everyone's Sunday best. She'd never conformed to that ritual of hypocrisy, much to her parents' disappointment, and the thought of pledging herself to a faith with a ceremonial cleanse had always seemed wrong to her. But now, as they neared the river, Molly's suggestion of baptism was almost pleasant, peaceful. Why not shrug off the worries of the world and devote herself to something greater? Eternal life in the womb of Molly's Lord sounded just fine with her, if it meant she could be with Molly for all time. And Johnny, he would serve his Lord in another way, for the old ways demanded flesh, demanded a sacrifice as a means of devotion. Little Johnny would become a vessel for the nameless God, his skin the pages of a new gospel, writ in blood and scars. For the Lord demanded youth and vitality for sustenance. And little Johnny. A voice screamed from the back of her mind, its sound a furious cry of rage, so intense it swept through her in a singular convulsion. "No!" Norma snapped back to the present, cognizant of the change in her surroundings. The rushing waters of the Cumberland River were in sight, babbling across a small delta of sediment and feeding the creek. A crow cawed overhead. Somewhere along the shore, a bullfrog barked before diving into the murky water with a solid plunk. Molly and her angels were gone. Johnny, she thought, looking up at the sky. The sun was past its midpoint overhead. The cleanup crew would be finished by now. Hell, they'd probably left without her, and she suspected Gary had taken pleasure in it. She turned, peered into the mouth of the forest. Devil's Creek Road was miles back. If she followed the creek, she'd reach the road by sundown. From there, she had a long walk back to civilization. Johnny would be fine with his grandma, but Norma knew she'd never hear the end of this from her mother. God, what the hell was she thinking, wandering this deep into the forest? She made for the woods, intent on retracing her steps alongside the stream, but slipped on a collection of rocks and splashed down in the creek. The cold water stole her breath as it ran over her hands and soaked her jeans, but she welcomed its relief from the heat. She remained there in the creek for a time, watching the water wash over her calloused hands as she buried her fingers in the silt. Baptism. She'd been dreaming of baptism and Molly Croner, and something else. A primal thing, its voice a jarring echo of forbidden song and scripture deep in her head. Its reach was immeasurable in body and spirit, a nameless thing of shadow and earth and stars and so many eyes. Eyes she now felt bearing down upon her. Our Lord sees you now, child. Molly stood at the mouth of the forest, coated in shadow and eyes alight in blue fire. Others joined her now, robed figures coated in their precious lifeblood. There was Robbie Croner, one of the first to be wrapped in plastic and heaved down the hillside. He floated to his wife's side and smiled. The rest she didn't know, but she did recognize their pale, lifeless faces. She'd wrapped some of them in plastic herself. The victims of the suicide cult emerged from the forest. An army of blue eyes, gory robes, and mutilated throats marching, floating toward her. Fear chilled her blood as she struggled to reconcile the impossibilities before her. She closed her eyes, shook her head to wake up from this nightmare. The figures were still there when she opened her eyes again, smiling from mouth and wound. God, there was so much blood, pouring dark and rich from their throats and collecting in the stream below them. Dark tendrils formed in the water, entwining with one another as they snaked their way against the current. Norma watched in a frozen stupor as the dark substance coiled around her fingers and wrists. Oh, Jesus. Gross. The tendrils hardened as they pulled her down toward the water. Norma braced herself, digging her heels into the mud as she pulled against her bindings. Laughter erupted among her ghostly audience as she struggled, filling her mind with a new surge of fear, and she tried to block them out. The tendrils were more like roots now. Perhaps they'd always been. Dark, skeletal fingers reaching from the earth to ensnare her. They rubbed her skin raw as she fought to pull herself free. No! Let me go! Let me go! Norma wrenched herself upright, stamped her shoe against the gnarled roots, and yanked backward as hard as she could. Let me go! The roots snapped, and she fell backward across the delta of mud and stones, splashing down on the river shore. The time of your baptism is here, Norma Jean. Stunned by the fall, Norma scrambled to regain her footing. The congregation of spirits barred her way into the forest. No matter, she'd swim if she had to. Anything to get away from this cursed place. She turned and gasped. Children. Dozens by the look of them. Maybe hundreds. Each one draped in bloody robes, pale-faced with bright blue eyes, hovering like lifeless dolls above the churning river current. Norma had no time to rethink her plan. Something erupted from the water to her right and was upon her in an instant. The last thing she felt was a coarse fabric pressing into her face, and something rancid and cold forcing its way into her mouth. The shroud pulled over her face stung her skin with its coarse texture. Whatever held her down beneath the surface had wrapped her face tight in the cloth, and she beat her hands against the attacker while fighting the urge to breathe. Tighter, the shroud dug into her skin, tearing a trench across the lower half of her face. Panicked, she opened her eyes to the cold, wet darkness. There were holes in the fabric, and through them she saw shadows, shapes in her violent drowning. Darkly impossible things with too many eyes and so many mouths, each needle-like tooth, a spike on which parts of children were impaled, and oozing the blood of many, while thick ropes of viscous sludge coiled and contracted in the gaps between. And the cold. God, the cold was beyond anything she'd ever experienced, a frigid blanket of air oppressing her body and lungs and heart, and numbing her soul to the point of willful oblivion. A cold so vast and deep it cracked her mind, deep canyons in the folds of her brain now overflowing with the knowledge of what is and should not be. A place beyond death, where her friend Molly now existed and where the dead were slaves to something far greater than themselves, something seen and yet unseen, an absence of logic and reason in the scope of human understanding, an entity so vast it lacked distinguishable form, tucked away in the folds beneath continental shelves, watching the human parasites walk upon the surface with 1,000 eyes poised outward, inward, through the fabric of time and space, a being so infinite, and yet now, here, held beneath the waves like an insect washed out to sea. It saw her, Norma Jean Lifthauser, mother of little Johnny, her only legacy to a cold and callous world from a lifetime of disappointment and hardship. It saw her with all its eyes. It tasted the salt of her skin with all its many tongues. And in those impenetrable moments, when time ceased and she glimpsed the impossible through the shroud, the nameless void infected her mind to make her one of its own, gifting her with but a grain of knowledge from the sands of an infinite shore and taking from her the essence that was her soul on which to feed upon later. And in that fraction of time it whispered its desire, its deep and guttural wanting, a primal need of the tender flesh of human youth. And if she would give up her only son, as so many others had before her, then she would be gifted eternal life in the womb of this divine creature as they awaited the coming of their Savior from the depths of the earth. And through the violent churning of waves, she heard a voice whisper in her head, with the sweet innocence of all those sacrificed children, "Do you accept this blessing in exchange for the flesh of your son?" Norma shook her head, to free herself from her captor. Colors swirled before her eyes as her lungs yearned for one more breath. Desperate, she thrashed the air and planted her feet, found solid ground, and forced herself upright to the water's surface. She gasped for air, swallowing water and doubling over in a coughing fit. The fabric shroud clung to her head, and she tore it free when she regained her composure. Molly and the other suicides were gone. The children were gone, too, and as she surveyed her surroundings, Norma began to wonder if they were ever there in the first place. She stood in the shallows of the river. Overhead, the sun was slowly setting below the forest canopy. Her head and chest ached, and when she returned to shore, a violent pain tore through her gut. Her knees buckled, and down she went, splashing into the mud once again. "Get out of my head!" Her voice was little more than a whimper, barely audible against the sound of the river current. "Stop telling me. I won't. I can't." When the pain subsided, she gathered her strength and found her footing. Norma gripped the fabric in her hands and examined it. Her baptismal shroud was a torn section of white cloth marked with holes and bloodstains. On one side, a series of faded words read, "Property of Molly C." A piece of her dead friend's robe. Had Molly been the one to hold her down beneath the waves? Had it really happened? The new voices in her head said so. Gary Kissinger found the woman walking alongside Devil's Creek Road. It had been hours since they'd packed up the last of the bodies and left that awful place. But when all was accounted for, he was missing one body. The proud little thing from that morning with the nice figure and tired eyes. Back at the station in town, none of the men could recall seeing her, not since earlier that afternoon, not since they'd teased her about tossing her cookies. He didn't want to be the one to tell Chief Bell there was a woman lost out here in the woods. After all the men had gone their separate ways, Gary hopped into his pickup and drove back to the wilderness beyond Stafford. He spotted her just beyond a fork in the road. "I'll be goddamned." He slowed the truck and pulled alongside the woman, lowering his window to talk to her. "Missed your ride, huh?" She said nothing, kept on walking. The blank look on her face made him uneasy. Maybe it was sunstroke, or maybe she'd seen something out there in the woods. Maybe she'd seen one of those shadowy ghosts all the old-timers used to talk about when he was a boy. "Missy, let's get you home. What do you say?" No response. Frowning, Gary parked the truck and climbed out. He walked up to her, put his hand on her shoulder. "Miss..." The young woman slowed to a stop and turned. Tears streaked her dirty face. Gary Kissinger didn't say another word. He took her hand and led her back to the truck. On the drive back into town, he asked her what had happened, and finally she spoke. "I saw..." She stopped, eyed him with caution, then turned toward the window. "I got lost. Couldn't find my way back." Hell, there ain't no shame in that. Happens to the best of us. Shit, this one time. Am I still going to be paid?" He swallowed his words, gave her a once-over as they parked at the fire station. He had half a mind not to pay her a dime, especially since she wasn't around to help carry the bodies back to the trucks. But there was something about the look of her, a desperation he couldn't place, a desperation that wasn't there this morning. Whatever had happened to her had bled the confidence right out of her. All that he saw now was a scared woman who'd been through something she didn't want to talk about. "Yeah. Come back in the morning and pick up your pay. $250 as agreed." She offered him a timid smile as she opened the door, the dome light reflected in her eye, filling them with an odd blue glow. He'd never seen such blue eyes before, and he found himself staring too long. He looked away, embarrassed. "You'll be okay?" "Yes," she said, climbing out of the truck. "Thank you for the ride. Have a good night." He watched her walk to her car and waited until she was gone to leave himself. The whole ride home he thought about her eyes and how he couldn't remember if they were blue that morning. Johnny was asleep when she arrived at her mom's house. Her mother attempted to start an argument, but Norma said nothing in reply. She gathered her son's things and carried the sleeping boy to her car. She'd deal with her mother in the morning. Back home, Norma tucked Johnny into bed. When she was done, she sat at the edge of his bed and watched the child sleep. The voices in her head told her to do her Lord's will, but she hesitated, wringing the piece of Molly's robe in her hands instead of acting on those foreign urges. I won't. I didn't. I refuse. You put this inside me. It's not my will. It's not my will. Her son stirred, rolled over, opened his eyes in a squint. Mama, are we home? Shh. It's all right, love. Go back to sleep. Johnny was satisfied with this. He smiled softly before closing his eyes, and within minutes he was fast asleep once again. Norma wanted so badly to join him in slumber, but every time she closed her eyes, she saw the dead faces of the cultists staring back at her, saw the unblinking eyes of a nameless void staring into her soul. They begged her to end her son's life, begged to give him over to the one true God deep below the earth. Norma Lifthauser curled up with her son and watched him sleep, vigilant against the forces inside her which demanded his life. She knew she couldn't avoid sleep forever, knew those ghosts in her head were persuasive. The impossible things she'd glimpsed through the holes in the fabric, the impossible things which had stared back into her, would be waiting for her in the dark. She'd face them then, for as long as she could fight. It was the only sort of grit they were going to get from her. Dog Days by Kenneth W. Kane. January 3rd, 1979. Found September 4th, 2018, in the attic of Nelson Contreras' house on Dovetail Drive. Somehow, I've ended up trapped in my dusty attic. The distinct aroma of mold fills my sinuses. A haunting wind whistles through the vent. Despite my surroundings, I'm only trying to survive, writing this letter to maintain my sanity more than anything. Truthfully, I'm not sure why I bother. I doubt anyone will find it. Hopefully, if someone does, by that time I've made it through this madness unharmed. That's all I want. To live. It started 3 days ago when my dog, Honey, was out back and started barking like crazy. At first, I ignored her. Being a beagle, she gets to hooting and howling most nights. But something about that night got her worked up, and it was late, so I wanted to get her inside before any of my neighbors complained. Speaking of neighbors, I have seen none for weeks. I'm unsure if that's a sign of what happened to them, what might happen to me. My sole focus was to get Honey inside before she made too much of a ruckus. Now I wish I had left her outside. I don't know what Honey got into out there, but she dug in good, yapping and yapping, refusing to come when I called. I'd thought she'd cornered a possum or a skunk. Whatever she got into out in the woods behind my house, it couldn't have been any regular creature, not after the way she'd been acting ever since. By the time I got her inside, Honey had changed. Not outwardly, but something in her eyes. Not that I thought her rabid or sick. This was something different. Honey looked off, like she wasn't altogether there. And though I felt bad for my pup, I decided I couldn't take any chances, so I locked Honey up in the laundry room until morning, when I could take her to the vet. Just my luck, I never got the chance. When morning came around and I looked out the front door, I noticed a change in our little rural neighborhood. Several dogs roamed freely about the streets, none of them with their owners. I saw a couple I recognized over the next few hours looking out the front window, the Smith's dog and Gregor from down the road. But most of them weren't familiar. Worse yet, all these dogs, and I mean every last one, had that same mad look in their eyes Honey displayed prior to me locking her up. One of the other dogs, a dark-haired husky, saw me in the window and ran up barking and foaming at the mouth. I knew then I had to call the police. What scared me most was finding my phone dead. My luck couldn't have been any worse. No way was I heading outside to face those dogs. Sure, I'd considered it, and maybe I would have if it hadn't been for Honey. I'd gone to feed her, filling a couple Tupperware bowls with food and water, and opening the door enough to slide them in. When I opened the door, Honey attacked, clawing at the bowls, slushing the water all over the floor in her attempts to get at me. Her ferociousness worsened by the hour, too, until I feared I would have no choice but to put her down. My heart breaks just thinking about it. I never thought I could bring myself to hurt Honey. Even writing about it now brings a tear to my eye, remembering when I bought her as a pup, her snuggling beside me each night while watching TV. No way I could put her down, so I'd thought. Heck, I don't even own a gun. Never have. Just wasn't my thing. Now I regret my reluctance to arm myself, forced to resort to wielding two of the biggest knives I have as if they could fend off any dog. And that's exactly what I needed. Protection. Because right then, after I'd made one of the hardest decisions of my life, Honey escaped the laundry room. I've no idea how she got out, but I took off like a bat out of hell. Maybe she chewed her way through a wall into the foyer bathroom. I'd been spending a lot of time upstairs, trying to spy another living human through some binoculars I kept in my nightstand. Honey had been making plenty of noise all along, so I hadn't paid her much mind. When I went to go back down and saw her standing there at the foot of the stairs, I nearly pissed myself. She came barreling up the stairs, and I had to think fast. Like an idiot, I chose the attic, barely escaping as I climbed the wooden ladder. When I spun to draw up the stairs, Honey kept trying to bite my hands, clawing and snapping her ferocious jaws. That was my Honey, my dog, my best friend, trying to hurt me. It was an hour after I got those stairs up before I stopped crying. Up here, there's no food, and Honey's a smart dog. She knows I need to eat. If only I could trap one of these mice or even a squirrel. Anything, I swear, I'd eat it raw. Because I have to eat. How many days can someone go without eating? What is it, 3 weeks? I'm uncertain, as it's only been a little over 2, and I'm feeling desperate. The only way out of this attic is down those stairs. I can hear Honey pacing up and down the hallway. Either that, or I have to make my way out through the vent. Then it's a 3-story drop straight down. If I had wings, that wouldn't be far. But as a human, a fall like that would probably kill me. Even if it didn't, I'd break every bone in my body, and I'd have to face off against those dogs out there. With some good fortune, maybe I could make it to safety. But I'm not lucky often. It's more probable those dogs would claw me down as I hobbled toward safety. They'd end me, for sure. Still, I can't face Honey. I'm not sure which option is better, starving or jumping to my death. I suppose once I get desperate enough, we'll find out. Ellen Furlong. June 22nd, 2001. Recording found September 4th, 2018, in the kitchen drawer. Also found 2 printed photos of an ordinary hand. Note to self, call my lawyer as soon as possible. I'm recording this as documentation for a potential lawsuit. There are 3 dogs, maybe more, outside my house. I'm unsure whose dogs they are, as I've only just moved here within the last few weeks. But whoever owns them, either they aren't aware of the leash law or they don't care. Whatever the case, I plan to sue the pants off them once I find out whom these mutts belong to. I'm too damn old to get accosted by these numbskull neighbors' dogs without getting something out of it. On the way into my house, they came after me, all of them at once. One nipped my hand. It took a full hour to stop the bleeding. I've taken photos with my digital camera and printed them out as evidence. Worse yet, I have a fever now I can't seem to shake. No doubt this is something I caught from that mutt. Now my arthritis is flaring up, and there's a stabbing pain in my hip from running so damn hard at my age. Going to the doctor soon. I've got my handgun, and I'll shoot to kill if one of those mongrels comes at me. I wish this house had a garage. Who builds a house like this without a garage? Maybe I can find out who the builder was and sue them too. All these kids nowadays, so lazy, always doing things the wrong way. They have it coming to them. Unknown. October 10th, 1962. Found September 4th, 2018, beneath the kitchen cabinets. Dearest Gary, should you find this letter, please help. You might not believe this, but Kipper tried to bite me today. You've been on the road for work, so I was preparing dinner for myself when Kipper came at me. I hurried to the basement, threw the door open, and ducked into the darkness below. When I turned to close the door, there, standing in the doorway, was our Kipper. He growled at me like he didn't know who I was anymore. It frightened me, the way his eyes caught the light and glowed that strange green color like they do. I shooed him away, but Kipper only snapped at my hand when I did, growling even louder and acting like a crazy dog. Before he could push his way through, I tried to close the door, but it didn't get shut in time. He got his upper half through, each of us fighting against one another for ground. If he hadn't lost his footing, I might not be writing this letter now. That's how bad it's gotten. I quickly slammed the door shut, and Kipper's been whining and moaning and clawing at the door ever since. Something about that dog isn't right. Not any longer. You aren't due home until tomorrow, and I'm afraid what could happen in that span of time. I pray someone else comes to check on me before then. Maybe my mother or one of our close friends. Anyone would be a godsend. I'm worried about our dog, but most of all, I'm concerned for my safety. I think Kipper's gone mad. From time to time, he settles. When he does, I watch beneath the door, waiting until he gets back up and starts pacing back and forth. It's like he refuses to give up. I've never seen our happy dog so determined. That's why I know I can't escape through the kitchen. I have to find another way out. The windows in the basement are small. I'm thin, but likely not skinny enough to squeeze through the opening. Regardless, I'm not sure I have any choice but to try. That might be my only way out of this basement. If I can free myself, I'll run to the neighbors and call the police. Maybe they can help with Kipper. Anyway, if you find this letter, I love you. I'll likely be at the Nelsons' house. Just know that I'm scared. I need my husband. Gary, please come as soon as you get home. Farah. October 13th, 1962. Found September 4th, 2018. Lodged behind the basement windowsill. To whom it may concern. When I slid my last letter under the basement door, our dog Kipper wasn't around. But the second I slid that letter through, he started making an awful fuss. Stooped over on my hands and knees, my face planted against the cold wood of the top stair, looking under the door. I saw his shadow come into view. It all happened so fast. Kipper tried to nip my nose, which startled me so badly I nearly fell down the stairs when I leaped back. Once I recovered, I made my way back up, trying to determine whether my letter could be seen. And the more I tried to see, the more Kipper acted up, gnawing on the wood, tearing away thin strips and chewing on them before spitting them to the floor. It's almost like he's rabid. Dear God, I hope that's not the case. Anyway, seeing him like that, I made my way to the lone basement window, where I tore down the blinds and cracked the window. The glass only opened so far, maybe 12 inches at most. It looks rather tight for a woman my size. I could break it, but I wouldn't want to do that unless it's necessary, given the cost of repairing a window. Either way, I'm glad I didn't. Upon readying to climb through the window, the most ferocious face greeted me. I didn't recognize the snarling dog, perhaps a stray. If it wasn't for me shutting the window, surely that dog would have broken through. This dog is far more disturbed than Kipper. It never leaves the window, standing there with its nose pressed against the pane, hackles up, constantly growling at me. Whenever I make the slightest move, the dog barks and scratches the window. All I can do is watch as its nose follows me around the basement, leaving a smear of snot and blood and foam. There must be something going around. I'm not sure if it's rabies or something worse, but I wish someone would come and put this dog down. I'm more afraid of it than I am Kipper, and I'm not attached to this one. Regardless of either dog's state of being, I have to escape. I need to find a way out of this house so I can seek refuge elsewhere. Someplace where I can get a meal, because I'm famished. Even the crickets look good at this point. I've considered trapping a juicy one just to see if I can stomach it. But there are other concerns that haunt my thoughts, nagging me to just give up. My husband, Gary, should have arrived home this morning, but he's long overdue. I've screamed all day at the top of my lungs, despite the crazed dog at the window, and not a single person has come for me. My voice has gone hoarse from yelling, and surely, if there was anyone out there, they would have heard me by now. I would have seen someone stroll by, but I've not seen a single soul. My desperation has me not thinking straight. But should the dog at the window let down its guard, I'll make my move. If someone finds this letter, please get word to my Gary, so he knows where I am. I'll wait until tonight when the dog is sleeping, which it rarely does. Wish me luck. Farah Antwerp. March 13th, 1988. Found September 4th, 2018, in the bedroom closet. Why am I even writing this stupid letter? And who is it even to? I think I've just got to get this out of my head, try to sort through what just happened. I feel like I'm losing my mind, and if I can't get my thoughts straight, I might do something irrational. Then again, maybe that's exactly what I should do. I'm pissed, and some fucker has to pay for this. My neighbor's dog attacked me when I got home from work. I ran into the house, but unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough to get the door shut. That bastard got in, and next thing I know, I'm on the floor grappling for my life. No way I can shake that image from my thoughts now. Every time I close my eyes, I see it standing over me, its jaws snapping again and again, its bloodshot eyes squinted, lips drawn back in a snarl, foam and spit and blood dripping onto my face. Something about its breath wasn't right, and if I hadn't been within reach of my umbrella, which luckily had fallen from my coat rack when we knocked it over, I might not have escaped. I had to beat the thing off me, and even then that took longer than I would have expected. I've no idea what sort of damage I did. I took off upstairs to the bathroom before I could get a look. Not that it mattered. I heard that bastard scrambling up the stairs behind me, and it's been clawing at the door ever since. You'd think it would get tired, figure out there's no way in and move on to some easier prey. But no, that fucking dog's still out there, whining, making all sorts of noise. If I owned a gun, I'd blow a hole the size of Texas through that thing and put it out of its misery. God knows it's got rabies or some shit like that. And it's attacked me, so I wouldn't be in the wrong. The damn thing is crazy mad. One thing's for sure, I will have to take it out myself. I tried to call the police, but my line is deader than a doornail. There's only two ways out, through the window or the door. If I take the door, I'll have to face off against that dog. The window might get me to the roof. From there, maybe I can take a tree down to the ground and hustle over to a neighbor's house. The latter is likely my best bet. Anyway, I figure I'd best leave a note, just in case something happens and I end up breaking my neck climbing down from the roof. I'm probably just being silly and making a big deal out of nothing. Fred. November 29th, 2009. Found September 4th, 2018. Carved into the foyer closet wall. Fucking dogs! Goddamn dogs! Kill! 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 Dogs suck! September 4th, 2018. Text message to Ella Taylor, Nelson's fiancée. Ella, I found all these letters about dogs around the house. So? It's just messed up. I think these people died. What? What are you talking about? Well, one of the neighbors said this house was all effed up, that people went crazy here talking about rabid dogs. WTF. Right? Thing is, no one ever found any bodies, according to him, and a lot of these peeps claim no one else was around. This guy, though, says that wasn't true. Their neighbors were home all along. I found the first letter shortly after talking to him. I'll have to check them out when I get off work. Yep, it's messed up AF. You think it's anything to worry about? What? Don't be silly. I've not even seen any dogs around that neighborhood since we started looking. Don't be silly, smiley face. It's just that... Wait, you said there weren't any dogs, right? Yes. Then whose dog is outside? Stop kidding around. That's not funny. I wasn't trying to be. I'm not kidding. There's a fucking dog outside. Well, leave it alone. Stay inside. I will. Don't worry. I'll call the... Nelson? Nelson? Stop fucking around. Nelson? WTF. Stop it now. Nelson? September 5th, 2018, from the Daily Boast. A couple who only recently moved to Reeseville, Maryland, found themselves in a dire situation yesterday when one Nelson Contreras texted his fiancée about some letters he found regarding the history surrounding the property at 346 Dovetail Drive. Sources say Nelson could not be located upon his fiancée arriving home, and that no such letters were found at the residence. Foul play is not suspected at this time, though Nelson's fiancée has filed a missing persons report. Anyone having knowledge of Nelson's current location should contact the state police. Reward offered. Drown by Hunter Shea. "You can take your blindfold off now," Eddie said, the brakes squealing slightly as he pulled the car to the curb. Motes of dirt and dust swirled around the black Jeep Wrangler. It had been an exceptionally dry June, with no sign of rain coming soon. The early summer sun brought out the deep reds and purples in Jessica's hair. Her friend Angela had given her a birthday gift certificate to Jess's favorite salon, and Eddie's girlfriend had wasted no time changing her look. Impulsivity was her middle name. Jessica pulled her eye mask down and squinted against the glare. She'd been in the dark for the past hour, and her eyes needed to adjust. Her vintage Cinderella 1988 concert tour shirt pulled tight against her chest as she stretched. Blinking back a tear, she looked out the front window and scowled. "Is that what I think it is?" Eddie grinned. "It depends on what you think it is. You know how much I hate bed and breakfasts." He curled his hand around her neck and massaged the spot just behind her earlobe. "I sure do. Hence the blindfold. Plus, I wanted to keep your mind clear and fresh." She pulled the eye mask off her head and tossed it on the dashboard. "Really? You brought me to a haunted B&B for our anniversary?" She made air quotes when she said the word haunted. "Call it a working vacation." A year into their relationship, Eddie was well aware how saying or doing the wrong thing could lead to his doom. Part of his charm, at least he thought, was that he tromped through her landmines without a care in the world. They'd been through too much not to be direct with one another. "Who says I want to work? I just wanted a vacation." She pulled away from him with her arms crossed over her chest. Jessica turned to look at the old Victorian home. The wood-carved sign above the door read, "Summer House." The looming structure looked to have been freshly painted a canary yellow with a purple wraparound porch and shutters. This place couldn't have been missed from space. "I promise you, it's really nice inside," he said. "I hate being sequestered to a room and sharing a bathroom and listening to other people screw right next to me. And don't get me started on having to eat what someone arbitrarily decides constitutes a delightful breakfast. Just gross." Eddie tried not to sigh out loud. "You have made all of those points crystal clear to me before. Would it make you feel better to know we're the only people booked for the weekend?" She bit her lip. "Slightly." The ice was breaking. "And that I know for a fact there is a McDonald's nearby where I intend to buy your breakfast, which I will serve you in bed. Extra biscuits, of course." Her love of Mickey D's pancakes, eggs, sausage, and biscuits would never cease to confound him. Her arms fell to her sides, and her face softened. "You're getting warmer." "And that I love you fiercely and only want the best for you?" That brought down the whole ice wall, castle and all. "You jerk," Jessica said, pulling him in for a passionate kiss. "I love you too." Stroking her hair, Eddie asked, "All is forgiven?" "You can be cautiously optimistic. I'm not even worried about the whole getting back to work thing because we both know that these B&Bs only pretend they're haunted to drum up business. This one's different." He got out of the Jeep, jogged around the back, and opened the door for her. "The owners of this particular B&B want people to stop saying it's haunted. Or if it's truly haunted, they want their resident EBs to take a hike." Jessica never used the terms ghost or spirits. Instead, she called them EBs, or energy beings, since that was the core of their makeup, a core that couldn't be destroyed, simply altered. "And that's where I come in," she said. "It's nice to think the owners aren't con artists, but I still have no desire to go chasing EBs away. Besides, they've been steering pretty clear of me lately. Part of my anniversary gift is to make sure you get back to using your gift. You have it for a reason, just like I had mine for a reason." Which, he knew, was to save her back on an island haunted by over 100 dead children and the spirits of a mad family of monsters. That night had literally burned out his psychic powers. He'd left Ormsby Island a shell of his former self. He was still coming to grips with being a normal person. "You ready for this?" "No, but I'm too happy to be a bitch." He got their bags out of the trunk and slipped his arm around her waist as they walked onto the porch. "That's the spirit." The old B&B was exactly like every other, with plush, worn chairs and couches, a ticking clock on the wall, much-used board games stacked on a shelf, doilies on the end tables, and long flowing curtains hanging from the windows. It smelled like potpourri and a decade of bacon and fresh-made hotcakes. They stopped at a raised table with a bell on it, along with a sign that read, "Ring the bell to begin your break from the rat race." "Or to do the honors?" Eddie asked Jessica. "Why not?" No sooner had her palm hit the bell than a couple in their late 60s popped out from a door that neither Eddie nor Jessica had noticed. It gave them both a start. "You must be Eddie and Jessica," the matronly woman said. She had short gray hair and chubby cheeks that matched her hips. Her little green eyes twinkled, and her smile made Eddie wish he had a grandmother he could hug. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead and upper lip. "You have a beautiful place," Eddie said, shaking her damp hand. "We're not charting new territory, but it is cozy," her husband said. He was tall and lanky, with a long jaw and a white beard that touched his chest. Eddie couldn't help thinking, "He's a skinny Santa." His shirt was darkened by perspiration. "And aren't you both adorable? My name is Claire Judson, and this is my husband, Jet." "Jet?" Jessica said. The old man's face reddened. "It's short for Jethro. She was a real Southern belle, my mother. Unfortunately for me, I was born in the North. Not many Jethros in my time." Claire clasped Jessica's hand and asked, "So, do you see or feel anything?" Her eyes darted around the living room. Jessica took a moment and then replied, "Just your hospitality." That brought a world-class smile to Claire's face. Jessica could be a charmer. "You didn't need to book all the rooms this weekend," Jet said. "We would have just told folks they were already booked. The fact that you're helping us is more than enough. If we can get these ghost hunters out of here, we can go back to living a peaceful life. We didn't buy a little B&B at our age to work 80 hours a week with all this ghost nonsense." Claire slapped his arm with the back of her hand. "He didn't mean to offend you." "No worries, we're not ghost hunters," Eddie said. "We don't even call them ghosts." Claire looked relieved. "Relative peace and quiet is all we're looking for." Jessica asked, "When did the activity start to pick up?" Claire and Jet gave each other a look. "About the time we settled in," Jet said. He wiped his brow with a hanky from his back pocket. "And that would be when?" "Oh, a couple of months ago," Claire said. "A couple of months," Jessica said. "That's not a lot of time to get so much buzz going." Jet winked. "You'll see for yourself. What goes on in Summerhouse is pretty, well, unique, I would say. I'll leave it at that." "We're pretty good when it comes to working with the unique," Eddie said. The couple stared at one another uncomfortably for a bit. Then Jet said, "I'll show you to your room. Rooms, actually." He handed Eddie a key ring. "You'll have the run of the place. Eddie already said you won't be needing our cooking services." He looked slightly insulted. Eddie jangled the keys and said, "We have strange hours. It wouldn't be fair to you to work around our schedule." "Well, let me give you the 10-cent tour, then." Jet and Claire showed them around, giving them a little history of the century-old house, town, and how they came to be B&B owners. Then they were led upstairs and given the choice between 3 rooms where they wanted to set their things. "We'll stay with friends to keep out of your hair," Claire said. With a hand to her considerable chest, she added, "I just know you're the answer to our prayers." Jessica touched her lightly on the elbow. "We'll do our best." Jed and Claire shuffled downstairs. When the front door clicked shut, Jessica dropped on the bed and pushed out a huge sigh. "Oh my God, are they the sweetest couple ever? I just want to hug them both like puppies." "That's why I picked them out of everybody. Your website's inbox is pretty full. When you went with Eve for that weekend in Montauk, I spent the time reading through the requests. Jen and Claire sounded sincere, and they needed help. Your kind of help." It had been a year since Jessica had sent an EB packing, a year since she'd even mentioned sensing one. Maybe she'd been tapped out just as he had. But it also meant she could no longer communicate with her deceased father, a fact that devastated her. For that reason alone, Eddie had to get her back into the thick of things to see if her powers could be revived. This weekend would be the perfect setting, a potentially benign haunting in a nice B&B. If nothing happened on the supernatural side, they'd have a great getaway. However, if it worked... "Do you want to get naked now or later?" Jessica asked, pulling him from his thoughts. "Now," he said, grinning. "And later. And maybe a little later after that." She tugged her shirt over her head and unsnapped her bra, tossing it at him. "We'll see if you can handle this much first." Jessica woke up gasping. It wasn't from a nightmare or sensing a presence in the room. Sitting up quickly, she coughed into her fist until a speck of peanut landed on her hand. "That's what happens when you snack before bed and don't brush your teeth," she whispered, happy to see Eddie was still asleep. "Water." She slipped out of bed, nude, her flesh covered in goosebumps from the air conditioning, and into the bathroom to pour a glass of water. She kept the lights off, savoring the chill and darkness, the sound of Eddie's light snores. Jessica closed her eyes and calmed her mind. Nothing. The place was as empty as a dry well. Or maybe there was an EB in the bathroom with her and she just couldn't access it anymore. In the past, energy beings were drawn to her like a flame. Something about her gave them power, at least until she sent them back to where they belonged. She didn't believe in heaven or hell, but she knew for sure there was a place, another plane, where people went when they died. She'd sent her fair share to that mysterious place, to know there was more to life and death than a beginning and an end. Her father spoke to her from that place. Or he used to. Looking at herself in the mirror, she said, "Yep, you're broken." She hadn't missed her abilities most of the time. Life was far less complicated, maybe bordering on dull. But dull was better than nearly getting killed by the paranormal. Here, in this place, she suddenly wished she could get back to some semblance of her old self. Damn Eddie. He knew her better than she knew herself. Eddie had clued her in to the main attraction, and she could see why ghost hunters great and small had swarmed Summer House. Apparently, there were numerous reports of the tubs suddenly turning on at 6 a.m. on the dot. When guests ran into the bathroom to see what had happened, they would witness the water in the tub taking the shape of a sexless person, their legs kicking about, water sloshing over the edge. The apparition struggled in the water until 6:01, and then disappeared. Possible poltergeist? A full-bodied apparition? Tantalizing stuff for the paranormal lights. Jessica sat on the toilet, her hands smoothing over the cool edge of the tub. She'd already set her alarm for 5:55. If normies could see it, perhaps she could too. A cold shiver ran through her. Used to be, Jessica was never scared of EBs, even the ones that lashed out at her. The past couple of years had shown her there was much to be feared, much more than jumping at shadows or busy poltergeists or whispered disembodied voices. She'd almost lost her life more than once at the hands of an EB. It had changed her. It had definitely knocked the cocksure attitude out of her. The floorboard creaked as she shifted her weight. The sharp noise made her heart flutter. "I'm afraid," she thought. Was it that fear that kept her powers locked away? Had it been the barrier that had hidden her abilities? Thinking about it, she had a sudden desire to turn on the lights. Safely bathed in a fluorescent glow, Jessica stared at the tub, waiting. The next thing she knew, Eddie was standing over her, saying, "Jess, did you sleep in here all night?" Her back crackled when she pulled her head up from her folded arms. The pain woke her right up. "I can't believe I fell asleep on the toilet. I haven't done that since I was 3. Her phone was in his hand. "Your alarm woke me up. The bed was quite comfortable, by the way." She playfully flipped in the bird when he grinned. "What time is it?" she asked. "T-1 minute. You know nothing is going to happen. That would be music to Claire and Jet's ears. Or it could mean we're past our sell-by date." Eddie kissed the top of her head and rubbed her back. "My money is on only one of us being spoiled milk, and that one isn't you." "Yeah, well, we'll see." She ran her tongue over her teeth. I need to brush, bad. She was reaching for her toothbrush when the cold water handle emitted a tiny metallic squeak. Jessica and Eddie froze, eyes locked on the faucet. A single drop of water plopped from the spout. The pipes groaned within the tiled wall. "Pressure buildup overnight?" Jessica said. "Shh." The knob turned, slowly at first. Water dribbled, then flowed in a steady torrent. Normally, when an EB made its appearance known, Jessica could feel it on her skin, in her bones, and even through to the tips of her hair. This time she felt nothing, other than fascination. The tub quickly filled to the halfway point. Jessica and Eddie leaned closer. The faucet snapped shut with a sudden twist. They waited for a moment. Jessica went to dip her hand in the icy water. Eddie whispered, "Don't." When Jessica saw the figure start to take shape in the tub, the water churning and oozing, searching for solidity, her heart banged against her chest. A thin torso, followed by arms and legs comprised of funnels of water, rapidly took shape. A neck stretched from the top of the writhing trunk, ending in a bulbous head that filled like a water balloon. The arms and legs beat against the sides of the tub. Thump, 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 thump. Jessica felt Eddie's hand on her shoulder, squeezing harder as the figure struggled more and more. Water splashed on their feet, sprayed Jessica in the face. It was so cold, it felt like being punctured by tiny darts. A depression opened in the center of the featureless head. Ah! Water shot out from the oval maw, pelting the opposite wall. The gurgling, desperate cry made Jessica flinch. The alarm announcing it was 6:01 on her phone chimed. An instant later, the figure dissipated, the water settling, though still undulating. "What the fuck was that?" Jessica said, breathless. Eddie handed her a towel. Her face and hair were soaked. "I think we just watched someone drown." Now Jessica plunged her hand in the water. The sharp chill had begun to subside. It was still cold, but not so that it would freeze the marrow in her bones. "Did you feel anything?" Eddie asked. Jessica shook her head. Her shock had given way to anger. There hadn't been reports of the water EB screaming before. That was proof she was still giving off some kind of energy that could be manipulated. So why were the rest of her strange powers still dead or dormant? "I'm sure you checked to see if anyone was drowned or murdered here and in the neighboring houses," she said. She tossed him the towel and he dried his feet. "This isn't my first rodeo." "That doesn't mean there wasn't an unreported murder. You didn't get any connection either?" "Not a thing." He rubbed his knuckles on the side of his head and shrugged. Jessica wanted to know the story of this EB, a story the old Eddie would have been able to glean in seconds. In another way, she was grateful nothing had come to him, because she knew the price he paid for using his gifts. "Claire and Jed aren't going to like this," she said, "unless I can somehow miraculously make it disappear." "Let's get dressed," Eddie said, heading into the bedroom. "We have work to do." After a quick breakfast at McDonald's, Jessica scarfing down 3 sausage and egg biscuits in minutes, they headed back to the empty B&B. "I will never get over how you can eat and not gain an ounce," Eddie said. They sat in the living room, waiting for what, they weren't entirely sure. "I'll enjoy this metabolism while I have it," Jessica said on a chaise lounge with her eyes shut. "I'm sure that will change after I have a kid," she thought. She cleared her mind, leaving herself open for the EB residing in the house. Eddie sat on a love seat across from her, a pen and pad in his hands, ready to record any out-of-the-ordinary instances. Over the past year, Jessica had been immersing herself in meditation for a bevy of reasons. Her near miss with death on Ormsby Island had necessitated a change in thinking. She quickly lost herself in her breaths, with the passage of time unknowable and immaterial. She acknowledged the groaning and pop of wood, and shifted her mind away, confident Eddie would handle the details. It was a system they had talked about working on before they both realized they had been shut out of the paranormal game. Something dropped on the floor above her. Dropping, she thought, acknowledging the sound but not lingering on it. There was a soft bang from one of the other rooms next to them. Banging. It went like that for several more intrusive noises, the intervals between each growing shorter and shorter, like contractions before a birth. Scribbling. She could hear Eddie writing on the paper, hopefully recording the type of noise, potential source, and time it happened. It was getting harder to simply breathe and focus on her breath. The B&B was coming alive. Because it's full of the dead, she thought. She felt her hold on her meditative state wobble, slipping away with each passing thought that refused to be shuffled off. A pipe banged against the wall, and there was a rush of water in the kitchen. Jessica's eyes flew open. Eddie was bent over his book, stealing glances at the timer on his cell phone that he'd placed on his left knee. "You coming?" Jessica asked as she sprinted to the kitchen. "Right behind you." The sink faucet was on full blast, the water hitting the bottom of the sink so hard it coned upward, like an erupting Old Faithful. There was no figure struggling to take form in the water. Jessica went to turn the knobs, but they wouldn't budge. "Find some towels," she said, opening drawers. The Judsons were going to have some serious water damage if she and Eddie didn't stop it from overflowing. Eddie ran upstairs and came back with an armful of fluffy yellow towels. Jessica tossed every tea towel she could find onto the floor. "It won't turn off." "Let me give it a try." Eddie worked the hot water knob until his face flushed red and his wrist popped. The water kept flowing. They both looked to the ceiling at the sound of the faucets in the upstairs bathrooms going on at the same time. "Fucking great," Jessica said. "They want us to help them, not destroy their house." Eddie dropped the towels on the floor and moved them around with his foot to sop up the water. "Jess, don't take this the wrong way, but you need to get the hell out of here. You can't do this alone. I can if you get as far away from here as fast as you can." She was about to ask him what he was going on about when their eyes met and she felt stupid for not putting two and two together. Eddie said, "Catch." She snatched the keys out of the air. "You sure about this?" "Yes." He tried the knob again and almost slipped and fell. "Kinda. Go!" Fighting against her nature, Jessica ran out the back door, jumped in the Jeep, and sped down the street. She had to unplug the battery that was powering the EB, which meant she had to unplug herself and not look back. Jessica knew it was time to ease her foot off the gas when she leaned into a hairpin turn, tires wailing, and almost hit a mother pushing a stroller. Too ashamed to say she was sorry, she slowed down the one-way street, avoiding the mother's angry gaze, low branches on the trees lining both sides of the road almost touching the top of her Jeep. She drove without direction, making rights and lefts, eyeing her phone, waiting for Eddie to tell her everything was all right. I shouldn't have left him. She swallowed her guilt like a spoonful of fish oil. He was right. Her presence was like a steroid shot for the EB. Ascending a steep hill, Jessica blasted Poison's first album, Look What the Cat Dragged In, hoping some 80s hair metal would get her back to normal. When she crested the hill, she stomped on the brake pedal with both feet. The car rocked, and she just missed slamming her head against the windshield. The bronze sign read, Kenner Dam, circa 1953. A stone wall spanned the road in both directions. She turned the stereo down, creeping along the road until she found a place to pull over. A hot breeze kissed her face as she walked to the wall. Water. Resting her palms on the warm stone, sparkles of quartz pierced her vision. She turned her gaze to the placid water of Kenner Dam. The church steeple in the center of the reservoir was an unexpected sight, as were the sodden rooftops of several buildings. She even spotted a half-dozen rusted streetlights, onyx crows sitting atop them, basking in the sun. The reappearance of the sunken town told a story of the drought that had been steadily draining the reservoir. She was aware that towns had been sacrificed to the gods of science, working to devise ways to keep a growing population in life-giving water. But weren't the structures usually raised before being flooded? Maybe there just wasn't money in the budget for this place. Her phone chimed, and she read Eddie's text. All good. A little wet, but good. Maybe it's better we leave. Sorry, I wasn't expecting this. She tapped her reply. You okay? Yep, should have worn my bathing suit. Her thumb hovered over the green phone icon to call him. when every short hair on her body rose, each tiny fiber pointing toward the reservoir. Jessica looked up. The crows flew away in cackling unison. The water remained still, the steeple straight and silent. Despite the appearance of emptiness and serenity, something was coming. Jessica's heart seized, and she doubled over with pain. It felt as if someone had hit her in the gut with the stock of a double-barrel shotgun. Her vomit hit the top of the wall, spraying into the reservoir's dwindling store of water. Sweat stung her eyes, and bile needled her throat. She blinked away tears, a thin line of sunlight glinting off the water like a lance running through her brain. Christ, what the fuck is happening to me? Just like that, the pain and nausea passed. She was left staggered and weak, leaning on the wall. The water rippled, as if something were rising from its dark depths. Individual whirlpools broke out like hives on the skin of the water. They flowed across the surface, all heading in one direction, toward Jessica. After a year of silence, a year of emptiness, and a bittersweet year of powerlessness, her brain and body were suddenly filled to the point of bursting. They left them there. My God, they left them there. The whirlpools picked up speed. They would come to the shoreline beneath the walls sooner than she'd like. Jessica felt their collective energy bubbling through her. Light-headed, Jessica peeled away from the wall, stumbling to the jeep. She heard the splash of water like waves against a rocky shore. Her hands were numb, useless blocks of wood. Getting the key in the ignition was like trying to put her elbow in her ear. A plume of water sloshed over the wall. Come on, come on, come on, you son of a bitch! She jammed the key in the ignition with the palm of her hand. The jeep roared to life, and she managed to slam the car and drive. The back end fishtailed, and she almost lost control. She had to call Eddie. Jessica looked down. Shit. She left her phone on the wall. Speeding from the B&B, she hadn't bothered to take note of the streets she was passing. Her phone's GPS could always take her back. Just drive. The feeling in her extremities came back, but there was a deep pressure at her back. The EBs had attached themselves to her. No matter how fast she drove, they were close behind, growing in strength. Her heart pounded in her ears. Her vision swam, and she felt close to passing out. Can a person die from terror? She could think of only one thing. Eddie. She had to get back to Eddie. Eddie dropped a towel made leaden from sopping up so much water at the sound of screeching tires. The front door banged open. Eddie! Jessica looked like she was on the verge of a panic attack. He almost fell backward when she flew into his arms. What is it? What's wrong? Water. I found a reservoir not far from here. There are EBs trapped in the water. But the reservoir is drying up, and they're coming for me. He smoothed her sweaty hair away from her face. What do you mean they're coming for you? He didn't dare voice his concern that her return would amp up the EB in the house. I can feel them, she said breathlessly. They followed me here. He was about to ask her how she could know such a thing, when he heard the splish-splish of what sounded like wet footsteps on the hardwood floors. He peered over Jessica's shoulder. Multiple wet footprints appeared to be entering the house. Let's go, he said, pulling her into the kitchen. No sooner had they walked in the door than the sink faucet suddenly opened, water roaring out of the old pipes once again. Every faucet in the house went on full blast. They went out the back door and into the yard. We can't run forever, Jessica said, though her eyes told him she was willing to give it a try. Send them away, he said. I can't. Yes, you can. The back door blew off its hinges. Water cascaded down the steps into the grass. Jessica froze, her grip like a vice. Eddie had never seen her like this before, and never imagined he would. Fight through it, Jess. Her mouth trembled. A tear squirmed from the corner of her eye. He'd never felt so useless in his life. The car. He took one step to the pathway leading to the street when a splash of water doused his back. He fell to his knees and his eyes rolled up in his head. Then he saw them. Men, women, and children Their faces were bloated and misshapen. They were clothes from another era, but not all that far removed from modern day. Jessica tugged his arm and shouted something, but he couldn't hear her over the frantic ramblings of the dead. They knew he could see and hear them, and they bombarded him with desperate pleas. "Stop talking all at once!" he screamed, holding his head. "You can hear them?" Jessica asked, her voice rising above the others. All he could do was nod. They had been murdered. Several families had fought the building of the dam. The developers took them to court, but they still refused to relinquish their homes, houses that had been with their families for generations. These people ignorant to change had cost the company and their less-than-savory investors time and money. On the day when the town was to be flooded, they had been beaten and locked in their homes by paid ruffians and left to drown. Eddie felt their suffering, their last gasps before cold water filled their lungs, their bodies jerking in painful spasms. "No!" His eyes flew open. Jessica was practically nose to nose with him. "Don't be afraid," he said, absorbing their terror lest Jessica feel or sense it. "Give them peace. They deserve it." She shook her head. "I don't know if I can. They need your help. They don't want to hurt you. Try, Jess. Some of them are just little kids." Jessica rocked back on her heels. "Kids?" The smaller water figures reached out with pleading hands. She stepped away from Eddie, the square set of her jaw, the balled fists, the flickering fire in her gaze. The woman Eddie had fallen in love with had returned. "You can go now," she said. Her body shook, and for a moment Eddie thought she would fall. He saw two EBs, a man and a young girl, fade into nothing. "It's working," he said. "Keep going." "Find peace," Jessica said. "There's nothing for you here anymore." Eddie watched a woman mouth, "Thank you," before flickering out. Moments later, they were gone. Jessica swooned but kept to her feet. "Did I do it?" He managed to smile through the agony in his head. It seemed even his abilities still had a little left in the tank. "Yeah, you did it." Jessica packed while Eddie was in the bathroom shaving. She felt good. She felt whole for the first time in a long while. "You don't know what you got till it's gone," she sang, trying her best to imitate the guttural growl of Cinderella's lead singer. She'd thought she was happy never encountering an EB again. But she'd been wrong. She'd forgotten that not every EB was out to harm her. Thank God some of Eddie's incredible power had been restored as well, so he could teach her that lesson. They'd talked for hours after she sent the EBs to where they'd belonged. Eddie recounted the stories they'd projected to him, and it wasn't pretty. How could someone willfully drown whole families? As more of the town became exposed from the drought, the EBs sought the light, escaping their dank, watery grave. The door opened downstairs, followed by Claire Judson's sing-song. "Hello, it's just us." Jessica stepped to the open doorway and called out, "We'll be down in a minute." "Take your time," Jet replied. Eddie emerged from the bathroom, toweling bits of shaving cream off his face. "They sound happy." "We just lessened their workloads. They should be." "We good to go?" She snapped her suitcase shut and kissed him. "Thank you." Eddie hugged her tight. "We have each other to thank." Back in the saddle. They walked downstairs, holding hands. Claire and Jet Judson were sitting at the dining table, steaming mugs of coffee in their hands. "I'll get some coffee for you kids," Claire said, hustling into the kitchen. Eddie and Jessica sat across from a smiling Jet. "Are you sure whatever was here is gone?" he asked. "Gone, and hopefully happy and at peace," Jessica said. He arched a bushy eyebrow. "How can you be sure?" Jessica patted Eddie's hand on the table. "Let's just say we're uniquely qualified to do what we do." Claire returned with their coffee. "How do you, I don't know, send a ghost away?" Claire inquired. She sat next to Jet on the padded bench. Jessica took a tiny sip. I just tell them they can go." "Just like that?" Jet said. "Pretty much. Even I'm not entirely sure how it works." "Jess," Eddie hissed. His grip tightened until it hurt. "Ow! What's wrong with you?" Jet set his coffee down. "Could you show us how you do it?" "You're inside them," Eddie said. Claire's smile vanished. Her jaw went slack and her eyes deadened. "We don't want to be. Not anymore. Now that you're here." Jessica looked at Jet and Claire, shocked by the transformation, and whipped her head back to Eddie. "What's going on here?" "They needed to find a way for us to set them free," Eddie said. Jessica was confused. "Us? They don't even know us." "We all know who and what you are," Claire and Jet said in eerie unison. "Now show us." This time, Jessica wasn't frightened. She'd never encountered an EB that had taken full possession of a living person before, but she was wise enough to know she hadn't come close to seeing everything this world, and the next, had to offer. "Show us now," Jet said, a rough edge to his voice. "Are you one of them?" Jessica asked. "From the dam." They nodded slowly. Tears leaked from their eyes. Drool spilled from their parted lips. Jessica's heart broke. "I'm so sorry. I can stop your suffering." "Please," the EB within Claire said. Jessica closed her eyes and said, "Leave now, and find true peace." She felt the familiar tingle ripple through her body. Eddie jumped from his chair and shouted, "Don't!" But it was too late. "I can't sense them," Eddie said, rushing to the other side of the table. "Who?" "The real Jet and Claire. They're not here, and if there isn't another spirit to take over their bodies—" Jet and Claire's eyes rolled up until they were bulging, hard-boiled eggs. Their heads jerked backwards, and their bodies began to quake. Jessica pushed away from the table. "What's happening to them?" Ugly, gargling noises emanated from their throats. Water flowed from their mouths, running down their necks. Eddie pulled Jessica close. "The EBs are separating, leaving them empty." Jessica slid over the table and straightened Claire's neck, pointing her head down so the water could run free. Her body shivered and shook, racked with wet coughs and slippery inhalations. Eddie took her cue and did the same with Jet. "Come on, just breathe," Jessica said. Claire started flopping so wildly, Jessica was thrown sideways as if being tossed off a bucking bull. Claire and Jet gasped once, and then fell over backwards. Jessica fumbled to find a pulse on Claire's neck and wrist. Tiny bubbles popped within the froth on the old woman's lips. Jessica started doing chest compressions. "No, no, no!" She kept at it until Eddie pulled her off. "They're gone. But what about the real Claire and Jet?" "I don't know. I can't sense them." Jessica chewed at her thumbnail. I just killed them." "They were already dead." "The police won't see it that way." The sound of water slowly dripping into a pan in the kitchen sink rang like gunshots in the suddenly still house. Those Who Are Terrified by Elizabeth Massey. My sisters Carol, Connie, and I didn't like our grandfather. He was a large man, not tall, not quite fat, but big. Thick white hair, caterpillar brows, face like a potato, and a voice that could crack concrete. His name was Harry Franklin, our father's father. He was a successful real estate broker who owned several buildings in our town. Adults liked him. They called him Pops, and even elected him mayor for 2 terms. We called our grandfather Sir. He ignored us because he didn't like us much either. Our grandmother was the opposite of Sir. She was tall but small and very quiet. Her hair was gray and thin. She stayed at home most of the time, cooking, watching her shows, and tending her hydrangea bushes. She got out to church 3 times a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the garden club meetings, and Sundays for the worship service. We called her grandmother Nanny. She wasn't as bad as Sir, but wasn't all that nice. She didn't say anything the few times Sir noticed us and yelled at us. Nanny mostly ignored us too. Maybe she was tired, or just old. It was July 1961. Our parents had gone to Florida on what Sir called an extended vacation, because they needed a break. We missed Mom and Daddy, but staying at our grandparents' house wasn't too bad, except for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Bossy Carol was 8. I was 7. Little Connie was 5. We were too young to stay at the house alone, so Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday mornings we had to go with Sir to his work. Connie and I would pile in the back of Sir's white Cadillac. Carol sat in front. Nobody talked except for Sir, who would ramble on in his concrete cracking voice, talking to himself. This morning he was angry about a man and woman who had been shown a Victorian house at the edge of town. "Ninnies," he swore around his smoldering Lucky Strike as his hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Spent a whole damn hour with them, walking them through all the rooms, answering all their blasted questions. And then the husband says, 'Oh, sorry, we can't buy. We'd be absolutely terrified to go into debt right now.' Ha ha! Lowlifes. Well, those who are terrified deserve to be terrified." This was one of Sir's favorite claims. Connie and I exchanged glances and were glad when we reached Sir's office and were able to crawl free of the car and the close proximity of the old man. Sir's real estate office was located in a building atop a rise on Main Street, a building called Hillcrest Hall. It was 3 stories, faded red brick, and had originally served as the town's first and only hospital from 1911 to autumn 1960, when the new, larger county hospital was constructed. Hillcrest Hall was empty a few months until Sir snapped it up, buying it from his best friend, old Dr. Erhard Ottelman, who had been the hospital administrator and property owner for 13 years and had died soon after. The 3rd floor and 2nd floors of the building consisted of empty office space that Sir planned on renovating to rent. The whole 1st floor was Sir's office, even though he was his only employee. Rooms full of books and maps and rolled-up papers and dark green file cabinets. Sir had a secretary once, a sweet lady named Mary Root, who sat in the front foyer at her desk and gave us hard butterscotch candy. But she moved away. The bowl of butterscotch was long empty, but the big butterscotched bag remained inside her desk. We would sneak a piece when Sir wasn't in the room. It didn't have much taste, but it was okay. Butterscotch from Mary Root's desk in the Hillcrest basement were the only 2 good things about going to work with Sir. We never told Sir we played in the basement. My sisters and I always said we were going outside to play. Of course, he didn't care enough to wonder where we were. The basement was accessible 3 ways: down a narrow flight of steps, by way of a service elevator in the back hall, and through a heavy garage-type door outside at the back of the building, down where the hill sloped away and a well-worn gravel alleyway came up. We couldn't get down the steps because they were blocked by 2 of Sir's file cabinets. We couldn't play in the service elevator because the desk in Sir's main room faced down the hall, and he would see us in a second. That left the garage-type door on the outside. This door was heavy and rusted in its tracks, but when Carol and I pulled on the handle together, we could get it to go up high enough for us to roll under and in. And, oh, the basement. It was a vast, cavernous space, overpacked with fascinating things. Flipping the light switch beside the door did little to cut the shadows, as there were only 2 bulbs overhead that worked. That made it more fun, because it was easier to hide from each other. Connie sometimes cried, but Carol, in her bossy tone, told her not to be a baby. "If you're scared, you deserve to be scared," she'd say, paraphrasing Sir. We spent our time in the basement away from Sir, climbing, digging, crawling. There were myriad pieces of furniture, beds, dressers, tables standing upright, and some on their sides, chairs stacked neatly or piled up like a bonfire waiting to be lit. There were appliances, stoves, refrigerators, freezers. There were toilets and sinks. There were lengths of lumber, car fenders, trunks, lawnmowers, bookshelves, and columns of cardboard boxes that leaned precariously this way and that. Sir had collected these things from the various homes and businesses he'd bought and put on the market. He said he would have a big auction sale someday and make a lot of money on the side. This particular Tuesday, after we sneaked our butterscotch, we headed outside, around the building, and down the grassy slope to the basement door. Connie slipped and tore the seat out of her shorts. She thought it was funny, though, the way her now green grass-stained underpants showed through the hole. Carol and I pulled the door up as far as we could, and the three of us scooched inside. It was dark as the bottom of a well, and smelled like mouse poo. I reached along the wall and turned on the switch. Yellow light drifted down from the center of the ceiling. Carol raced off into the shadows, footfalls echoing. As she rounded a tall stack of crates, she called out, "Can't catch me! I'm the gingerbread man!" This was the signal to count to 20, then go looking. Connie and I counted. Then I took off to the right. Connie took off to the left. I clambered over a heap of old mattresses, under a kitchen table, and squeezed through a narrow passage between chairs and a ceiling-high column of boxes. A mouse darted out in front of me, then ran under a stack of old paintings. In the past, Carol had hidden inside the wardrobe with a broken door, under some of the stinking mattresses, and behind a clothes rod that held old fur coats and evening dresses. She would never hide in the same place twice. "Here I am," Carol called from somewhere deep in the basement. I stumbled over some lumber and pushed my way around a splintering chifforobe. My reflection flashed in a full-length mirror as I passed by, and it startled me. I knew it was there. I'd seen it before, but it always caught me by surprise. "Can't find me," called Carol. Her voice was closer now, and my eyes were fairly well adjusted to the dim light. Around an old typewriter stand I hurried, and up over a sloppy pile of cracked and stacked wicker baskets, where I lost my balance, toppled forward, and slammed onto the floor on my face. "Ow!" I said. I'd bit my lip. "What happened?" This was Connie, not far away. I flipped over onto my back. "I tripped. I bit my lip." "Idiot," Carol laughed. "Not funny," I said. I touched my lip, and there was a small dot of blood. It stung like crazy. "It's kind of funny," said Carol. "If it was you, you wouldn't think so." There was silence. Then Carol said, "You okay?" I held still, waiting to see if anything else hurt. It didn't. "I guess," I said. I pulled up my knees, ready to get back up. Then I saw it, tucked up underneath the wooden desk beside me. A wooden leg with a man's shoe. Ew! I quickly hopped to my feet and stared at the desk, knowing what was underneath it. "Ew what?" called Carol. "Where are you? I want to see what's ew." "Where are you?" This was Connie, a bit farther away. "Here, beside the wicker baskets." "I don't remember where they are," said Carol. "Me either," said Connie. "Just keep looking." I gathered my courage and knelt down to look under the desk again. There it was. The wooden leg, covered in peeling pinkish paint that might have been another color 10 years ago. The shoe was cracked leather coated with green mold. An equally green molded leather harness was attached to both sides by rusty rivets. There had been a sock once, but it was chewed to a few threads by mice. The leg was hollowed from the top several inches, where a stubby leg would go. Carved into the wood were initials, L.A.C. Carol came crashing over the pile of wicker baskets. Little Connie was close behind. "What's wrong?" asked Connie. Even in the shadows, her chubby little face was clearly worried. "It's a leg," I said, putting my hand on my hips. I wasn't going to let my little sister think I was scared. And I wasn't. Not exactly. "Nuh-uh," said Carol. "Oh no? Look at this." I steeled myself and grabbed the leg by the shoe. I pulled it out. Connie gasped in fear. Carol gasped in delight. "Wow!" Carol yanked the leg from me. "I wonder who wore this." "Hop along, Cassidy," I offered. "Or maybe limp along, Cassidy," said Carol, always the smart-ass. "Those initials would fit." Carol stuck her knee down into the hollow of the leg. She leaned into it. Too big. Of course it's too big, I said. It's got a man's shoe. I like it, said Carol. Let's keep it. I don't like it, said Connie. Where do we put it? I asked. Sir won't let us take it home. We'll keep it here so we can play with it. We can take turns trying to walk in it. Yeah, I said, still a little unnerved by the leg. We can do that. Connie clutched my arm. I don't like it, Kathy. I really don't want to. Then the overhead bulbs winked out. Connie's fingers dug more deeply into my arm. Oh no, said Connie. Too dark, too dark. And we saw it. We saw him, hovering above cardboard boxes, glowing silver like the moon, eyes red as campfire coals, skin on his face stretched tight against the bone, revealing every detail of the skull. Piss-colored teeth protruding like broken seashells. One leg dangled freely. The other was missing at the knee. The stump paddled madly against the air. We screamed. Carol flung the wooden leg away and dove back over the wicker baskets. I grabbed Connie's hand and tossed her after Carol. The tear in Connie's shorts flapped like a bird's wing. I scrambled behind, my heart banging. My brain cried out, Jesus, God, help us, help us. But fear locked my voice in place. Banging knees and elbows and shoulders on the furniture and appliances and boxes, we raced toward the garage door. Help us, help us, help us! I knocked over a bin filled with slimy clothes and tripped on a coat. I whirled my arms, kept upright, and pushed on. Help! 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 There, the slice of sunlight along the floor. We slammed into the garage door. Thump, 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 then dropped to our bellies and dragged ourselves out into the day. What was that? Cried Connie as she stood up, blinking against the hard sunlight. Kathy, what was that? I had no answer. Carol stared at the space under the door. She was breathing as heavily as we were, but I could see she was also thinking. And then, through chattering teeth, she said, It was nothing. Was too, Connie said, weeping and leaning against me. You saw it, Carol. I said it was nothing, Carol said. And I'm right. I read a lot. I know a lot. So shut up. It was a dummy. A stupid old dummy hanging from the ceiling. We never saw a dummy in there before, said Connie. We never saw a wooden leg either, said Carol. Connie, Carol, and I stared at each other and at the opening beneath the door. Then Carol said, We're going back in. I'll prove it. I said what I'd heard Sir say lots of times. The hell I am. Oh, yeah? Said Carol, leaning in close to both Connie and me. Then I'm going to tell Sir that you two stole stuff from Sir's office. I stared. I never stole anything, you brat. Carol, don't, said Connie. Her face was slick with tears and snot. I don't want Sir mad at me. He scares me. I'm going to tell him you two stole and tore up some of his important papers. He'll believe me because I'm the oldest and never tell lies. I don't want to go back in. Carol snorted. Who are you more scared of, Connie? The thing in the basement or Sir? Both. Don't forget, Connie, said Carol with a haughty arch of her eyebrow. Those who are terrified deserve to be terrified. Connie cried even louder. I glared at my older sister. Suit yourselves, said Carol. I'm going in. Stay out here if you're too baby to come with me. Then you'll get in trouble with Sir for what I'm going to tell him. He never whipped you, but you can bet he will if I tell him you stole his papers. Carol got down and crawled into the basement. I don't want to get in trouble with Sir, bawled Connie, and I don't want to see that thing. Neither did I. I clenched my jaw. We'll keep our eyes closed, okay? Connie shook her head, but didn't resist. We crawled back into the darkness and shut our eyes. Carol held my hand. I held Connie's. Single file, Carol led us through the musty horde in the direction of the silvery thing with the red eyes and flapping stump. My mind raced, thoughts bumping off each other as I bumped into the things around me. I would not open my eyes. I wouldn't look. Unless Carol could absolutely for sure promise it was just a dummy. My cut lip burned. My ears buzzed. Connie's crying faded to a whimper. We reached the baskets. We crawled over. Then Carol said, "Well, it's gone." "Good," said Connie. "Good?" I said. I opened my eyes to slits. "That's not good. If it was a dummy, it would still be there. Dummies can't move." "Oh," said Carol. She hadn't thought of that. "Where is it, Carol?" I demanded. Then it rushed up from the floor in front of us, springing toward the ceiling like a horrific jack-in-the-box, arms out, fingers clawing at the air, red eyes glaring, stubbed leg flailing. Sprigs of hair coiled up from the head like seaweed. One arm shot out and a finger was aimed in our direction. "You!" it wailed. All three of us dropped to the floor on our knees, our hands over our heads. "You!" The thing screeched again. I could feel the frigid air that encircled it. I knew we were going to die. "You!" Connie whined like a puppy in a trap. Carol yelled into the floor. "Go away! I mean it! You'll be sorry!" We were going to be killed, snatched up by bony hands and chewed down by seashell teeth. We'd never see our parents whenever they came back from Florida. I'd never go to second grade. I sobbed, waiting for it to happen, waiting for the pain. There was nothing else I could do. Would I go to hell for cussing? Would Carol go to hell for being bossy? I waited. Connie panted. Carol shouted another tattered threat. Cold air played with my hair. I waited. I did not die. I waited. I still did not die. I moved my hands from my head. I slowly angled my head to look at Connie on one side of me and Carol on the other. Finally, I looked up at it. At him, hanging in midair, drifting back and forth. His teeth still chattered. His fingers still clutched. His half leg still wagged back and forth. But the bright red eyes looked sad? Hopeful? "You!" he wailed, pointing at me. I didn't think I would say anything, but my mouth fell open, and I squeaked, "Kathy! I'm Kathy!" He nodded. He shivered there, all silvery and dreadful and sad. Carol punched my shoulder, looking at me but not at him. "Don't talk to it!" I pushed her away. She hit me again. "Stop it!" I said, then looked back up. "Kathy," he said, his voice sliding down from a wail to a bone-dry whisper. "You found me." "I just found your leg," I said. "Yes, so soon I can go." "Go where?" "Kathy," whispered little Connie. "I think he's a ghost." She was looking up now, too. A ghost. Yes, I knew that. Before Connie had uttered the word, I knew it. He was a ghost. The ghost of a man who'd had a wooden leg. "What's your name?" I asked. The red eyes winked, glowed. The silvery body hovered up and down between the ceiling and the floor. "Lonnie Conyers." "Why are you stuck in the Hillcrest basement?" "Because no one knows what happened to me." "What do you mean?" "Find the box." "What box?" This was Carol. The ghostly arm stretched out, silvery strands following the wake of the motion, and pointed to the far corner of the basement. "The answers are in the box." I looked at Carol. Carol looked at me. Connie wiped her sticky nose and sniffed. "He's not a bad ghost," Connie said. "I don't think he is," I answered. Carol wasn't having it. "There aren't any good ghosts." "Casper's good," said Connie. "It isn't goddamn Casper." I ignored Carol. I stood and followed the ghost to the box in the corner. It was a tall, green metal file cabinet, like the ones upstairs in Sir's offices. It was covered in a blanket, and laced with cobwebs. No wonder we hadn't noticed it before. "Open it," said the ghost. I touched the handle of the top drawer and tugged. "I think it's locked." "Open it." I tugged again and felt a latch inside snap. The drawer came open with a gritty rattle. Carol and Connie were close behind me now, watching. There were age-stained folders inside the file box. I pulled one out. Printed in black ink on the front was the name of our town, Rallytown, and another word I knew, hospital. Stamped in red ink was deceased. On the little folder tab was written, Mason, Jennifer. "What's deceased mean?" I asked. "It means dead," said Carol. I put the folder back and flipped through several more. They were all printed the same on the front, but with different names on the tabs. "These are all files for dead people?" "Yes," said the ghost. "People that died in the hospital?" "No. These are files of people who died somewhere else. They were brought here, to the hospital basement. Their bodies were burned to ash and taken to the town dump." My heart pounded against my ribs. "Are you in here?" "My file is there." "But why are you a ghost?" interrupted Carol. "Why didn't you go to wherever other dead people go, like heaven or hell?" "I can't be released to the final after until someone living knows the truth about me. That will allow me to remember the truth, too. In the meanwhile, I can visit some places that were important to me. My home, the bar where I went with my friends." "Do you scare them?" I asked. "Being as you're a ghost?" "I don't let them see me. Those of us who are in the realm are only seen when we want to be seen." "Oh," said Connie. "And sometimes, even when the truth is known, a ghost will stay around because there's unfinished business." "Do you have unfinished business?" "No. I just want to go. Please, find my folder." I carefully flipped through the folders, reading the names on the tabs as best I could. Names I didn't know, couldn't have known. Then, in the back, I saw the name Lonnie Aaron Conyers. I pulled it out. "Don't open it," said Carol. "Shut up, Carol." I opened the folder. There was a typed page that I couldn't read much of, except for a name, Dr. Erhard Adelman, and initials, HBF. Behind the page were two black and white photos, one of a tall man, smiling beside a tree. He had one wooden leg. The second photo showed the same man, dead on a cot in what looked like this basement. There was a big hole in his forehead, with blood smeared down his face, and one eye popped out. I dropped the folder. I thought I was going to throw up. "Somebody killed you." The ghost sighed, emitting a blast of cold air that gave my arms chill bumps. "I remember now." "Somebody shot you in the head."
"It was Erhard Adelman."
"Who?"
"The doctor who ran the hospital."
I shivered. The image of the bloodied head stayed in my mind. I felt weak in the legs and grabbed the edge of the cabinet. Why did he shoot you?"
"A child doesn't need to know. Put the folder back."
I slid the folder back into the drawer. I could see Connie and Carol's faces out of the corner of my eye. Their eyes were wide, their lips trembling. Little Connie seemed to reflect the silver from the ghost.
"Now a living soul knows I was murdered,"
said Lonnie Conyers.
"So now I remember. And I'm free. Thank you."
I didn't know if I should say, "You're welcome." I said nothing.
"The box has other secrets," said the ghost as he began to fade. "Find them. Read them aloud. know their truth. Free them. And then, as quietly as a breeze, he disappeared. But I can't read good, I called after him. Carol said softly, I read good, Kathy. And she did. There were 2 drawers in the cabinet. We started with the top. I took out 1 file at a time, 14 in all, and Carol read aloud the name and the details. Several were typed. Others were written in ink. Some of the people had been killed. Others, wounded or sick, had been left to die at home for the purpose of, according to the record, to see how long this patient would survive without treatment. Each file had photos of the person alive, and then the person dead. Photos I didn't want to see, but couldn't help but see. All the files were signed Dr. Erhard Adelman and initialed HBF. As Carol read and Connie wrung her hands, there was a rustling amid the furniture, the mattresses, and the boxes throughout the basement. And one at a time, horrible, silvery, red-eyed glowing specters rose up, wavered, then vanished like sparks from a campfire. Some voiced thank you as they went. Others were silent. Connie and I sat, listening to Carol and watching the ghosts come, then go away. Dr. Adelman was a murderer, said Carol. So awful, I said. Why do you think he killed all those people and kept folders? Maybe he was a Nazi, said Carol. I read all about them. They killed people they didn't like and killed people for fun. They kept folders on all the bad stuff they did to people. I cringed. I shut the top drawer and opened the bottom. I handed Carol a file. She opened it, then immediately slammed it shut. She shoved it back into the cabinet. What's wrong? I asked. We've been down here too long, she said. Sir's going to wonder where we are. We have to leave. She was right. We hurried back to the garage door, squeezed out into the daylight, and clambered up the grassy slope to the road. We climbed in Sir's car and waited for him to come out and take us back to the house. We hung out with Nanny on Wednesday, watching her bake cream puffs, enduring her boring stories on the television. We played outside in the bushes in the yard and tried to catch the chickens that escaped from the next-door neighbor's pen. I thought about the ghosts in the old hospital basement. I wanted to talk about it, but could tell Carol didn't. She would look at me and then look away, like she was angry that we shared such a dark secret. Connie, on the other hand, seemed happy. Could she be just pretending none of it had happened? She was good at that. Night came. As Sir and Nanny watched late-night television, we put ourselves to bed. Carol and I shared a bed. Connie had a cot in the same room. Usually we whispered and made up songs until we fell asleep. This night we lay awake, staring at the ceiling, until Carol said flatly, "They're dead." I turned to her in the darkness. "Who?" "Mommy and Daddy." Connie screeched, "Don't say that! What a mean trick to play on us!" "Shut up, Connie," said Carol. "It's true." My heart squeezed like a dry sponge. "Why are you saying that?" "I saw Daddy's file. It's in the cabinet." "No, it's not." "And if he's dead, so's Mom. They're never coming back from Florida. They aren't in Florida." "No! Shut up!" "It's true." "Shut up!" I curled up and pounded my chest with my fists. This was impossible. Of course Carol was lying. She could be the meanest person on earth. Mommy and Daddy were on vacation in Florida. Sir said so. "I'll show you tomorrow," said Carol. "You'll see." And then I knew she was telling the truth. Throughout the night, Connie and I cried, and Carol just lay in bed, staring into the blackness. Thursday we went to the Hillcrest Hall with Sir. I didn't want to go. Connie didn't want to go, but we had to go. Sir ignored us as he always did, let us go wherever. He had business to take care of. Connie and I didn't want any butterscotch candy. We didn't want to go back down to the basement either. But we had to. The garage door was still open at the bottom. We stared at the opening. My arms shook. "Those who are terrified deserve to be terrified," said Carol. Her head was cocked, her face tight. "I hate you," I said. We went in. We pushed our way around to the terrible file box in the back corner. Carol knelt by the cabinet. I sat beside her. Connie lay down again, arms over her head, face toward the floor. Carol opened the bottom drawer and drew out the folder she'd shoved back in. "This is it," she said. She opened it. I didn't look. I knew there would be photos. Carol read, "Mitchell Avery Franklin, age 34, drowned Rallytown Lake, May 6, 1960. "That's more than a year ago," I said. "It can't be true." "Along with his wife, Julia Mason Franklin." "Stop it!" Carol lifted another folder from the cabinet. It was marked Julia Mason Franklin. She shoved it at me. The folder flopped open. I glimpsed the photos before batting them away. They'd shown Mom standing by our house, arm around Daddy. Mom on a cot in the basement of the Hillcrest building. Eyes open and white as a dead fish, hair plastered down, lips swollen. "See," said Carol. "It's true." The deep, quavering voice came from behind us. Carol and I spun around to see two ghosts rising up from the hoarded mess of Sir's collection. Connie looked up, her eyes bucking. Daddy, skull-faced and silvery green, with huge scarlet eyes. Mom holding on to Daddy, her face bloated, her hair drifting like seaweed. I wanted to rush to them and hug them. I wanted to set fire to them and have them gone. "Dearests," said Daddy. "Now you know, and now we remember." "You aren't dead," I cried. "You went to Florida." "No," said Daddy. "Your father and I saw him with her," said Mom. "Yes, we saw them together. He knew we saw," said Daddy. "Oh, he was so angry," said Daddy. "He thought we would tell on him and ruin his reputation. We went camping at the lake. He and his friend Dr. Adelman came to us at night, threw us into a boat, cracked our skulls, tossed us into the water. I'm sorry, dearests, but the truth must be known. How we've missed you." "But who's he?" I asked, around my tears. "Sir," Carol answered. "Harry Barnes Franklin, HBF." "Sir killed you, Mom? Daddy?" I asked. Mom's dreadful, skeletal, silvery head nodded. "There is more to know. Find it." Carol, Connie, and I stared at our ghastly, loving parents. They looked down at us. It made no sense. How could they have been dead so long and we didn't know? How could Sir have done what he did? Our parents' ghosts began to fade away. "Don't go!" Connie cried. "Mommy! Daddy!" "More to find," said the faint outline that had been Mom. Then they were gone. I didn't want to know any more. I wanted to go home to Nanny. No, I wanted to go home to our house. I wanted Mom and Daddy back. With furious fingers, Carol pawed through the other folders. I shoved her. "Don't, Carol, please." Carol pulled out a folder. The tab read, "Mary Root." "Mary Root can't be dead," I said. "She moved away." As Connie cried, Carol showed me the photos. Smiling Mary Root at her office desk. Battered and bloodied Mary Root, lying in the basement on top of an old mattress. "She's for sure dead, Kathy," said Carol. "Ah," came a wail. We looked over to see Mary Root's silvered ghost glide from behind a stack of crates. Her head lolled on her neck, as if it might fall off. Her eyes were black hollows. with pinpoints of bright red. "You saw the truth," she muttered. "Now I remember what happened. I was pregnant. He said he'd marry me. Your parents found out. He beat me to death to have me gone." "No, you moved away," said Connie. "You left your butterscotch behind." Mary Root shook her head. "The truth is known. Now I can go. Thank you." Her head flopped back, forth, and then she disappeared. "Sir killed Mom," I said. "Sir killed Daddy. Sir killed Mary Root. I'm going to kill Sir." "We can't," cried Connie. "We're kids." I grabbed Carol's arm. She didn't pull away, even as my fingers dug into her flesh. I could tell she agreed with me. "Then I'm running away. Let's run away and never, ever come back." Connie and Carol agreed. We hurried out of the garage. Instead of climbing up to the road, we skittered down to the alley below. "Where are we going?" asked Connie. "I don't know. It doesn't matter," I said. "We just have to go." We marched along the alley. I was crying. So was Connie. Then Carol drew up short. She turned to look back up the alley at the rear of the old hospital. Connie and I stopped, too. "They wouldn't camp without us," Carol said. I didn't know what Carol was talking about. I didn't want to be stopped. I tried to move around her, but she blocked my way with her leg. "Did you hear me?" she said. "Mom and Daddy wouldn't go camping without us. We always went camping together." She took off back up the alley. Connie and I raced after her. We went back to the garage-type door of the Hillcrest basement. Carol crawled in while Connie and I stood, confused and distraught. A minute later, Carol was back with the folder. A single folder. She held it up. "I don't want to see," said Connie, burying her face in the neck of her shirt. I looked at the tab on the folder. I whispered the name. "Connie Jennifer Franklin." Connie screamed. "Open it," said Carol. I shook my head. Carol opened the folder. She read, "Connie Jennifer Franklin, age 5, drowned, Rallytown Lake, May 6th, 1960. "No," said Connie. "This is wrong," I said, shoving Carol so that she almost lost her footing. "Connie didn't drown. She's right here." I looked over at Connie. She was changing. The sweet child's face was morphing into a sunken child's skull. Her arms and legs withered into silvery appendages, and her blue eyes turned bright red. Then Connie cried. "I remember. Oh, I was camping with Mommy and Daddy. Sir and the doctor came into our tent. They took us out on the lake. They drowned us. I'm a ghost. I don't want to be a ghost." "But you can't be," I said. "You've been here all the time. With us." Connie's gruesome face was folded with grief and fear. "Lonnie said ghosts can go where they want. Remember? They let people see them if they want. I let you and Carol see me. I didn't know I was doing it, but I was." My breath snagged until I thought I would faint. Then Carol said, "Shit, oh shit, I remember too." She spun me around. "We were at Brownie Camp last year when they went to the lake. Sir told us Mom and Daddy went to Florida. He said Connie went too, but we thought he was just playing a stupid joke, because Connie was still with us." The three of us stood in a tiny circle. 2 girls, 1 ghost. Then I said, "I don't want to run away. I want to kill Sir." "Me too," said Carol. "Me too," said Connie. "I think Lonnie called it unfinished business." Sir was at his desk, rifling through papers, chewing on a pen. His bushy brows nearly obscured his eyes. He growled to himself as he sought something or other. "Sir," I said, standing in the doorway beside Carol. Sir looked up. His brows remained down.
"What do you want?"
"There's a body in the basement," I said. I'd never seen Sir look scared before, though the scared look quickly changed to fury.
"What?"
"We found a body in the basement," said Carol.
"You were in the basement?"
"You never care where we go," I said. White-hot anger gave me courage. "Now you're mad because we were in the stupid basement?" Sir stood up, slamming his chair back. It looked like he would choke us. But then he said,
"There certainly is no body in the basement."
"He wants to kill us, like he killed Mom, Daddy, and Connie," I thought. "Like he killed Mary Root." Sir stormed out the door past Carol and me. Connie was in the hall against the wall, invisible to our grandfather. We thought he would go outside and down to the heavy basement door. Our plan was to trap and crush him as he tried to crawl inside. We would tell everyone it was an accident. But instead, he went along the back hall to the service elevator. He reached down for the handle and yanked the door up. The elevator wasn't there. He leaned forward a bit and looked up. We looked up, too. The elevator was stuck on the 3rd floor. That seemed to please him, though. "Are you a Nazi like Dr. Adelman?" asked Carol. Sir turned to us and grabbed our arms.
"Children die so easily when they fall on their heads." He laughed. "Down you go, you brats. Such a sad accident."
Then Connie appeared, drifting in the elevator shaft. She said, "Sir!" Sir let go of us and turned on his toes. Connie was in her terrible glory. Yellow seashell teeth, gangly arms flapping, skull face wobbling back and forth, red eyes glaring. Sir uttered a piercing, animal-like scream. "Those who are terrified deserve to be terrified," said Carol. We rushed forward and struck him from behind. His foot caught the edge of the shaft, and he flipped, head first, down to the basement where he struck the concrete floor. The sound of his snapping neck wasn't as loud as I would have hoped, but it was satisfying enough. Carol and I stared down at the dead man. When we looked back, Connie was gone, released, free. We would miss her. Now to tell Nanny. Poor old Nanny. She didn't deserve to be terrified. Or maybe she did.
Cool for Cats by William Meikle. Wendy Miller cried at the funeral, and all who saw her remarked on her obvious distress and at her loyalty to the old woman they were burying that damp day on the hillside above Loch Awe. But Wendy knew the truth. Her tears were not of sadness or grief. She cried not for the bereaved, but for herself. She had given 10 years of first housemaid, then nursemaid service to Mrs. McKay, a decade in the hope of getting a comfortable pension out of the will, or just a nice tidy lump sum to see her over the next few years. And what did I get? A bit of mangy costume jewelry and a thank you for your service letter. Bloody old cat lady bitch.
So she cried over the grave, bitter tears of anger.
She was still there, head bowed, after everyone else had moved away from the graveside. It was only then that she spoke. "I killed your cats after the reading of the will," she said softly and with some relish. "All of them. Just a wee drink of the milk with some special sauce added. They lapped it up just fine. Then I put them in plastic bags, and they got taken away with the garbage. I just wanted you to know that." She smiled thinly. It was a small victory, but the only one she was going to get. She was about to turn to leave when she felt a hand on her shoulder. "I know it's hard, lass," a soft voice said, "but she's gone to a better place." She expected to see the Presbyterian minister who had officiated at the service, but turned to see a small, wiry, somewhat disheveled man, gray-haired, moist-eyed, and wearing a heavy tweed suit that had seen its best days before Wendy had taken up in Mrs. McKay's service. "I'm sorry," she said. "Do I know you?"
No, lass, he said. She sent me to fetch you. He nodded towards the open grave. You know who I mean. You can see her again, if you'd like. Wendy had been scheming on her own behalf for long enough to spot a con job when she saw one. She also knew that when you spotted a con, there was usually a way to swing it to your advantage if you played it right. She stayed in character, the bereaved nursemaid looking for comfort, and let the man leave his hand on her shoulder, even leaning slightly in towards him, giving him the impression that more contact might be available if he wanted it. The man looked like he might want it, so she gave him a pathetic, near-to-fainting flutter of the eyes, and that did the trick just fine. "Can I get you a cup of tea, lass?" he said. "You look like you could do with one. The house is just over the other side of the cemetery. Say you'll come. It would give me a chance to explain myself." Before she could answer, he sneezed and took his hand from her shoulder. "Sorry, allergies," he said. "You must have a cat." More cats than I ever wanted, she thought. And now that they're gone, I wouldn't care if I never saw another one in my life. She let the man lead her away as the groundskeepers moved to start filling the grave. She never looked back. The house he showed her to was one of the old 2-story Victorian sandstone buildings that lined the shore along the lochside. Its imposing grey frontage had been built to stand up to the inclement weather that washed off the loch 3 seasons of the year. The front window of a sitting room looked out over the loch itself, but the man led Wendy through the back to a dining room. A large bay window looked up the hill at the old cemetery they had just left. She could just make out the red and yellow flowers waiting to be laid on the grave when the diggers had filled over the coffin with earth and sod. He left her with the view and went through a door to the kitchen, where she heard water running, cups rattling, and him sneezing. He's making sure I have a good long look at the grave. This is another part of the con. Sorry, he said again when he finally returned with a tray, a teapot, 2 cups, and a small plate of chocolate biscuits. You must think I'm awful, accosting you at the graveside like that. But she's coming through very strong, you see. He sneezed again at that, his head tilted to one side, as if listening. She says it's just fat old George, he said. She says he's always molting. He's good, Wendy thought. He'll be asking for money soon. She fed him what she thought he'd expected to hear. She always was very fond of her cats. Yes, that's why she left all her money to the charity. She says she knew you would understand. Wendy almost choked on her tea at that, but managed to regain her composure. He hasn't done his research as well as you thought. Firstly, I'm not an easy mark. And secondly, I understand just fine. I understand the old bitch is exactly where she deserves to be, and so are her cats. Even while she was thinking it, the man across the table sneezed again, just as something warm and hairy brushed past Wendy's ankle. She looked around for a cat, but there was no sign of one. The gray-haired man smiled. I told you she was coming through strong. Wendy wasn't sure now whether she actually had the upper hand here. The man was just sitting, sipping tea, and smiling at her. He hadn't asked for money, and the trick with the cat brushing her leg was so good, she couldn't see how he'd done it. She decided to drop the subterfuge. Look, she said, thanks for the tea and all that, but I don't know what your game is here. I do know that you won't get a penny out of me. He smiled across the table at her and opened his hands, showing her his empty palms. Look, there's nothing up my sleeves. He's either very good or I'm losing my touch. I don't want your money, lass, the man said. I don't want anything from you. She does, though, if you'll talk to her. She's upstairs in the back bedroom, and she wants a word. Who wants a word? You know who it is that I'm talking about, he said. And I think there are things you want to say to her, aren't there? Things that have been left unspoken? I said all I have to say at the graveside, thank you very much. What are you? Some kind of wee pretendy medium? He smiled again. I'm not a wee pretendy anything less, he said. I'm just the housekeeper. The house itself is in charge here. She couldn't make much sense of that. Now she was thinking it wasn't a con at all, that the small man was clearly insane, and she'd allowed herself to walk into his delusion. But as she stood to leave, a voice she could never forget called out from somewhere upstairs. Wendy, darling, is that you? Fetch me my glass of warm milk, would you?
There's a dear. Okay, that's quite enough of this bullshit, Wendy said to the man across the table. It's a very good trick, I'll give you that much. But I've told you, you won't get a penny out of me. He just smiled and showed her his open palms again. It's not me you should be telling, lass, he said. I just look after the house. She turned and left the room, meaning to head for the front door, but stopped at the foot of the stairs, listening. She heard 2 soft thumps and knew exactly what she had just heard. 2 cats, probably her pride and joy, the leaders of the pack, George and Mildred, jumping down off the bed where their mistress sat up reading a Mills and Boone romance. "Wendy!" The voice shouted again, muffled as if coming through a shut door. She'd been obeying that voice for too long to ignore it now. Without any real conscious thought, she made her way quickly upstairs to the landing at the top. There were 4 doors off, but only one was shut. A shadow moved in a small gap between the door and floor, something low and squat and fat. George again. A radio played softly on the other side of the door. Paul Anka, one of Mrs. McKay's favorites. "Oh, don't just stand there, girl. Fetch me my milk," the voice demanded. "I've come too far not to look. But it's a trick. It has to be." Before she could talk herself out of it, she stepped forward, turned the door handle, and pushed the door open. The room was totally empty, bare floorboards, an uncovered light bulb covered in spider webs hanging from a ceiling, no curtains on the windows that overlooked the graveyard, and the long, cold remnants of a fire behind an old wrought iron grate. Something warm and furry brushed against Wendy's leg. Mrs. McKay whispered, right beside her ear, "Where's my milk?" 10 seconds later, she was back down at the table across from the gray-haired man, letting him pour her a stiff measure of scotch that she took with trembling hands. "It was her. It really was her," she said. "Yes," was all that the man said. "But it can't be. I killed her dead, and she didn't even leave me a penny." She spoke mainly to give herself time to recover her nerve. "So what's the deal? What's going on here?" He poured himself a stiff drink before starting. "I'll have to give you the speech. Everybody gets the speech," he said, then spoke as if reciting by rote. "There are houses like this all over the world. Most people only know of them from whispered stories over campfires, tall tales told to scare the unwary," he went on. "But some of us, those who suffer, some of us know better. We are drawn to the places, the loci, if you like, where what ails us can be eased. Yes, dead is dead, as it was and always will be. But there are other worlds than these, other possibilities, and if we have the will, the fortitude, we can peer into another life where the dead are not gone, where we can see that they thrive and go on. And as we watch, we can, sometimes, gain enough pace for ourselves that we too can thrive and go on. You will want to know more than why. You will want to know how. I cannot tell you that. None of us has ever known, only that the houses are the sources of the powers that flow through them. That is the constant here." "But I heard her." "See her, hear her. Whatever the house chooses to give you, you will receive. You have only had the first taste, but before you can delve further into the mysteries, there's something else." "Ah, I knew he was going to ask for money." But he surprised her again. "If you want to come back, you need to bring a totem, something that connects you to the departed. And you'll need to get a sigil," he said. He rolled up his sleeve to show her a small, perfectly detailed rose on his inner arm. "It has to be something meaningful to the both of you. For proper contact to be established here in this place, you need to get inked. And what happens if I don't? Then you'll never make full contact. You need the totem and the ink, the sigil. Those are the house rules. Without both, the house will not accept you as a guest." "Maybe I don't accept the house. But this doesn't feel like a con. Is there anything in it for me? Do you get many people coming round for this service?" "Is it a service?" Wendy asked. "More than a few, less than a lot," he said. "Some regulars only come for an hour or so at a time, just to replenish cherished memories. Some others take a room for a night, a week, even months at a stretch. The house provides." "And you don't charge for this?"
He showed her his empty palms again. I'm just the housekeeper. Wendy was starting to get an inkling of an idea. Maybe there is something here for me after all. It took her several months to put the complete plan into action. Of course, she didn't get a tattoo. The very thought of getting permanently marked in pursuit of a con was repugnant to her. She faked it and got a decal of a cat, one that could be washed off easily after she'd showed it, quickly, so fast he couldn't tell that it wasn't inked, to the man in the house. She also took along the cheap necklace Mrs. McKay had left to her as her so-called totem. I want you to cherish it. It belonged to my mum, the old lady had said. But to Wendy's eye, it looked like something that might have come from Woolworth in the 60s. The man thought it to be appropriate, though. She found out his name, Graham Barkley, on that same second visit, and started her seduction there and then. Over the coming weeks, she made regular trips to the house, but always avoided going back upstairs. I'm not ready yet, she would plead. I want to be sure everything is right. Every so often, she'd feel a non-existent cat brush her legs, or hear a voice call from above, but such things were easy to ignore. She had her mind on a higher purpose. Graham Barkley proved to be a soft touch, malleable to her every while. She didn't even have to take him to her bed. He was old-fashioned enough to want to save all that stuff for marriage, and that was a topic they hadn't got around to, yet. By the end of the second month of her campaign, she would have him wound around her little finger. Darling, she would say when a new guest was being introduced to the house's secrets, can I sit in? At first, and for a few weeks afterwards, he refused her. But she was nothing if not persistent, and eventually he came around. He even came to think of it as his idea. Such were her powers of persuasion. She learned the speech, learned how to appear properly solemn, and although Graham was genuinely empathetic toward the house's guests, she was able to fake it so well that none of them ever noticed. The only thing he balked at was her request to start charging the guests for their visits. She suggested a sliding scale, from an hour to months, that would be on a level similar to a hotel stay of equal length. But we're not a hotel, dear, he would say, as if explaining it to a child. We're not even a boarding house. We're just housekeepers. You said it yourself at first day. We are providing a service, but I see it more as a calling, a ministry. I couldn't possibly debase that by asking for payment. Well, I see it as a cash cow going to waste, she thought, but never said. She bided her time. Her plan came to near completion when Graham proposed marriage. He also thought that it was his idea. Their trip to the registry office took place 4 months to the day from their meeting in the graveyard. There was no honeymoon. The house needed its keeper on a full-time basis, but they consummated their vows that same night. Wendy insisted on keeping the lights off, and traditionalist Graham did not quibble, although he might have had he been given enough light to see that there was no sign of a tattoo on his new wife's arm. After that, it was a matter of taking things slow and easy. The hard part was done. Every night she brought Graham a drink of warm milk and whiskey, and if there was a little bit of something extra in it every night, he neither noticed nor complained. The part of old Lady McKay that lived upstairs got increasingly noisy, and it sometimes sounded like there was a whole herd of cats up there with her. But that was all mere background. Wendy never went up to the back room. Graham had his house and a new wife, and if he was happy, she would pretend to be happy with him, for however long he had left. Guests kept arriving. Some stayed a few nights, some left happy after only a couple of hours. None of them paid, and that rankled sore with Wendy, although she never let it show, because it was obvious to anyone with eyes to see that Graham was not long for this world. His health had started to downturn as autumn turned to winter, and by the time the first ice of the year stretched across the loch, he was a pale shadow of the man he had been the previous summer. "Don't you dare drink my milk!" Mrs. McKay shouted from upstairs, and a thunder of tiny feet echoed above as the spectral cats ran amok. Wendy and Graham were so used to the noise from the back room that neither of them paid it any heed. "I think I need to go see a doctor," Graham said one day in January. "Whatever you think is best, dear," Wendy said. "It's probably just a virus. There's one going round." The doctors found Graham's blood wasn't thick enough to sustain him,
and put him on an ever-strengthening regime of medication, but all to no avail. Wendy could have told them they needed to look at what was lurking in his nightly milk, the stuff he used to keep the rats down, but she kept that to herself, behind eyes she ensured looked increasingly concerned. Knowing that he was gravely ill, Graham insisted the house deeds be redrawn with her name added. He gave her similar access to his bank accounts, which were much better appointed than she could even have hoped. Indeed, she wouldn't need the money that might come in from charging guests. But her plan was too far along, Graham too far gone, to back down now. Besides, extra cash is extra cash, whichever way it comes. Near the end, Graham had one last wish of her. "Bury me in the cemetery, darling," he said. "Bury me where you can see me from the window, and I can watch over you." She agreed, willingly. It was a small price to pay for what was coming to her. He reached into his waistcoat pocket, took out a small, thin gold ring, and put it on her left middle finger. "This was my grandmother's," he said, "and it's your token for me. With this and your tattoo together, they will ensure I'll be here in the house, always with you." She left it on. It looked good on her finger. "For now. I can always hawk it later. It looks antique. It's worth more than old Lady McKay's manky costume jewelry, in any case." The old lady called out for more milk from upstairs. The cats continued their berserk running in circles on the floor above, and Wendy smiled sadly at a husband who barely had the energy to smile back. It won't be long now. Graham passed away peacefully in hospital in late February, with Wendy at his bedside, holding his hand. She took herself away shopping in Edinburgh between his death and the funeral, and didn't intend to return to the house until after the small, quiet ceremony in the cemetery above the loch. She looked down at the coffin while the minister droned on, only looking up once, straight at the house, then looking away quickly. There had been movement at the upstairs window, a pale, round face smiling out at her. She lowered her gaze to the lower room window, half expecting to see Graham waiting for her to come home. But, thankfully, the downstairs looked empty and quiet. I can only hope it stays that way. Some of the house's guests came up to her to pay their respects, and Wendy kept up her grieving widow act for their benefit, knowing full well the next time she saw them, she would be asking them for money. She spent the short walk back adding up figures in her head as to how much extra per month she would be able to squeeze out of the house's services. That prospect meant she had a small smile on her face as she strode down to the lochside and into the house. Something didn't feel right. She knew that as soon as she stepped through the door. She heard a clattering of cups, a rush of running water from through in the kitchen. The thin gold ring Graham had given her felt warm on her finger, but when she tried, she couldn't pull the thing off. The distinctive whistle of a boiling kettle echoed throughout the downstairs area. "Hello?" she said, aware of the tremor in her voice. "Is somebody there?" A sneeze joined the sound of the whistling kettle, and Wendy felt something warm and furry move against her leg. "Graham?" She knew what she was going to see as soon as she entered the kitchen. Graham, her dead husband Graham, stood at the cooker, pouring boiling water into a teapot. "I buried you," she whispered. Upstairs, old Lady McKay cackled loudly and shouted, "Don't forget the milk!" "Graham," she whispered as the man put the teapot down on the work surface and turned towards her. The gold ring on her finger flared in heat, but she only had eyes for the man across the room. He opened his hands, palms outward in a well-known gesture, and pulled up his sleeve to show her the rose tattooed there. She saw the query in his eyes. "I've showed you mine. Now you show me yours." As he stepped forward, she turned and fled. His shout followed her out to the hallway. "The house will not accept you as a guest!" Her only thought was to reach the front door and flee out to the road. But when she touched the handle, it flared in red heat, scorching her palm. The thin gold ring on her finger gave out a blazing light as it too flared, growing too warm, burning her skin until it smoked, scorched black around the base of the finger and up to the first knuckle. Wendy whimpered, reached for the door again, but it was too hot to touch. Something slammed, hard, upstairs, shaking the whole house, and she knew immediately what it was.
The upstairs door's open.
"Wendy! What in blazes has gotten into you, girl? Where's my damned milk?"
Old Lady McKay appeared at the top of the stairs, her white nightgown billowing as if in a strong wind. Wendy's brain was close to shutting down by this point, but she had enough sense left to see that the old woman floated 6 inches above the top step. Her cats crowded, in a furry, squirming pile at her back, Fat George's wet smile leering down from between her legs, Mildred licking her lips beside him.
"Where's my bloody milk?"
Mrs. McKay shouted.
Graham,
Wendy whispered as her husband came out of the kitchen into the hall.
do something. Do something, please.
He showed her his palms again.
What can I do? I'm just the housekeeper, and you're not even a guest.
"Where's my bloody milk?"
Mrs. McKay bellowed again and came floating down the stairs. Wendy pressed her back to the door, trying to wish herself to freedom on the other side, but there was nowhere to go, no way to escape, as the cats came down in a flood alongside their mistress. She quickly found out they were all, cats and mistress and housekeeper, very hungry. Russian Dollhouse by Jason Parent. Kit glared at her brother. She couldn't see through the mesh eyes of his Power Ranger mask, but she knew he was glaring right back at her, ruining everything, just like he always did. Well, like he sometimes did. For the past 3 years, she'd been stuck taking the little shit trick-or-treating. Okay, she hadn't minded taking Cole, actually Nikola, but their parents, who'd opted to name them Nikita and Nikola in the first place, had tired of having 2 children respond to the first-syllable nickname, so they'd moved on to the second. In fact, she'd enjoyed dressing up with him, and together they'd cultivated an entire patch of plastic pumpkins gorged with candy. Kit had taught her brother where all the best houses were, where people gave out the full-sized bars, and where those who gave out crap like Smarties and fruit roll-ups, or the dreaded Good and Plenty's lived. But that year, she wouldn't be caught dead in some cheap-ass princess or mermaid costume their smelly grandmother had made. No, a mask would mess up her thick blonde hair, which she'd spent hours curling, and cover her cherry-red lipsticked lips, and she hoped those lips would finally taste Jordan Ballard's before that night was over. But Jordan would never kiss her with snot-nosed bug face hanging around. She let out a groan, Cole still staring up at her. "All right," she sighed. "Let's get this over with." "Yay!" Cole bounced and punched at the air, his empty plastic pumpkin swinging on his wrist. Kit couldn't help but smile. After all, she did love the little shit. She crouched in front of him. Her growth spurt had hit hard, and his was still some years away. "All right, Ninja Man, you know the rules. You don't need to hold my hand, but you've got to stay close." She stood and put her hands on her hips. "Got it?" Cole nodded. "Okay, and make sure you save me a Reese's. A big one, not one of those minis." Cole nodded again. Kit smirked. "Well, what are you waiting for?" She grabbed the back of Cole's costume just before he could dash out into the street. "Stay close," she reminded him. Not that he was in any danger. The street was empty of cars, but loaded with trick-or-treaters. Halloween's heyday had returned to their neighborhood as new families with young children moved in all around their house. Her father had lived in the same house his whole life. Kit's parents had bought their home from their living grandmother, who knew the comings and goings of the neighborhood for the better part of a century. Neighborhoods have short memories, Kit's dad had said, recounting how Halloween had died there when he was a kid, after some children, the urban legendary Alderman twins, and a couple other kids, whose names and genders changed with each telling, went missing. Kit took in the bustling street. This might be the busiest Halloween ever. As she breathed in the cool night air and watched as hordes of dragons and monsters, and, of course, enough princesses to make Disney World jealous, ran amok, she almost wished she'd allowed Grandma to make her a costume that year, something a little more grown up but still pretty, something Jordan would like. Jordan. She sighed and checked her cell phone for any missed calls, but saw none. By the time she snapped herself away from thoughts of her hopefully soon-to-be boyfriend's dazzling blue eyes, strong arms, and sweet lips, she wanted so desperately pressed against hers. Cole was 3 houses down the road. She laughed. He plays to win, I'll give him that. By the time she caught up to him, Cole was sprinting across a yard to the next house. They were closing in on Waterford Lane, which had no streetlights and, aside from the homes at the corner of Simon and Waterford, also had no houses. Except for one, set way down the lane and deep into its yard, nestled in woods. No one had lived there since before Kit was born. Her dad couldn't remember anyone actually living there, and her grandma wouldn't speak of the place. The house, an old colonial, was condemned. Boards covered every window. Caution tape and a notice of condemnation covered its door. Its wood was the color of ash, shaded in such a way that made the house loom darker than the night itself on that unlit lane. Every teenager had seen it. Most had been dared to enter it. But as far as Kit knew, no one ever had. Even the homeless people downtown chose bus shelters and park benches over squatting there. Why the house had never been torn down was anyone's guess, but Kit aligned herself with the theory that it was some kind of historical landmark. For trick-or-treating purposes, Waterford Lane marked the turnaround point. Kit and Cole would work their way back up the other side of the street, then bear left onto Kinsey Road. As they approached the quiet lane, husks of leaves clattered across the pavement, breaking apart in the cold wind. The last streetlight on Simon flickered and hummed, occasionally cracking like a bug zapper. Beyond was a pitch-black landscape under barren pines that stabbed at the sky. Somewhere behind those dying sticks, somewhere beyond where the lane curved and came to its dead end, the abandoned house squatted in isolation. The thought of it sitting there, somehow conscious of Kit's nearness, sent a shudder through her. "Roar!" Kit yelped, her heart leaping against its cage. She turned and faced a small, rail-thin boy in a rubber werewolf mask. Tilting her head to the side, she said, "Screw you, Pedro." Pedro pulled off the mask, revealing a smile loaded with metal. "Oh, I got you good." "Don't mind him," another boy said, approaching from behind her. "His parents keep him in a cage most of the time, so he doesn't get out much." "Jordan." Kit almost clapped, but focused instead on wiping the goofy grin off her face before turning around. She bit into her lower lip and looked up shyly, unable to meet his gaze for long before having to look away. "Hi, Jordan," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. She swayed her shoulder forward and back as she twisted on her toes. When she found the nerve to look up again, Jordan was only inches from her. A sophomore and already varsity, he looked clean and beautiful in his yellow and black letterman's jacket. At his elbow stood that bitch Melissa, with all her tats and piercings making her look like a punk band's groupie or a horror movie reject. She was forever hanging at Kit's man's heels, always trying to steal Jordan away from her. If she hadn't thrown up a timid wave, Kit might not have noticed Tabby, who was cuter than a mouse and quieter than a dead one, hanging back like she always did. With her glasses and short, straight hair, she looked a lot like Velma from Scooby-Doo, and the thick turtleneck she wore did little to distance her from the comparison. She'd been Kit's best friend since kindergarten, but Kit was starting to wonder whether Tabby was holding her back in her quest for freshman class status and Jordan's undying love. "What?" Kit's voice squeaked. She cleared her throat. "What are you guys doing here?" Jordan smiled, his 2 rows of perfect teeth glistening in the moonlight. "We were headed in your direction and thought we'd surprise you." "Yeah," Pedro said, pulling his mask back down. "We're seeing what kind of mischief we can get into post-mischief night." He held a plastic bag open in front of him, revealing a carton of eggs. "We're going to egg that old house at the end of Waterford." "Why would you want to egg that house?" Cole asked. "Nobody lives there." Kit frowned, remembering her charge. How long he'd been standing there, listening, she didn't know. "See," Melissa laughed, "even the little kid's smarter than you, Pedro." Pedro snatched the plastic pumpkin right out of Cole's hand. "What you got in here, kid? Anything good?" "Hey!" Cole whined and reached for his pumpkin. "Give that back." Hold on. Pedro pulled out a Three Musketeers bar. "I'm just going to take one. Three Musketeers, see? Nobody likes them anyway." Kit glowered. "They're actually his favorites." "I'm sorry," Pedro mumbled as he jammed the whole bar into his mouth. He gave the pumpkin back to Cole. "I can't help it. I'm always hungry." "Maybe you have a tapeworm," Cole said, still skulking and sifting through his candy bowl. "I don't have a tapeworm."
Kit crossed her arms and studied her classmates. So, what are you really doing here? Jordan pointed at Pedro. He's going to egg that house. We, he said, throwing his thumbs over his shoulders, just want to check it out. Want to come? He raised an eyebrow in a way that always made the butterflies in her stomach multiply through mitosis. Or was it meiosis? Like she'd learned in biology class. She could feel them fluttering, and thought she would die right then and there if they gave her gas. That bitch Melissa would probably tell the whole school. I can't, Kit pouted. I have to watch Bugface. I'm not Bugface. Cole raised his fists. I'm a Power Ranger. Kit turned to Tabby. You're up for that? Not really. Tabby squinted and grinned in a way that made her look as though she were in pain or related to Robert De Niro. Just don't have anything else to do. She looked at Jordan and raised a finger. One moment. After ordering her brother to stay put, she shuffled Tabby aside. Can you take my brother trick-or-treating? He knows the route. All you have to do is follow him. Tabby pursed her lips. I don't know. Come on. Kit grabbed her by the arms. My parents love you. Sometimes I think more than me. Cole loves you. This is my chance to finally kiss Jordan before Melissa can move in. And you don't really want to go to that house. I don't, but... Great, then it's settled. Taking Tabby by the hand, she led her back to the group. Tabby's going to take Cole trick-or-treating as my stand-in. We'll meet back at my house after. She bumped Jordan with her shoulder, her hands buried in her pockets. I'm all yours. They turned and started walking down Waterford. In only a few steps, Jordan's hand found hers. She knew there was a reason she always loved Halloween. Behind her, her brother asked, Where are they going? Just down the street, Tabby answered. They'll be back in a bit, but in the meantime, you and I are going to fill that pumpkin to the brim. Don't worry, I got extras. His voice barely audible, Cole said, But they shouldn't go that way. Grandma says we should never go down there. Kit smirked, then looked away, a twinge of guilt sprouting as she pawned off her responsibility for her brother. At least she knew Tabby would take good care of him. They walked in silence under a giant moon, a massive golf ball falling toward an earthen fairway. Kit kicked rocks over the cement, her sweaty fingers interlocked with Jordan's. Pedro spoiled the moment by sprinting ahead, howling at the moon like the werewolf he purported to be. He ran far ahead, rounded the curve in the lane, and disappeared behind the trees. Then he fell silent. Pedro? Kit called. No answer. He's just trying to scare us, Melissa said. It never gets old to him. Yeah, Jordan chuckled. The jerk's got like 100 hiding places up there. We'll never be able to guess which tree he'll jump out from behind. Though Kit couldn't say why, Pedro's silence bothered her. She knew Jordan and Melissa were probably right. Pedro was always doing stupid shit. He'd just spent last week in detention for bringing a tarantula to school and nearly giving arachnophobic Mrs. Taylor a heart attack, not to mention Jordan, who'd tried to act tough but apparently suffered from the same affliction. She half expected to hear him break out giggling and howling like a madman as he jumped out at them. But she didn't hear so much as a twig snap up ahead. Then she understood what had unnerved her. It wasn't that Pedro was silent. The entire woods was a vacuum, void of sound beyond their footsteps and the sizzle of hot breath on cold air. The world was still, maybe frozen, and it was the first time Kit noticed the cold. The night darkened, and the trees seeming to jut higher as they neared them, lancing out the light. Moonlight cast the lane in shades of blue that reached over the grass to the tree line, where black swallowed everything. Kit leaned in closer to Jordan, who let go of her hand and placed his arm around her. She shuddered. It's cold. Maybe we should head back. It's just a little farther. He gave her a squeeze. Let's let Pedro have his joke, and then we'll head back. What's so magical about this house anyway? Melissa asked, coming up alongside Jordan. I know you just moved here last year, but I'm surprised you never heard about it. Jordan hunched, beckoning the others closer as if what he had to tell was some big secret. The house is a local legend. Long story short, some kids went missing something like 30 years ago and were supposedly last seen entering this house. Do you believe it? Melissa batted her eyelashes and feigned interest in a way that made Kit want to stab her. Nah, Jordan scoffed.
Every old house earns a story if it's allowed to sit empty long enough. They continued on around the bend where Pedro stood. His back was to them, the long ears of the werewolf mask sticking out like antennae from a mat of black hair. He wasn't moving. A few steps closer, and Kit saw why. The old abandoned house no longer looked so old or abandoned. It had been done up for Halloween, a spectacled arrival and amusement park attraction. In the long yard before it stood row upon row of gravestones, mechanized zombie arms reaching from several of the graves. Mausoleums stood on each side of the path leading up to the house's front porch. The door to the structure on the left cracked open, and green fingers curled out around it, only to retreat into the darkness as the door slammed shut, the process repeating on a loop. Screams came from the mausoleum on the right. What looked like blood ran down a solitary window. Wilted flowers swayed in the sill beneath it. On the porch, an empty swing rocked. Yarn cobwebs decorated every crook and corner, and their supposed owners, fat black rubber spiders the size of bowling balls, yo-yoed on springy string. Skeletons rattled in windows, their jaws slowly unhinging, then snapping shut. Holographic bats circled a chimney, from which a small plume of smoke rose. Every so often, a witch would cackle or a chainsaw would buzz from somewhere inside the house. What looked like a real black cat tiptoed across the porch railing. "What is all this?" Melissa asked. "I thought you said it was abandoned." "It's so beautiful," Pedro said, dropping his bag. "I don't even want to egg it anymore." Kit just stared, dumbfounded. Something was all wrong about the house. She hadn't seen any trucks come by, hadn't heard the sounds of renovation. The shape of the house seemed the same, but it was no longer falling apart. It was as though some wizard had made what was old new again with the wave of a wand. And all the decorations? Why? "I've been waiting for someone to show up," a boy called from his seat on the porch swing. "Where the heck did he come from?" Jordan asked no one in particular. He stared at the boy with what looked like wonder. Kit hadn't seen the boy before he'd spoken and could have sworn he hadn't been on the swing when she first looked. He wore an orange and black letterman's jacket, not unlike Jordan's, but older and grimier. His features were gaunt and frail, so much so that Kit couldn't picture him playing any sport well. "I've been waiting here a long time," the boy said. "My friends have already gone in, but I had to wait for the next group. Now that you four are here, though, we should all be able to get in." "Get into what?" Pedro ran up the steps and past the boy. He peered into one of the windows. "Is this like some sort of haunted house? How much does it cost?" The front door swung open, revealing an empty foyer with a polished wooden floor, unadorned except for a large candelabra hanging from the ceiling. Each candle in it emitted a warm orange glow. "Cost?" The strange boy laughed and waved them into the house. "Well, you don't need any money to get in. Just step inside." Kit held Jordan's arm a little tighter. "I'm not so sure we should." "Chicken," Melissa said, twirling across the threshold with Pedro right on her heels. "That boy, he doesn't look right." Jordan squeezed her back. "He's just part of the show. This isn't right. I mean, what's this place doing out here? Why would someone put a haunted house way out here? And why didn't any of us know about it?" "Come on," Jordan said, pulling her forward. "This has Pedro written all over it. You know his parents are loaded and basically give him everything he wants." He shrugged. "Anyway, it could be fun." Jordan escorted her into the house. As she passed the boy at the door, he offered her a worm-lipped grin. Though she didn't hear his footsteps follow her in, she could sense his presence, as heavy as a rain cloud, right behind her. The door creaked shut. At the sound, Kit spun around and nearly fell atop the boy, who had been inches from her back. He smelled of dust and something stale, like old sweat, but with a metallic undertone. His eyes, deep navy pools, were looking at her, or maybe through her. "Dude!" Pedro bounced forward and pointed. "Check it out!" As if spray-painted by an invisible hand, a circle appeared on the floor, red and running like blood. Spatters dotted the wooden side and outside the circle's sloppy curve. Kit's pulse quickened as the invisible spray painter continued its artwork, drawing within the circle an upside-down star. Melissa threw back her hair, her mouth agape.
How are they doing it? So cool,
Pedro muttered. Jordan put his arm around Kit and kissed her temple. Even his touch, the very thing she craved more than Free Period and Chris Hemsworth movies and all the Bruno Mars concerts in the world, went barely noticed as she watched the floor paint itself. The effects looked so real. They looked too real. Smoke rose from the floor beside each point. The numbers 1 through 5, charred and black, etched themselves into the wood, each corresponding to a point of the star.
I'm number 1,
Pedro said, rushing for the point in front of him.
The hell you are,
Melissa said, hip-checking him as she raced for the same point. Pedro staggered, his momentum carrying him diagonally so that he nearly fell atop the 2. As his sneaker landed on it, the number lit up in a bright red glow. Kit's attention shifted back to Melissa, who was standing on the 1. A bright red glow illuminated her fishnets. I guess that makes us 3 and 4, Jordan said. Unless... He turned to the boy, who lingered by the door with arms crossed. You don't mind, do you? He bowed and waved an arm in an extravagant gesture.
By all means.
5's closer to the 3, Kit said, not wanting to let Jordan go. Yeah, but what if we have to pair up at some point? Jordan smiled. I'd rather be paired up with you than Walking Dead over there. He glanced over his shoulder. No offense.
None taken, the boy said, his thin-lipped smile revealing too much teeth.
After a moment's hesitation, Kit relented. She walked over to the 4 and watched it light up. As Jordan took the 3rd spot, he said to the boy, Well, if you're going to be joining us, we might as well know who you are. I'm Jordan. That's Kit, Pedro, and Melissa. He pointed at each in turn. The boy made no response. Instead, he stepped on the 5. Kit raised an eyebrow and tilted her head at Jordan, who shrugged in response. After a second, he asked the boy, What's your name? The boy's brow furrowed, and he frowned. Name? I think it was Billy. He smiled as if he'd just delivered the answer to all life's mysteries. Yes, Billy. That's what it was. Kit barely had time to register the oddness of the response, when a whispering voice materialized out of nothing, airy and hissing, but somehow as loud as if it spoke directly into her ear. Your time is fleeting, and odds are slim. Best bet is to leave, for only one can win. Pedro wiggled his fingers in the air. Ooh, spooky, he laughed. Kit caught movement in her peripheral vision. Something rose in the corner behind her. She stepped closer to Jordan. Another something appeared in the corner nearest Pedro. She pointed. Look! Everyone followed her gaze. Pedro took a step toward the growing shadow. There's another one over there, Melissa said, pointing to her left. What are they? Kit spun around, spotting a rising shadow. Then another, and another. There's one in every corner. Nobody moved. Nobody said a word. As Kit watched the black mass swell, and her own unease swell with it, she shrank back into the room's center. The things in the corners emerged out of the walls and floor. Unblinking, Kit watched one take form, 2 black comets with tails dangling from its head like prongs on a jester's cap. An idea came to mind, and with it, a cry rose in her throat. She swallowed hard to keep it from spewing out. Antenna. At first, Kit thought the creatures might be giant roaches, but their bodies were too wiggly and shapeless. They rose slowly but continuously, reaching a height of over 6 feet. The one nearest Kit slowly turned. She gripped Jordan's arm a little tighter, her feet frozen to the ground. Pedro, either the bravest or the dumbest, stepped closer to one of the creatures. It fell onto its belly and moved. No, slithered, like some giant slug or snail or worm or other creature with no business being as big as it was. Pedro inched closer. The creature rose, revealing an orange underside, lined with 2 rows of stubby, conical protrusions, that looked like the bottom of an egg carton. Several of the protrusions leaked a substance resembling snot, none more so than the two at the head of the creature, set where Kit imagined the thing's eyes should have been. Aside from the antenna and those two leaking pustules, the caterpillar snail thing had no recognizable facial features. Not until it rose over Pedro, and a vertical slit between its running nostrils opened to reveal a shark's maw turned sideways, lined with rows and rows of pointy teeth. Pedro raised a finger. "Don't touch it," Kit said, struggling to get the words out. Pedro didn't listen. He pressed his finger into the creature's belly. "It's spongy." One of the protrusions above his finger gurgled and spat mucus onto his hand. He stepped back and shook it off. "Gross!" The creature's head reared back. Its top two protrusions were swelling up, the nostrils opening wider. Kit heard the creak of a door and turned around just in time to see it close. The strange boy was gone. When she looked back at Pedro, the creature in front of him moved backward like a film played in reverse. The others returned to their corners and disappeared. "That was so cool!" Pedro laughed. Melissa ran after one and stomped the floor where it had retreated. The sound of solid wood answered. "It's like it was never there at all," she said, trembling with excitement. "Some kind of projection?" "But I touched it," Pedro said. "Didn't feel real, though. Rubbery, like the stuff they used to make monsters in old movies, before special effects got good. Like Jaws and E.T. and shit. Still pretty badass." "Guys," Kit said, trying to keep her voice from shaking. "Where did that kid go?" Pedro sniggered. "Probably got scared and ran off," he scoffed. "Puss." "What happened to the windows?" Kit asked. "What?" Jordan squinted at her. She ignored him and ran to the front door. "There were windows here." She pointed at the wall beside it. She turned around. "Pedro, don't you remember peeking through one?" "Yeah, but I couldn't see nothing. Now I see why. Walled over on the inside. Nice touch. But, wait." Pedro's mouth dropped open. He stared past Kit. "What?" Kit turned around. The door was gone. Above, the candelabra brightened, illuminating an empty room without doors or windows. That strange voice echoed off the walls. "To carry on, your herd must thin, 5 to 4, but only one can win. Your chance to leave has now departed. The worms must feed. Who'll be discarded?" A door appeared on the opposite wall from where they entered. It slowly opened, revealing a room cloaked in darkness. "I don't like this anymore," Kit said. She ran to the back wall and pushed on it. She might as well have been trying to move a mountain. "Looks like there's only one way to go," Jordan said, a quaver in his voice, his smile not beaming with its usual confidence. "This is so cool," Pedro said, rushing through the open doorway and vanishing into black. Melissa shrugged. "I have to admit, it kind of is." She followed Pedro. "Come on," Jordan urged. "It doesn't look like we have much choice." "There's got to be another exit," Kit pleaded. "It's like a fire hazard or something if there isn't." The irony of expecting a condemned building to be up to code was not lost on her. Still, she stared up at the ceiling, bouncing on her toes. She examined the cracks in the walls for tiny cameras, a secret panel, anything that might reveal the operators of the attraction or the emergency exit. "I want to get out now," she called. "I've had enough." No one answered. "Let's just try the next room." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and smiled. "If any monsters try to bite, I'll kick their asses." For the most part, Kit's damsel in distress act was just that, an act to lure in Jordan. But everything about the house, its overnight remodeling, the better-than-blockbuster film effects, that creepy boy who had met them outside, then just disappeared, wasn't right. She felt like a rat trapped in a maze. Or worse, like a human trapped in a social experiment, as though she were in one of those awful reality television shows where people had to spend a night in a haunted house. And velvet worms? That's what those giant slug things were, weren't they? Kit remembered how Pedro had nearly given the normally tough-as-nails Melissa a heart attack by putting one of those worms in her hair during a lesson on ambush predators in third-period biology.
but that critter had been smaller than her pinky finger. And yet Melissa charges forward, probably not willing to let Pedro know he can get to her, not again anyway. Kit sighed. Yeah, Pedro has got to be behind all of this. She nodded and puckered her lips, beginning to feel stupid. The worms, Pedro running up ahead and leading them to that house. Maybe it was all just the elaborate prank of some bored rich kid. Kit thought he was stupid, but she had to admire his commitment to his pranks. Taking the lead, she pulled Jordan into the next room, stepping into a sightless unknown. The door closed behind them. A candelabra alighted above them, shining its light upon a room identical to the one they had just left, albeit a little smaller. The corners came to life. This again? Pedro crossed his arms. Lame. Melissa stuck out her tongue. You think I don't know this is your doing? I've had nightmares about those disgusting worms ever since you put one in my hair. She walked straight toward the corner. Well, I won't let your dumb friends get the better of me. I wish I could take credit for this. Pedro punched Jordan in the shoulder. Nice work, man. Sure, Pedro. Jordan punched him back. You can stop pretending. We all know you did this. Yeah, Melissa said, laughing. Which one of your dumbass brothers is in this costume? Mark? I bet it's Mark. She kicked the shape emerging from the corner. The worm sprang up to its full height, shrieking in a way that resembled a dolphin's click, but higher pitched. Startled, Melissa stepped back, throwing her arms up in front of her. The worm's head reared back, and its snot rocketed all over her. Pedro burst out in laughter. Jordan gave an unsure chuckle. Melissa released a stream of curses. She shook out her arms, whiplashing gooey strips of the mucus-like substance against the wall and floor. Very funny, Pedro. Very fucking funny. She raised her fist and tried to lift her foot, but only her heel came up before the mucus suctioned it back to the floor. Guys, I can't move, she groaned. This isn't funny, Pe. The worm's mouth clamped down on her shoulder. Melissa screamed. Blood spouted from where its teeth punctured her flesh. It attracted the other 3 worms, which beelined toward Melissa like starving children answering a dinner bell. The one in the corner opposite her pushed between Jordan and Kit, knocking them to the floor. Its mouth severed Melissa's leg at the knee a moment later. The third latched onto her hand, and the fourth onto her hip. Pedro fell on his ass. He scampered away from the creatures on palms and soles. Kit curled into Jordan, who threw up his arm to shield from an attack that wasn't coming. The slug things seemed only interested in Melissa. Her screams amplified, her face ashen as she bled out. Kit got up and took a step toward Melissa, part of her aching to help. But she froze when hundreds of normal-sized worms burst forth from the cone-shaped protrusions and small pus-filled sacs about their parents' bodies. They burrowed beneath Melissa's skin. And still Melissa screamed, somehow not dead as a horde of the grotesque creatures ate away at her body. Her screams stopped at last, when the worm that had chewed up her hand bit off her head and swallowed it whole. Still unable to move, no longer clinging to the hope that she was merely the victim of some twisted joke, Kit fought back panic and tears. Pedro covered his eyes, mumbling something over and over again about it not being real. Jordan remained seated on the floor where the worm had knocked him, his eyes fixed on empty space. The worms, big and small, slowly retreated to their corners. Jordan gasped and crab-walked backward as the worm that had knocked him over slid by, a trail of blood and mucus left in its wake. Kit shuddered as it passed. The creatures returned to the shadows, and the candelabra brightened. Kit slowly took in the room. It was empty, save for the 3 of them, Melissa's severely mangled remains, and streaks of blood and gore leading to each corner. For a long while, the 3 survivors remained silent. What the fuck, Pedro? Jordan's voice startled Kit from the safe space inside her to which she'd withdrawn. Me? Pedro hugged himself closely. I didn't do that! He pointed at the half-eaten corpse. Did you think she's dead? Her fucking head is gone. Maybe it's some sort of trick. You know, special effects, trick photography. Kit needed to believe it had to be. Her mind could think of no other way to make sense of what she had just seen. Maybe she's doing this.
Getting a little payback for what you did to her in biology, Pedro. That was just a joke! Pedro paced the room. As he ran his fingers through his hair, he knocked the mask he had perched on top of his head to the ground. He didn't seem to notice he'd done it. Those things are harmless to humans. Do they look like they're fucking harmless? Jordan said, taking a step toward the body. This is no trick photography, Kit. He ran his hands over his milky face. They took her fucking head. Something about the boy's panic made Kit angry, but surprisingly calmer. Let's just think for a moment. We don't know. A door opened on the wall opposite them. She spun around and saw that the door they'd passed through earlier was gone. 4 down to 3, all wrapped up in sin. Have they figured out yet the way out is in? The mannequins dance with each move you make, yours to control whose life they will take. Who are you? Kit circled the floor. What do you want from us? The door opened. Kit peered into the darkness that awaited them. What do we do? Pedro asked. How the hell should I know? Jordan answered. He frowned, then gasped. Wait! He patted himself down, as if bugs were crawling all over him. At last he pulled his phone from a back pocket. After staring at the screen and hitting a few buttons, he threw it against the wall. What? Kit pulled her own phone from her pocket. The screen was black. She tried to power it on, certain she'd charged it before leaving the house. The phone remained dead. What the hell? Mine too, Pedro said. It's like this place just sucked the life right out of it. Jordan took a deep breath. Maybe we should just wait here. The room seems safe enough now. Safe? Pedro threw up his arms in disgust. What if those things come back? I don't know about you, but I'm not sticking around to get eaten. He started toward the door. Wait, Kit said, grabbing his arm. He shook it free, but she stepped in front of him. She raised her hands, palms out, showing him she meant no harm. I think Jordan's right. Think about it. That voice we heard, those stupid rhymes. It's like we walked into some sicko's game. So far, we've only made it to the next room when one of us... She swallowed. Left the group. I'd hardly say Melissa left the group. Pedro's nostrils flared, his eyes darting about the room. In fact, parts of her are still with us. You know what I mean. Kit took a deep breath. That creepy kid left the first room, and we moved on to the second. Melissa died in the second room, and whoever's doing this wants us to move on to the third. I say we stop playing this stupid game and just wait here for the police to come looking. I bet we only have to wait a few hours tops before my parents get worried and coerce Tabby into telling them where we went. She nodded, her chin quivering. Tabby's no good at keeping secrets. Sounds right to me, Jordan said. Pedro paced a moment longer, then stopped. Okay. A rumble came from behind them. The back wall began to move. Jordan ran to it, followed by Kit, then Pedro. Together they pressed their palms flat against it and pushed off their toes with all their might. The wall's progress never halted. When the wall had cut the room in half, the three gave up. Jordan wiped his brow. Looks like we don't have a choice. He looked at Kit. Yeah? She nodded. This is so fucked up, Pedro said, turning toward the door. Jordan took Kit's hand. Kit took Pedro's. Side by side they squeezed into the next room. A candelabra lit up the darkness. The room was noticeably smaller than the last, no bigger than the average hotel room. Seeing that it was empty, they walked to its center. Kit examined the corners. 1 second she saw nothing. In the next, thin wooden mannequins appeared in 3 of the 4 corners. The corner matching that where Melissa had died remained empty. The mannequins' arms ended in bayonets. Their faces, as bald and smooth as the rest of them, somehow seemed to be looking at them. Guys? Kit let go of the boys' hands and blocked their paths with her arms. Don't move. Mannequins! Pedro's breath came short and fast. Why did it have to be mannequins? It's like whoever's doing this knows our biggest fears. What do you mean? Jordan asked. When I was little, I played hide-and-seek with my mom in a department store, except she didn't know I signed her up to play. I hid in the center of one of those circular racks and stayed real quiet. Eventually, I nodded off, My mom thought I'd been kidnapped." He sighed. "When I finally woke up, the place was empty. All the lights were off. I went up to the first person I saw to ask where my mom had gone, but the person had no face. I screamed and ran, only to bump into another faceless person. Mannequins, of course, but I was too young to know better. Really messed me up. I hid until an employee found me the next morning, crying in a break room cupboard. I've been scared to death of mannequins ever since. Just like Melissa was afraid of those worms." "That's—" Jordan scratched his head. "That's impossible. How could they know that?" "It is? It's this house, man. It's always been messed up. It knows, man. The house knows everything." "You're not making any sense. I bet that boy is doing this. That shitty poet's voice even kind of sounds like his. How could the house—" "Shh." Kit had only been half listening. While the meatheads were talking, she had been studying the mannequins and their slight and sporadic movements. With a theory in mind, she swung her arm. The mannequin in the front right corner lurched forward. Pedro jumped. The mannequin in the back corner took a step toward Jordan. Jordan slowly backpedaled away, and the mannequin in the back right corner charged at Kit. "Nobody move! Nobody move!" To Kit's surprise, the boys actually listened. She let out a breath. "It's like the limerick said. When we move, they move. We're controlling who they kill." "How do you know that?" Pedro asked. "I was watching them from the start. If I'm right, when I move—" She gestured with her eyes toward the mannequin closest to Pedro. "That mannequin moves toward you." Gesturing again, she said, "When you move, that mannequin moves toward Jordan. And when Jordan moves, that one moves toward me." "So what do you think we should do?" Jordan asked. "Stick to the original plan." She relaxed her arms. "Nobody move." Pedro ran his fingers through his hair. One of the mannequins inched toward Jordan. No, I don't like this." He began to pace. "Stop moving!" Kit shouted. She took a step toward Pedro. "Guys," Jordan said, his palms out at his sides, "we all need to calm down." "Calm down?" Pedro scowled, still pacing. "Easy for you to say. What's to stop you two from teaming up on me, huh? First the kid vanishes, then Melissa's head gets bitten off. I know I ain't doing this. And even if you're not behind it, I can see the looks you two give each other. You're planning something." He paced faster. "You're planning on making it to the next room without me." As he paced, the mannequins drew closer. Kit hadn't noticed just how close the one behind Jordan had gotten to him until the mannequin's arm drew back to strike. She sprinted the 4 steps between her and Jordan and tackled her boyfriend to the ground. 2 people screamed, and as she landed on top of her would-be boyfriend, she realized one of them had been her. Blood dripped from a gash along the back of her head, where both hair and skin had been snipped. What remained of her blonde curls quickly darkened and matted. She looked down at Jordan, who stared up past her, his eyes wide in terror. He didn't move, and didn't make a sound. After a moment, through pursed lips, he whispered, "It's right above you." Kit grabbed onto his jacket and rolled them both to the side. The mannequin's blade thumped into the ground where they'd lain. They got up and backed away from it, an easy task as its movements were slow and stilted. Behind it, though, a second mannequin was moving much faster. Kit threw her arms around Jordan and held him still. The mannequin froze. "Oh, shit. Pedro," Jordan said. He could see over her shoulder, likely saw what she already knew to be true, but didn't yet have the nerve to look. She buried her face in Jordan's jacket. He started to pull away, but she held him tight. "Don't move. Not until I start to back off." Jordan waited a second, then pushed her off him. He ran to his friend's side. Kit turned around just in time to see the point of the mannequin's blade retract from Pedro's chest and out his back. The mannequin returned to its corner, where it vanished into shadow. Jordan checked for a pulse, crouching and putting 2 fingers to the side of Pedro's neck. His eyes filled with tears. "I don't really know how to do this." Kit placed her hand on his shoulder and said softly, "He's dead, Jordan." He slapped her hand away, stood, and reeled to face her. "And that's your fault, isn't it? The mannequin that killed him. It was tied to your movements, wasn't it?" Kit stared at her feet and began to cry. But then the hurt, the betrayal, rose up inside her with maddening fury. I killed him when I saved your life, you selfish asshole!
The anger melted away from Jordan's face. His cheeks flushed red.
Sorry.
He stepped toward her. How's your head? Let me have a look.
From 3 to 2, our fun's nearly done. Now 2 of you, soon only 1. Let's finish our game, how time really flies. The choice is all yours, who lives and who dies.
A doorway appeared. Jordan roared, raising his fist at the ceiling.
One chance! Just one chance at you, you mother!
Her body trembling, Kit pulled Jordan close and pressed her lips tightly against his. She closed her eyes and savored the moment. When she finally let go and opened her eyes, he stared back at her, stunned, his face redder than a sunburn. He tried to say something, but only blubbered. She smiled sheepishly through her tears.
If one of us is going to die tonight, I just want to make sure I did that first.
She'd seen enough horrors that evening, and was already feeling the weight of Pedro and Melissa's deaths on her shoulders. She wasn't sure she wanted to live with the guilt of knowing she'd survived at the expense of Jordan's death, too. No, she would enter that next room and ensure he survived. She considered Pedro's theory, that the house was somehow playing off their worst fears. If so, it had done so in the order they'd chosen their numbers, but also in the order they'd died. So what will be next? The fear of the person who picked the 3rd spot, or the fear of the person who will die? She tried to think of her worst fear, but only came up with being alone. How can anyone die from simply being alone? Jordan scooped his arms under Pedro's and strained beneath the weight.
Help me lift him.
What are you doing? Maybe we can carry him into the next room. You know, like get double credit or something. That might be the stupidest thing.
It doesn't hurt to try.
Maybe we can both get out of here alive tonight. Kit considered this, then bent down to help him with Pedro. Each draped an arm around their shoulders. For such a small boy, Pedro's dead weight was staggering. They limped toward the open doorway, just as the wall behind them began to rumble. As they passed through, Pedro's body vanished. Kit was happy Jordan couldn't see her fresh tears in the dark. She'd been foolish enough to allow herself to hope. The room brightened in a sort of blue-white glow, though Kit could see no light source. It was small, barely 8 feet all around, and unlike those before it, a table sat in the middle. An old-fashioned revolver sat on the table.
Ha! Jordan blurted. The house doesn't know us. There's nothing supernatural going on here, just some sickos playing a sick game.
Kit frowned. You don't really believe that, not after all we've seen.
I'm not afraid of guns. Are you?
Kit shook her head. So what then? I suppose they want one of us to kill the other? I won't kill you, Jordan, and I won't let you kill yourself. They stared at each other for a moment, then sprinted for the gun. Kit almost had her hand on it when Jordan swiped it right from under her. They stepped away from the table, Jordan with a gun out at his side. The chime of an old grandfather clock echoed through the room, followed by an unnerving tick-tock, tick-tock.
If time runs out and no one's dead, then twice as much blood will be shed.
Jordan shook the revolver at the ceiling.
Fuck you!
Give me the gun. Kit held out her hand. I'll make this easy for you. I don't want to live if it means having to kill you anyway.
No, you're going to live.
He closed his eyes and put the gun under his chin, then to his temple. Tears streamed down his face. The revolver rattled in his shaking hand.
What's the best way to do this?
Kit walked over to him. She took a deep breath, trying to hold herself together while her own tears fell as she grabbed his hand, held it in both of hers, and brought the barrel of the gun to her forehead. Jordan pushed her away.
Stay back!
Again, he raised the gun to his temple. The clock began to tick faster. Jordan groaned and gritted his teeth. His shoulders heaved as his eyes squeezed shut. He held his breath. Then he released the air. His shoulders relaxed, and the gun swung at his side. A second later, it was back at his temple, Jordan again trying to summon the courage to do it. The clock ticking grew louder and faster. He roared. Every muscle of Jordan's body tensed as his finger danced on the trigger. Again, he failed to shoot. His gun hand fell by his hip. "Oh, that fucking clock!" He shook his head. His eyes were wide, his gaze darting about erratically. Every part of him trembled. "I mean, I don't even know they'll kill us both. We could just not do anything." "We have no reason to think this house, won't do what it says." More softly, she said, "It's okay." Jordan raised the gun one more time. He pointed it at Kit. "I'm sorry. It's just that I already have Ohio State and Michigan scouting me. I could get out of this town, be somebody huge. And you—" Kit bit back her tears. She was thankful he hadn't finished that sentence. She was getting what she wanted, but that didn't make his words, that and the knowledge she'd been so wrong to care for him, hurt any less. The gun clicked. Kit opened her eyes. Jordan stared at the revolver in wonder. It's empty." The cylinder dropped open. A wave of tiny red specks poured out from it. A second wave poured out through the hammer. He howled and dropped the gun. It hit the ground and exploded into thousands more of those tiny red specks, which all seemed to flow directly toward Jordan's foot. At first, Kit thought they were some kind of acid pellets, the way they ate away Jordan's hand so quickly. But on closer inspection, she saw that they were an army of tiny spiders, unlike any she'd ever seen before. Their abdomens were bulbs swelling with blood. But the spiders weren't just the blood-sucking type. They devoured skin, muscle, bone, everything they fell upon, until nothing remained. Jordan continued to scream as they made their way into his mouth and eyes. Kit watched, sniffling with her arms crossed, knowing she could do nothing for him, and not sure if she wanted to. When no trace of Jordan remained, and the spiders had disappeared into the cracks in the walls and floor, Kit stepped around the table and waited for the door to appear. She didn't know what to expect, and she doubted there were any real winners to the vile game. Defeated and ready to accept whatever fate awaited her, she stepped into the next room as soon as the door opened. Kit stood in a closet with no ceiling, but the walls climbed so high she might as well have been in a chimney. She could see the moon shining above and feel the crisp, cool air on her skin, but the walls were smooth and polished, flat and unscalable. She had no way out. No way out but in. She stared at an oblong box erected against the far wall. She knew what it was and had a feeling who it was meant for. "Come into my world and sleep till the night, when youth has the will and their number is right." The house needs new blood. Kit jumped. The strange boy they'd encountered at the house's entrance stepped past her and stood in front of the coffin. "I'm sorry," he said, turning to face her. He fell back onto the coffin lid, then through it, and he was gone. The coffin lid swung open. Kit couldn't see what was inside. She approached. When she was a foot in front of it, she could see the withered husk of a corpse set against the back wall. The letterman's jacket it wore read Alderman across its right lapel. Under it, someone had embroidered a tiger rearing up on its hind legs, its teeth and claws bared. Kit ran her finger over it. She had seen similar insignias in her school's trophy case. "We were the Tigers before the Yellow Jackets, but that was before I was born." The corpse pitched forward. Kit stepped out of the way. When it hit the ground, it vanished into dust. Not even the jacket remained. Kit felt nothing. No sadness, no pain, and no fear. Only defeat. She stepped into the coffin. As the door closed behind her, she leaned back, closed her eyes, and drifted into sleep. Halloween, 10 years later. Cole had made a point not to go out for Halloween ever since his sister and her friends had gone missing. He'd told his parents and the police where they'd gone, and Tabby had backed up his story, but the police had searched the old house in and out and had found nothing. Not knowing had been the worst part. All those years went by without word or evidence of what might have happened to his sister, whom he'd loved above all others. But the house remained, a monolith to his loss, it had no right. So when he convinced 3 of his new high school friends that they should all go over to that creepy haunted house on Waterford Lane on Halloween and trash the shit out of it, he did so with the intent of finding some sort of closure. In truth, he planned to burn the place to the ground. Seeing the house and yard all decked out in Halloween decor floored him. It excited his friends, but he wanted nothing to do with it. Until he saw a girl standing on the porch. "Come one, come all, into this house of fright. Will the brave step forward and embrace the night?" The words were nonsense and seemed spoken directly into Cole's ear. And the voice, it sounded a lot like his sister's. Sawmill Road by Ronald Kelly. 3 miles south of Pikesville, down the rutted, dirt stretch of Sawmill Road, Scott Anderson pulled his car to the shoulder and sat there for a minute, letting the engine idle. Finally, he cut the ignition and stepped out. It was late afternoon, but for mid-spring it was balmy, nearly humid, the way it usually was in Tennessee at that time of year. He circled the front of the Chevy Impala and leaned against the opposite fender. It gave him an unobstructed view of the scattering of ancient, run-down structures directly across the road. Just looking at them made him anxious. He took a pack of Marlboros from his shirt pocket, tapped one out, then lit it. Scott wasn't there 5 minutes before the sound of a vehicle came from the direction of town. It appeared over a rise, a white Dodge pickup hauling a zero-turn mower, a weed-eater, and a chainsaw on a flatbed trailer. As it roared past, the man inside, beefy, bearded, and sporting an orange UT Volunteers ball cap, gave him a sideward glance. Immediately, the fellow's eyes widened in recognition. Scott noticed that the placard on the side of the truck door read, "Hatcher's Yard Service. God grows it, we mow it." He couldn't help but smile. The truck ground to a halt 20 yards further on, sending a cloud of dust in the air. Then, slowly, it backed up. The driver hopped out, looking 80 pounds heavier than the last time Scott had seen him. But that had been, 20, 25 years ago? "Scott?" the big man called. A big grin blossomed in his salt and pepper beard. "Scott Anderson, is that you?" "One and the same. How's it going, Chuck?" Chuck Hatcher trotted the rest of the way, looking like a Clydesdale in overalls, and vigorously shook Scott's hand. "Fine, hoss, just fine. What brings you back to Pikesville? Are you on furlough?" "No, I'm retired," Scott told him, taking a long drag and expelling it through his nose. "Uncle Sam doesn't need an old dog like me in his army anymore. I left the service 5 or 6 years ago." "Is that so?" Chuck followed his friend's gaze, across the dirt road, to the collection of old buildings. Thicket grew high and wild between them, milkweed, kudzu, pink-headed thistle. Just seeing it all seemed to have the same adverse effect on him. He fumbled in his hip pocket and brought out a can of Grizzly. Chuck popped the lid and planted a pinch of tobacco in the pouch of his right cheek. "How's your wife doing?" "Terry? She's fine. A couple more years of school teaching and she'll hang it up. Thought we might travel. You know, the RV thing. How's Alma and the kids?" Chuck laughed. "The kids ain't kids anymore. Sue is a nurse practitioner, and Billy, he's starting his 2nd year of diesel mechanic school. Alma always wanted him to be a doctor or a lawyer or such, but he's too much like his old man. Doesn't have the brains it takes to fire a spark plug twice." Chuck joined his pal on the fender, causing the Chevy's shocks to drop a couple inches. "You know, Tony's still up north." Scott nodded. Funny how that name had popped into their heads at the same time. Tony DePrusso, the displaced boy from New Jersey whose father had moved down south to work at the Ford glass plant. Tony was the 3rd member of the Pikesville Trio, as they called themselves back in 1975. "Is he still with that pharmaceutical company in Cincinnati?" "I reckon so. Hell, I haven't seen him in 30 years. It's probably been longer for you." Scott nodded, just stood there, smoking and staring across the road. They remained like that for a few minutes more, immersed in their own thoughts, enduring a stretch of awkward silence they had never shared before. Then Chuck spoke. "Do you remember that summer?" "Yeah," Scott replied. He exhaled and stared at the old sawmill through a blue haze of cigarette smoke. "Yeah, it's hard not to." Chuck shuffled his boots nervously in the clay dust, his eyes glued to the rusty chain-link fence that surrounded the property, and a buckshot sign that read, Halcombe's Mill, Hardwood, Cedar, and Pine. "You're damn right about that," was all the big man could say. They had been 12 that summer, Scott, Chuck, and Tony, and it had been a hot one. The temps had hovered in the upper 80s and 90s, even at night, but it had been a fun summer, up until early August. They'd ridden their bikes from one end of Mangrum County to the other, from the old railroad bridge that bordered Swanson County, clear to where the forest grew darker and wider at the Fear County line. There they would go no further and turn back. They practically slept in the old treehouse out back of Chuck's double-wide, listening to Kiss, Peter Frampton, and Casey and the Sunshine Band on the 8-track boombox that Tony had gotten for his birthday, and flipping through old issues of Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine, as well as a couple of Playboys that Scott had spirited away from his dad's underwear drawer without him knowing. It was also the summer they had been obsessed with Sawmill Road, or, rather, the ghost that supposedly haunted that lonesome stretch of Mangrum County back road. Most ghost stories spring from small-town folklore and, over time, become the stuff of local legend. And, boy, that one had been a doozy. As they had heard it told, back in the fall of 1958, the owner of Pikesville's one and only sawmill, Chester Halcombe, had gotten into a hellacious fight with his wife one evening. Disgruntled, he had gotten sloppy-assed drunk at the local honky-tonk, and, against his better judgment, decided to fire up the sawmill in the dead of night and start on an order of 2x4 pine planks he had scheduled for the following day. Chester had bought a pint of Jim Beam from the tavern and taken it with him, getting drunker and more unsteady with each swallow he took, and each length of lumber he pushed against the big 48-inch sawmill blade. Finally, the alcohol had caught up with him, in a devastating way. He passed out as he split the last board to completion, and, in the process, split himself as well. Chester Holcomb had fallen face first onto the blade, and the saw teeth had grabbed hold of him, dragging him along the conveyor, cleaving him completely in two from scalp to scrotum. If he had come to his senses long enough to scream, no one heard him. The sawmill was a far piece from town, and no one was privy to his gruesome fate until his workers arrived the following morning to find one half of him lying to the right of the cutting stand, and the other to the left. Legend had it that the blade of the sawmill was still spinning when they got there, the gaps between its teeth caked with flesh, hair, and slivers of fine white bone. After that, the sawmill didn't stay open for very long. Chester's brother, Alfred, took over the running of it, but he didn't have a head for business and shared his siblings' appreciation of strong drink. But that wasn't what shut the place down. Before long, accidents began to happen. The saw would crank up at the most unexpected times, during repairs and such, and a time or two workers claimed that a ghostly hand had shoved them from behind as they fed the lumber into the blade. Fingers and hands were lost, and they all knew it was only a matter of time before one of them ended up in the same shape as old Chester. By the spring of '59, no one would set foot through the front gate, including Alfred himself, who had lost his index finger and thumb on his right hand to the saw. The younger Halcombe claimed that his big brother had been the culprit of his misfortune, the sour stench of liquor and a familiar laugh coming from behind as he slipped, or was pushed, into the spinning blade. They padlocked the gates after that, and no one would go near the place, except for the Pikesville trio. Hell, they had to go, just to find out for themselves. It was the 3rd of August when they made their move. They told their parents that they were having a sleepover at the treehouse, which was nothing out of the ordinary. They had eaten supper on the Hatcher's back deck. Chuck's dad had grilled hot dogs, and they had them with golden flake potato chips, the brand with that freaky clown on the bag, and the homemade mustard that Chuck's grandmother made, a mustard so hot that it burned your mouth going in and turned your asshole into a flaming inferno on the way out. They horsed around in the treehouse until 10:30 or so, waiting until the house lights had been off for a while. Then they quickly prepared for their journey. They took an old army backpack that Tony's dad had brought home from Nam and packed snacks they had bought from the 7-Eleven in town. 2 RC Colas, a knee-high orange for Scott, Hostess Twinkies, 3 Slim Jims, and a pack of Pop Rocks, just for good measure. "This is a major operation here," Chuck had insisted. "We need to keep our energy and strength at the max." Scott and Tony both knew the abundance of snacks was mainly because Chuck liked to eat and had a colon like a bottomless pit. It was 11:15 when they jumped on their bikes and headed south for Sawmill Road. There was a full moon in a clear sky that night, and it lit the way when the streetlights were left behind. They didn't reach their destination until a little before midnight, mostly because Scott and Tony had to slow down a time or two for their buddy to catch up. Chuck had been a little on the chubby side back then, plus he was riding a girl's bike that his dad had discovered at the local landfill. The boys had doctored its two-toned pink and purple frame with a can of Krylon electric blue, but there was absolutely nothing they could do about the missing bar between the handlebars and seat. When they got there, they flipped the kickstands of their bikes and stood before the locked gate. The buildings that stood beyond the chain-link barrier were dark hulls, and tall stacks of weathered lumber could be seen here and there, completely abandoned when the sawmill had closed 16 years earlier. A collective chill ran through them as a horned owl hooted nearby, and a whippoorwill answered it somewhere in the distance. The night was sweltering, so any chill that they felt was due to a mixture of excitement and anticipation, and, yes, a generous helping of fear, and nothing more. "So, are we going?" Tony asked. "Really?" "Yeah, really," Chuck sneered. "Are you going to pussy on us or something?" Tony glared at Chuck like he wanted to rip his head clean off. That Italian temper that he bragged about. "You're the turd pumping pedals on a girl's bike. You can break out the Barbies and Easy Bake Oven when you get back to your playhouse." "Cut it out, Moe and Curly," Scott told him. "Come on, let's go." Before anyone could protest any further, he jabbed his fingers into the gaps of the chain-link fence and began to scale it. Soon he was on the other side. Tony was right behind him, but it took a good 12 minutes for Chuck to do the up and over. "Get the lead out of your ass, fatso!" Tony yelled at him. "I'm going to whale the living tar out of you, pissant." Chuck huffed as he straddled the top, caught his breath, and then began the trip down. "Y'all hush, will you?" Scott said, lowering his voice. "Why?" asked Tony. "There's nobody around to hear us." When Chuck finally made it to the ground, they turned and stared at the long, open building that housed the conveyor stand and the big saw at the end. They forgot their squabbling and slowly walked past tall stands of lumber in that direction. "I heard that they had to bury old man Holcomb in 2 pine caskets," Chuck said, "and that Mrs. Holcomb had to buy an extra plot in the Pineville Cemetery to bury him in." "Oh, that's a bunch of crap," Tony told him. "Why would they need 2 coffins? The undertaker could just, sew the 2 halves together and put them in one box." "Well, that's what I heard," Chuck said with a glare. Scott shucked a flashlight from his hip pocket and snapped it on. The pale yellow beam illuminated the lumber yard and its main structure. "Get your lights out. We'll split up." "What do you mean, split up?" Scott rolled his eyes. 3 guys going in different directions? "Yeah," Chuck said. "Do the math." With their flashlights cutting pale pathways ahead of them, they parted. Scott headed toward the building with the buzzsaw. Chuck went right. Tony went left. They walked around and explored for 15 minutes before coming to the realization that the place wasn't half as spooky as their imaginations made it out to be. "There ain't nothing worth seeing here," Chuck called out. "Just some old piles of lumber and some cedar logs that ain't never going to be cut." "Big waste of a trip," added Tony, from near an old logging truck with 4 flat tires. "Just keep looking around," said Scott. "Might as well get the full tour." Scott entered the main building, which was really no more than a long, pitched roof on 8 sturdy wooden supports. Beneath was the cutting table. It consisted of 2 individual platforms with rubber conveyor bands that led to the big saw at the very end. He shone the beam of the flashlight on the circular blade. It was huge, a good 4 feet across. It was pitted and caked with rust, but the jagged teeth showed no sign of flesh and blood. He had to admit that he was disappointed it wasn't as gory as local legend made it out to be. Suddenly someone cried out in the darkness. It sounded like Chuck. "Chuck? You okay?" he called. "Did you step on a snake or something?" No answer, just crickets chirping in the night. Scott was about to leave the cutting table when he saw a pale glow emerge around the corner of a high stack of old lumber. At first he thought it was the beam of a flashlight, but it was much too bright, and an eerie pale blue in color. "What the hell is that?" he thought to himself. Then, abruptly, it came into full view. Part of what he saw was Chuck. His friend's face was stricken with fright, his eyes wide and his mouth slack and open. The front of Chuck's shorts was dark where he had pissed himself in shock. Chuck wasn't alone. Something had him by the back of the neck, holding him suspended in midair. Chuck's sneakers looked to be a good 10 inches or so above the ground. The thing that held Chuck was a man. Or, rather, half a man. He was tall and lanky, dressed in blood-spattered shirt and trousers. From his open chest beat half a heart, sluggish, torn, spurting luminescent blue blood. The man's head had been ripped in half by jagged steel teeth. It sat lopsided on his splintered neck bone, misshapen, dark brains seeping from the open cranium. The trauma had dislodged the man's right eyeball. It hung from the open pit of its socket, dangling from the rubbery stalk of its optic nerve. As the thing floated, not walked, toward the cutting shed, another glow emerged from the far side of the logging truck. Scott's heart hammered with terror as the second half of the apparition appeared. It was just as gruesome as the first, its physical structure cut open and torn apart from its moorings by merciless, spinning steel. Organs glistened from exposed wounds, and the half-crescent of the ghost's lower jaw worked silently, as though attempting to say something. The arm of the man's left half extended outward, and, from his work-calloused hand, dangled the suspended form of Tony. His friend's face was pale and trembling. His eyes had rolled up into his head until only the whites were showing. Scott didn't know whether to rush to help his friends or turn tail and run. He knew he couldn't abandon them, though. The code of the Pikesville trio didn't work that way. They'd made that pact in private, laying the third blade of a cased pocket knife across their palms and sealing it with a ceremonious mingling of their blood. The boy was starting toward the two halves of the floating apparition when a god-awful racket sounded behind him. He turned the beam of his flashlight upon the buzzsaw. Gears and pulleys, fused together with rust years ago, suddenly came to life. The machinery hitched a couple of times, then sent the saw blade spinning in a mottled orange blur. The jagged 1-inch teeth were unseen as the blade picked up speed, but they knew they were there, hungry and horribly destructive. As the dissected ghost approached the cutting table, carrying his captured friends in tow, Scott knew precisely what its intention was. "Oh, God," he thought. "Oh, God, what am I going to do?" Then it came to him, an absurd notion that a grown man would have probably dismissed entirely, but one that seemed plausible to a boy of 12. Scott took off running, heading toward the front gate that lay beyond the two halves of the glowing entity. As he moved, the two portions moved toward him, shifting inward as if intending to block his way. "Let me get past him," his thoughts pleaded. "Please, let me get to the other side." Scott poured on the speed, injecting a little flash into his low-top Converse sneakers. Soon he was leaping between the two halves. As he passed, he felt a coldness like none he had ever experienced, even in the snowy months of February. He knew his pals were feeling that frigid sensation even more so than he was. Then he was beyond the two converging halves, sprinting across sawdust-laden earth. He skidded to a halt and turned just in time to see the twin apparitions join and become one. Instantly, Chuck and Tony were released. They dropped to their knees and remained there for a moment, attempting to regain their bearings. When they did, they rose to their feet and joined Scott. They stood there, petrified, wanting to escape the lumberyard in the worst way, but also captivated by what took place next. The rusty machinery grew quiet. The blade of the saw was motionless, and the thing that stood before them slowly turned around. They had never seen a photo of Chester Halcombe, but they knew that was who it was. The ugly wounds, the flesh and bone that had been ripped asunder, all had been restored. The middle-aged gentleman stood there, unsteady, looking addled and confused. He stared down at his glowing hands, then up at the three boys. I'm dead," he said. It was a voice that was more in their heads than in their ears. Scott swallowed dryly and nodded. "Yeah." "But what happened?" "You were drunk," Chuck explained. "Passed out. Fell into the saw." The poor man looked completely lost. "How long ago?" 1958. Going on 17 years. Grief threatened to overcome his narrow face.
My wife works at the dollar store in town, Tony told him.
His voice was strangely flat, as though he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened.
And my daughter?
She's a registered nurse, said Scott. Works in a hospital in Dixon Springs. She's married, has 2 kids. The lines of torment on Chester Halcombe's face slowly softened, as though he had come to terms with what had taken place, both then and now. He stared at the 3 boys for a long moment.
I'm sorry,
was all he said. Then the glow faded, and he was gone. And the Pikesville trio left that awful place, never to return. That was until today.
Scott?
He pulled his eyes away from Halcombe's sawmill and looked over at his old friend.
Yeah? Did it really happen? You know, we were just kids.
The statement angered Scott for some reason, as though Chuck was trying to steal something away from him. Something horrible, yet precious. Do you have to ask that? He snapped. Of course it did. Don't you remember how cold you were days after that? How you couldn't get rid of the goosebumps and it was nearly 100 degrees in the sun? Don't you remember those finger marks on the back of your neck that didn't go away until October? Or how Tony changed. How he lost his swagger and wouldn't hang out with us. Hell, he wouldn't even talk to us. And his hair. You remember his hair. Chuck nodded and spat, sending a spray of tobacco juice into the dirt. A white streak had appeared in Tony's jet-black hair almost overnight, one that went from his forehead all the way to the nape of his neck. They remembered Tony's parents taking him to the doctors, trying to figure out what had happened. But the Pikesville trio knew. They knew good and well what had caused it. The 2 stood there for a long moment. Then Chuck turned and shook Scott's hand once again. Well, partner, I've got to run. I have 2 more yards to mow before I head home to supper. Take care, Chuck, Scott said. I'm heading back to Chattanooga tonight. I probably won't be seeing you again for a while. Chuck glanced back at the sawmill, then turned away. No, at least not around here. Scott nodded and finished his cigarette as Chuck fired up his pickup and headed on down the road. A moment later, he was out of sight, but far from out of mind. He tossed the butt of the Marlboro onto the dust of Sawmill Road and ground it beneath the sole of his shoe. As he walked around the front of the car to the driver's side, he heard something echo from across the road. It was faint, but it almost sounded like the clank and grind of ancient machinery attempting to come to life. Before the metallic whine of the buzzsaw could reach his ears, Scott Anderson started his car, made a sharp turn in the roadway, and headed back toward town. Better's Edge by Tim Meyer. The living room reeked of water damage and old money. But Dylan McGraw hardly cared. He had the itch nothing could scratch, save for a briefcase stuffed with $100 bills. The first thing he did upon entering the sizable luxury suite was check the bathroom, specifically the toilet, to make sure it was operational. He flushed and was relieved when the water circled the bowl and disappeared. Next, he turned on the shower head, stuck his hand in the stream to test the pressure and temperature. For the water to warm, it took longer than expected, but the pressure was fine. Next, he moved into the bedroom and inspected the power. The lights came on, the lamp next to the bed blinked to life, and, more importantly, the television started without delay. HBO was readily available, just as the placard on the nightstand declared. At least I'll have Game of Thrones to get me through this, he said, dropping himself on the king-sized mattress. Tucking his hands behind his head, Dylan closed his eyes, tried his best to shut off his brain. But his thoughts were running 1,000 miles a minute, in all different directions, and he couldn't catch up. Damn it, he said, lifting himself up. He swung his feet off the bed, lowering them onto the plush carpet. He'd kicked off his shoes and removed his socks, leaving them at the front door, an old habit, and now enjoyed the way the fluffy threads felt against his bare feet. He curled his toes, allowing his nerves to experience every fiber, the sensation traveling to his arches, past his heels, and up his ankles. He could have done that for hours, but he wanted to explore more of the suite, gain a sense of what was to come. If anything. This place doesn't look haunted, he said as he walked out of the bedroom, into the living area, and headed for the windows, floor-to-wall sheets of crystal-clear glass that overlooked Atlantic City, New Jersey. Outside was dark. The hour past dusk had suffocated the sun, and the city stood weary, a lost, nearly forgotten metropolis, looking as if its last days were hiding just around the corner. A few neon signs promoting the names of other casinos were lit with a fuzzy brightness, but the rest of the strip looked dim and left for dead. Dylan remembered how alive the city had been in his youth, remembered when his parents and grandparents drove him down the shore to walk the boards and eat at fancy restaurants. Hell, even 10 years ago, when he'd first turned 21 and had gotten a taste for the betting life, a flavor he'd developed an addiction to, the place had been lively and full of lights and sounds and, well, people. Yes, plenty of those. But now the streets and bars and strip joints, hell, the casinos, were pretty empty, even on weekends. The city wasn't what it had been, but it still clung to its charm, at least through Dylan McGraw's eyes. From the window, he could pinpoint the location of every backdoor poker game being played, every underground prop betting ring front, every chicken and dog fight currently being held. Dylan kept away from the latter because animal abuse was bullshit, but any other type of bet he could get action on, well, Dylan didn't say no too often, even when the odds were stacked against him. And, surprisingly, he'd done all right. Survived the last 10 years on prop betting alone, and never once had trouble paying the bill of whatever sleazy motel he was living out of, had never gone to sleep hungry. Until recently, that is. Until a spell of shit luck. A few weeks of bad bets had put him in the hole, about 20 grand, which was all he had in savings. Stupid shit luck, he thought, thinking back to the local high school basketball game that only put 90 total points on the board, when the over, 93, had been all but guaranteed. That was an anomaly, he thought, though that one anomaly had robbed him of 6 grand. Then there were the more unconventional bets. Sports betting was fun and all, made up the bulk of his winnings, but the stranger bets were what really cranked Dylan's engines, drove him deeper into the world of gambling degeneracy. This past week, he'd lost bets on how many inches of rainfall were reported during last Tuesday's storm. Lost big when he took the under on how much Disney's latest movie would gross at the box office on opening weekend. And lost bigger when his favorite porn site failed to reach 90 million views last Friday. It was a rough week made rougher when his buddy, Mitch Yates, told him about a peculiar bet he and his cohorts had assembled. Mitch had pitched it like this. We found a one-legged stripper and bet her she couldn't climb to the top of the Ram's Head water tower in under 30 seconds. It was one of those wagers that didn't come around often, but when it did, you didn't pass on it. After meeting with the stripper and determining she was in no way fit enough to reach the top, let alone in 30 seconds, he'd placed 5 grand on her failing. But the woman had scaled the thing in under 27, forcing Dylan to cough up every last penny he had to his name. The soul-crushing replays of the past week dispersed when something moved behind him, flickering in the reflection of the suite's window. He spun, his throat ratcheting down, making it hard to breathe. There was no one behind him. Nothing. Jesus, he thought. Been here for 5 minutes and I'm already jumpy. He pressed his back against the window, placed his hands on his knees, and sucked in a deep breath. His heart pounded in his ears. When he realized he was being an idiot and that this was the easiest 50 grand he'd ever make, he chortled. Then the phone rang, which startled him a lot more than it should have. Stop being a jackass, he coached himself, making his way over to the nightstand in the bedroom. He took the phone off the cradle and said, McGraw here. Make it snappy. I have premium cable television to watch. Mr. McGraw, spoke the familiar voice. Glad to see you've settled into your room. Enjoying your stay thus far? The better. The man who'd approached him 2 days ago with this crazy proposition. A man he'd never met before. A man who'd pulled up to him on the street while Dylan was in line at the local hot dog truck. He'd stepped out of the back of a nondescript black sedan with the windows tinted. Dylan had spotted him immediately, saw him approach, another man following close behind. At first, he'd thought the man was a detective or maybe a government official, and Dylan had begun to wonder what it was he'd done. Nothing he was aware of, he'd been sure of it. Next thing he knew, he'd found himself in the back of the sedan, drinking a dirty martini and listening to the man's pitch. One night in the haunted suite atop the Sugarstone Casino. 50 grand. Enjoying it just fine, Dylan said, his eyes searching the room for more moving shadows. A little dated, but cozier than I imagined. It's one of the finest suites in all of AC. Just haunted, that's all, right? There was a pause, and Dylan thought the call had dropped. You still there? He asked, his eyes still bouncing between the room's dreary decor. Old, peeling wallpaper, abstract paintings that inspired nothing, and lamps that wore an inch of dust on its exterior. It was clear no one rented this room. Ever. Yes, still here, Mr. McGraw. Still here. Dylan chuckled. I have to say, man, 50 grand for one night seems like a poor bet on your part. I mean, we both know there's no such thing as ghosts. So, come on, come clean. What's the catch? You a guy who gets off on this sort of thing? I'm half expecting you to show up in a gimp suit with a sex swing. I mean, I'm broke, but I ain't that broke. So if that's the gig, man, I'm out. Another wave of silence. I assure you, Mr. McGraw, this is nothing like that. You got cameras in here? He looked to the corners of the room where the ceilings met the walls. You spying on me? He didn't say anything, but that didn't mean they weren't there, built into the walls. The television. Hell, they could have hidden a camera in the smoke detector or on the Keurig. You are, aren't you? You want to watch whatever this is. You're mistaken. His voice was humorless. He sounded bored by Dylan's accusations, as if this were something he'd expected. Or he's heard it before. A shiver scattered across his network of nerves. Then what is it? You have to admit, man, I agreed to this on some pretty shady details. I think now that I'm here and committed, you should give me a little more info. I mean, shit, I don't remember you telling me your name. He swore he heard the man titter, but he wasn't positive. The man's voice, when he spoke, gave no inclination that he found any of this amusing. Even when they had spoken in person, the man gave no hints that this was simply a game to him. That's because I didn't, Mr. McGraw. You were so swept away by my offer that you never bothered to ask. That sounded like an untruth to Dylan's ears. Surely he wasn't so blinded by the offer that he didn't ask for the man's name or credentials. He didn't know anything about the guy on the phone, not a single thing other than he had a brown paper bag with 50 grand stuffed in it, and was willing to part with it in exchange for a night in a haunted casino suite. To McGraw's ears, that had sounded like easy money. But now, he wasn't so sure. Who are you? Dylan asked, feeling his heart rate spike. There was still time to back out. He could build back his bankroll some other way. He knew a few sharks with low rates. He could borrow 10, 15 grand, double it within a week. Local basketball games or grinding it out in Texas Hold'em. It could be done. He didn't need this, whatever this was. Does the name Miranda Hoskins mean anything to you? The man asked, and the very mention of the girl's name drove an invisible stake through Dylan's heart. He opened his mouth to reply, but the words wouldn't come. It was like someone closed their fist around his larynx. I'll take your silence as confirmation of the truth. The man didn't speak again, not right away. I didn't do anything, Dylan blurted out almost involuntarily. The better made an amused noise, the first time that night he deviated from his tough persona. This was fun for him now. Didn't you? He asked. Dylan glanced around the room nervously, waiting for the door to bust in, waiting for the trap to spring. I didn't do anything, man. This is a mistake. You've got the wrong guy. The better clicked his tongue. No need to make excuses, Mr. McGraw. Own your past, your mistakes, your misguided decisions. I don't know who you are and what you think you know, but that girl wasn't my fault. I didn't have anything to do with it. That's weird. I don't believe you. Jesus Christ, he said, and then slammed the phone on the cradle. Dylan marched across the bedroom, into the living room, and grabbed his jacket, throwing it over his shoulder. Next he went straight for the door, charging like a bull down Pamplona. He cursed himself the whole way there, thinking how stupid he was, and how smart he'd been in the past when it came to placing bets with strangers. Being flat broke probably played a part in his foolishness, but still, that wasn't a good excuse. Being smart had kept his head above water all these years, kept him from needing to get a real job, kept him alive. When he reached the door and turned the knob, he found it locked from the outside. What the fuck? He tried the knob again, turning harder, but the lock didn't budge. No. What? This... The phone rang again. Dylan turned, found himself staring at the far wall's window, the reflection it cast. In it stood the shadow from earlier, only it wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a girl. 17, maybe 18. Her skin ashen, grayed from death's eternal touch. Dark rings circled her lifeless eyes. Her blouse was as dirty as the day she died, the printed flowery depictions stained with earthy strokes of mud and grime. A trickle of blood leaked from her nose. Rainwater soaked her head, her hair endlessly wet and curly. Her colorless lips moved, twitched, like the wings of a butterfly in the throes of eventual death. A perpetual chill sliced through her, and her body trembled. "Oh, fuck that," Dylan said, and scrambled into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. The phone continued to ring. He waited for the girl's spirit to come knocking on the door, and then realized it was a ghost, and, to the best of his knowledge, ghosts didn't knock. They enter at their own will. He locked the door anyway. The phone never stopped ringing, and he figured it wouldn't unless he answered or ripped the power cord out of the wall. "What the fuck is this?" was how he answered the call. "It is what I said it was," the better replied, sounding fuller of himself now, happier. The fucker is enjoying this. "One night, 50 grand, if you survive." "Survive?" He punched the wall, nearly breaking his fist. "You said nothing about surviving." "Didn't I? I believe I did. I also believe you were so fixated on the 50 grand that you didn't understand what you signed up for." I didn't think." "No, you didn't think. And I expected so much more from you, a man who's survived the last 10 years on thinking alone." "That girl, the one you mentioned?" "Miranda Hoskins. You know her name. Don't act like you don't." Dylan knew her all right. He'd never forget her. "Yes, her. She's here." "Of course she is." "How? I mean, how is that possible?" "I told you. The Sugarstone Casino is a special place." "It's haunted? For real?" "Not quite." "Jesus, man, just tell me." "There are some places in this world that are, let's use the word, thin." He clicked his tongue, and the sound carried like a shotgun blast directly into Dylan's ear. "Yes, thin is best. It's a thin place, a place where two worlds meet, merge, cross over. The land of the living and the land of the dead." Jesus fucking Christ. "But it's a funny place, because the spirits that wander those halls and the casino floor, they're not tethered there. Sugarstone's not a haunted place, per se. No, places are rarely haunted. Usually people are." "What are you saying? She followed me here?" "Miranda Hoskins." His voice stumbled a little when he spoke her name, a stutter that hadn't been there before. "Has been following you for a long time, Mr. McGraw. She haunts you because of what you did to her." "I didn't." He wiped sweat from his forehead. Perspiration dripped from every pore. "I didn't fucking kill her, man. I didn't. I swear to God. I didn't touch a hair on her head." "No," the better sniffled. "No, maybe not. But you didn't save her." Dylan couldn't hold his emotions any longer. His mind broke and tears sluiced down his cheeks. "How do you know these things?" "Because I've been in that very room where you now stand. Because I've seen her with my own eyes. And I've listened to every word she had to say." Who are you, man? Tell me." A deep breath in Dylan's ear. A silent spell. "My name is Morton Hoskins, and Miranda was my daughter. You sick son of a bitch." Before Dylan could fathom a response, the lights cut out, sinking the suite into the deepest darkness he'd ever known. "You never overplayed jacks, man. Everybody knows that. Mitch Yates was a cocky prick, but a hell of a card player, and Dylan respected him for both. He didn't exactly admire him, because, after all, Mitch wasn't the kind of guy you'd follow into battle. He walked on the wild side, made crazy bets when opportunities emerged, and treated women like total garbage. Dylan respected him, but he never wanted to grow up and become him. Still, he acted like the big brother Dylan never had, took him under his wing, showed him the streets, how to play cards, where to find backroom games. Every penny Dylan would eventually earn was all because of Mitch and his blueprints, his self-proclaimed method of winning. Queens, kings, aces. Play the heck out of them. But you overplay jacks and you're going to get burned. Not all the time, but enough to leave a couple scars, especially in the casinos, where you're playing against noobs who watch the shit on TV and think they're going to be the next World Series of Poker champion. They'll overplay their king-queens, and the next thing you know, you're in a coin flip for your entire bankroll. They hustled down the street, trying to make the next game. It was 6 blocks over, at a strip club Mitch frequented. They passed dark alleys. Dylan was mostly scared to look down. This wasn't the best of neighborhoods, and sometimes, stopping to tie your shoe, or taking a minute to examine spent hypodermic needles in the gutter, tripled your chances of getting robbed. It was the kind of neighborhood where if you heard a newspaper rustling as it scraped along the sidewalk behind you, you ran like hell. But for some reason, Dylan did look down the next alleyway. Curiosity, maybe. Perhaps the universe was working its magic and the attraction to that particular alley was magnetic. Maybe he couldn't avoid the impending disaster, even if he tried. The visible darkness allowed a semi-obscured view to the end of the alley, where Dylan spotted a moving heap, a shadow that undulated from its position on the ground. It flopped around, almost gracefully, like a carefully planned dance routine, the artsy kind, something interpretive, the kind Dylan would never understand. What he knew from dancing came from strip clubs and sleazy bar scenes. He stopped following his mentor. "What are you doing?" Mitch asked. He didn't respond. Instead, he moved into the mouth of the alley, inspecting the shadow, its frolic with the dark. Something that felt like cold fingers brushed against his bones, but he ignored it, shifting his focus on the dim mess ahead. "Dylan?" Again, no response. He inched his way deeper into the alley, and it felt like floating. The shadow faced him, and as it did, he realized it wasn't a shadow. It was a woman with pale skin and huge dark circles around her eyes. Her nose was bleeding. White foam bubbled on her lips, the corners of her mouth. She spotted Dylan approaching, began to crawl toward him like the dead girl at the end of The Ring, the part where she climbed out of the goddamn television. "Holy shit," Dylan muttered, backing up once the dark lines in her face became visible. Her blouse was ripped and torn, revealing her bruised, dirty flesh beneath. Dylan's eyes didn't have to wander far to spot the reason she was out here. No more than a few feet from her, a spent syringe glimmered in the frail moonlight. The needle was dripping its last droplets of poison.
"Please,"
the woman rasped as she reached for him.
"Bad drug. Bad."
A hand fell on Dylan's shoulder. He almost screamed. "What is this?" Mitch asked, amused. "Well, shit. Looks like we got ourselves a junkie." His eyes drifted from the woman and over to the weapon she'd chosen to brutalize herself with. "Oh, shit. Looks like she's overdone it." "We have to help her," Dylan said, reaching into his pocket for his phone. Before he could grip onto it, take it out and flip it open, punch those 3 famous numbers, Mitch stopped him. "Let's wait this out," he said, with the devil in his eye. "What?" Dylan shook his head. "Man, if we don't call 911 right now, she's going to die." "Want to bet on it?" He treated Mitch's words like a sucker punch and backed away. "What the fuck are you talking about, man?" "I'm talking about a bet, you idiot. You said she's going to die. I say she's going to soldier up and live this one through." He glanced over at the girl, smiled. "She's a fighter, I can tell." I'm not betting on $1,000. Dylan whipped his head back and forth. "No, that's so fucked up." "2? Mitch took one predatory step toward him. 2,500. I know you're good for a dill. We cleaned up pretty well these last few weeks. The poker gods have been kind. I'm saving that money. For what? College? Mitch sneered. Who needs college when you got the edge, man? When you play the odds over a lifetime, you'll always win. Remember that. Dillon thought about running, screaming for someone to help while he called the paramedics. But something kept him there, rooted to the dark alleyway. $5,000, that's my final offer. Take it or leave it, but you have to hurry up. He nodded at the crawling woman. Her pace had slowed. She was fading fast, either dying or heading into a coma from which she may never awake. Dillon cleared his throat, unable to speak the words his brain told him to. Finally, he squeaked out one lonely word. Okay. They turned toward the woman. She glanced up at them, her eyes pleading, filling with tears. Her body didn't move. After a few moments, she closed her eyes and never opened them again. 15 minutes later, Mitch felt her wrist for a pulse, and then turned to his protege. Guess you're $5,000 richer, kid, he said, as Dillon turned and purged what he'd eaten for dinner onto the sidewalk. When the lights came back on, Dillon rushed into the living room, immediately arming himself with the lamp next to the door. He ripped the cord from the outlet and tied it around his arm, doubting the lamp would protect him from the woman's vengeful spirit. But it was better than nothing. When he faced the living room, defending himself from an angry specter immediately fled his thoughts. Mitch? Mitch was in the center of the living room, hanging from the ornate chandelier, the rope that had been tied around it. The noose was pulled taut around his noticeably raw throat. His head hung awkwardly to the side, as if someone had buried an axe 3/4 of the way into his neck. An eerie stillness held his body hostage. Jesus Christ, Dillon said, stumbling into the center of the room. He landed on his knees a few feet from where his friend had hanged himself. Or where someone had done it for him. Mitch's eyes suddenly flickered with life. His body began to contort and spasm. Strangled sounds emanated from his mouth as he continued to wriggle like a suffering worm. Dillon crab-walked away from the center of the room. After another few seconds of squirming, the rope tethering Mitch finally broke, sending him plummeting to the floor. Mitch landed feet first, but had no strength to support himself and went sprawling to the ground. "Holy shit!" Dillon shouted, immediately rushing to Mitch's side. Mitch gasped for air, struggling against the noose. Dillon helped loosen the knot. Once free, Mitch sucked in wind. How? Are you alive?" The angle of Mitch's neck didn't make much sense. His vertebrae was clearly broken, had snapped during the hanging. By all counts, Mitch shouldn't be breathing. Yet here he was, alive, very alive. She's here. No shit, Dillon thought, examining more of his friend's injuries. His pallid skin was deeply bruised, purple and yellow marks that ran down his arms and neck. It looked as if he'd been beaten with a baseball bat, but not recently, maybe several days ago. Then it clicked. He's not real. Dillon blinked, and his friend was gone. His own breath left him just as quickly. Spinning in a circle, he looked for any actual evidence that Mitch had been there, something he could use to disprove the notion that he was going crazy. The chandelier was no longer swaying, remained still as it had been when he first got there. He looked so real. But there was no evidence, not a single hint. Then he looked to the window, the mirrored reflection, and saw her. Miranda Hoskins. She was nearing him. He whipped around and faced her, the woman he'd once watched die in an empty alleyway. She hadn't overdosed, like Mitch had suspected. Dillon had read the story in the paper a week after it happened. Her dealer had given her poison, cut her fix with ricin. If he'd dialed 911 when he first arrived, they might have had a shot at saving her. Mitch always told him that there was nothing they could have done, that she would have died anyway. But Dillon never believed him. and now she was here, in the same room. Dead, but not. She approached him. His eyes fell to the open wound on her arm, where she'd injected the poison that killed her. The hole was about the size of a quarter, black with rot and ruin and unearthly decay, and there were things sticking out of it, little obsidian ribbons undulating from the fluid surface, looking like rippling blades of grass on a windy day. Stretching, the things seemed to get bigger with each step Miranda took. Dylan found his back against the window, and he stole a glance at the streets of Atlantic City. It was a far drop, and he was worried, if the specter wished, she could shove him to his death. If she can touch me. By his estimation, she was a ghost, and traditionally ghosts were transparent. Using his knowledge of the supernatural, which he had gathered through endless hours of phony ghost hunting programs, he doubted she could hurt him. Of course, he knew nothing of the real thing. The truth of the beyond was a mystery to him. Dylan pictured himself barreling through her, racing toward the door, down the hallway and into the elevator. But the second he went to put his plan into motion, those black somethings exploded forth from Miranda's arm. They reached out and stretched like taffy, 3 in total, grabbing him, lifting him off the soft, shaggy carpet. One went for his throat, corkscrewing around his flesh like the tentacle of some deep-sea monster around an unsuspecting galleon, and choked him. The 2 others gripped him underneath his arms. They pushed him against the window and held him there. "Please!" he shouted, before the black vine tightened around his throat. The ghost's peculiar extension was as thick as an elevator cable, had swelled to 3 times its size since escaping her wound. "I wanted to save you." The apparition did not speak. Miranda only smiled, knowingly, her lips curling on one end. Her dark eyes stared as she paced back and forth, as if she were contemplating what to do with him. Then the vine released his throat. She continued to hold him in place as he pled for his life. He followed the fluid motion of the black vine, watching it scoop an object off the ground. A tiny something that looked like a needle. Shit. No. Please, I don't deserve this. The ghost looked like it wanted to laugh, but a wry smile fixed her lips instead. Before Dylan could protest once again, the needle was already entering the softest spot in the crook of his right arm, sinking the contents of the syringe into his veins, flooding his system with poison. He fought against it, squirmed, tried to wriggle his way to freedom, but it was no use. Every effort to break free failed. She picked up another needle and stuck him again, then a third. He had no idea where they were coming from, but by the 5th stick he felt lightheaded, woozy, and nauseous. By the 7th stick his world had grayed near the edges. By the 10th, he was lost to a blurry veil from which he would never recover. The last thing he saw before fading out was the crooked smile of the woman he could have saved, the woman who'd won him a cool $5,000 and pushed him down this path of moral decay. If he wasn't so numb, he would have screamed. "Sorry to bother you, Chief Hoskins," the young detective said, pacing the living room of the Sugarstone suite. "But since the room is under your name, thought you might be able to ID the kid, paint us a better picture of what happened here." Morton Hoskins walked over to the wall of windows and peered down at the corpse. The deceased's flesh had already taken on a dark hue, deep gray patches that resembled gathering storm clouds. Morton's eyes bounced from the dead kid to the dead girl in the window's reflection. She placed a gentle finger over her smiling lips. From her arm, the black extensions slithered and twisted, as if begging to be fed again. Christ, Morton thought to himself. I thought this would end it. He'd already delivered her the 2 fuckwads who'd watched her die, who'd placed bets on her survival. He thought that would make her go away, release her from this existence. But the way she looked at him, the way her eyes glimmered with the need to feed, the way the black tongues growing out of her arm licked the air with an eternal hunger, that told him his work wasn't done. "Morton?" the detective said, snapping him out of it. "Yes?" "The kid. You recognize him?" It took a moment to deliver the lie. "No, never seen him before." Just another junkie that broke into your room, wrecked the place, and then overdosed?" "Yes." The detective eyed him as if he could smell the deceit. "Well, that would explain the broken door frame. And the mess." Morton nodded. The detective closed his notepad. "I guess that's it then. Sorry for bringing you out here like this, but, protocol and all. Wouldn't want to deviate from the rules just because you're the boss." "I appreciate your due diligence." The detective smiled. "At least that's another scumbag junkie off the streets." Morton's face went rigid, lost some color. The detective's smile immediately went missing. "Oh, shit. Sorry, boss. I totally forgot about Miranda." "It's all right." "I didn't mean it like that. I said it's all right, detective." "Miranda, man. She was different." Morton nodded. "Why don't you get out of here? I'll finish up." "Are you sure?" "Yeah. I'll stay if I'd like to tidy up a few things alone, if you don't mind." "Yeah." The detective looked like he knew leaving him was wrong, especially with so much evidence that could be contaminated. Plus, the coroner hadn't even shown up yet. "I don't have to tell you not to trespass the yellow tape, do I?" Morton laughed. No. I'm not going to muck up a crime scene." The detective laughed nervously as Morton showed him to the door, thanked him, and wished him good night. Once he was gone, down the hall and into the elevator, Morton returned to the center of the room. Facing the window and the shadowy outline that stared back at him, he held his arms out in surrender. "How many more?" he asked, almost out of breath. He felt like crying. In his eyes, tears were born. "How many?" "Just one," a frail, raspy voice whispered in his ear. Before he could react, defend himself in any way, a long black vine rose from the floor, possessing a syringe. His final scream was cut short by the needle slamming into his voice box. The Graveyard by Lee Mountford. That place freaked me out. I know it shouldn't. After all, I'm 15 years old, and despite what my mother says, that means I'm almost a man. And men shouldn't be scared of graveyards. They were just places where the dead went to rest. That's what Dad always said, and they are as normal and safe as a convenience store or a park. And yet, every night, I feel the need to look out my bedroom window, the one that overlooks an old graveyard, which is attached to the ancient-looking church. I do this just to check that everything is safe, and that there is nothing unnatural wandering around down there. Even now, as I look down at the gravestones, all of which are weathered to varying degrees, some even crumbling and threatening to topple over, I fully expect to see a shambling corpse come shuffling into view. It doesn't, thankfully, and all remains quiet. But there are stories about that graveyard that circulate around school. People in this town have gone missing over the years, more than is normal for a small community like ours, and many of those were last seen close to the church and graveyard. No one is buried there anymore, and the church is no longer in use, long since abandoned. There are tales of things living inside, inhuman things. Some say monsters, most say ghosts. Whatever they are, apparently their ghastly wails can be heard sometimes at night. I have to admit, on occasion, I have woken up in the dead of night, sure I'd heard something myself. But Dad says it is all childish, what's the word? Superstition, that was it. Stories told by liars and spread by the gullible. There were no such things as monsters or ghosts. so it should have been easy to meet Sean out there as we had planned. But that was not the case. I was just too afraid. So I backed out. The whole thing was his idea, and it had been planned today at school. Sean was always pushing people into doing things they didn't want to do, and if he ever got the impression someone was unwilling or nervous about one of his ideas, as I guess he did with me when he came up with this brainwave, then that only made him push harder. Despite being a friend, I guess it was true that he could be a bit of a bully. The screen of my mobile phone lit up again. It was another text from him. "Nearly there. I guess you can just watch me from your window then if you aren't turning up. Just keep watch up in the chicken seats. Real men are brave, like me." I decided to ignore it, as I had the previous message, where he told me he was going on his own after I had backed out. It was pointless saying anything to him, because if I did, he would only get more insistent that I jump to his command. Eventually, even though I hoped the thought of going to that place would prove too creepy for him and he'd back out, I saw someone approaching the boundary wall. There was no doubt it was Sean, easily distinguishable from his shock of messy blonde hair and his tall, gangly frame. He paused at the stone wall, one that stood a full foot higher than him, and looked around. Back out. Please, just let him back out so he won't tease me about this. No such luck. I saw him jump up and grip the head of the wall, before scrambling up its rocky surface. Sean may have been a bully, but he was brave, I had to give him that. And my cowardice now meant he wouldn't let me live this down for a while, and I had a few weeks of teasing to look forward to. He was soon able to swing his legs over the top and adjusted himself to a sitting position. Sean then turned his head and looked back in my direction. Though he was too far away to see clearly, it was obvious he knew I was watching, and he actually waved, before dropping down out of sight. What the hell was wrong with me? Dad was right. There was nothing down there to be scared of. But I just couldn't shake that creepy feeling that washed over me whenever I looked at the place. I even had to break into a sprint whenever I walked past at night. And even during the daytime, it was at least a fast walk. I don't think I really believed the stories, and I certainly hadn't seen anything scary or out of the ordinary. But as soon as I had looked out there tonight, I knew I was going to back out, and I saw the teasing and ribbing I was due as the better option. Soon I saw Sean come back into view again as he moved farther away from the boundary wall he dropped down behind and deeper into the graveyard. He weaved between headstones, both small and tall, and ran over the graves, holding his arms out by his sides like the wings of an airplane, clearly enjoying himself. And then something happened, something that caused me to gasp as I felt my heart freeze. All of that primal fear, or what my dad called irrational nonsense, I'd felt about that creepy old graveyard suddenly seemed justified. Something stepped out from behind a tall gravestone close to Sean. It was hard to describe, and not just because of the distance between us, but because my mind struggled to make sense of it. At first I thought it was just a shadow cast by something out of view, but as the horribly long arms of the thing reached out and seized Sean, I saw the shadow actually had a weight to it, a certain mass, and colors beyond just black, such as mottled grays and dull yellows. The thing stood up to its full height, uncurling like a balled-up insect, and was soon much taller than Sean. It then easily scooped him up in its grasp, quickly pulling him back behind the gravestone and out of sight. It all happened in an instant, and Sean didn't even have a chance to scream. I sat and watched in shock and terror, my heart racing as the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. What the hell was that? Panic surged through me at the idea that something had taken Sean, something that should not have existed, something my dad had insisted was make-believe, made up by liars and spread by the gullible. But I knew what I had just seen. I continued watching for a few moments more, praying for Sean to re-emerge unharmed. But after 10 minutes had passed, then 15, I knew I had to do something. So I ran to my parents' room and burst in, screaming for their attention. They were sound asleep, and my sudden outburst startled them. My mother even let out a sharp yelp as they awoke in shock. I told them what I'd just seen, tripping over words that refused to leave my mouth fast enough. At first, they looked worried, but when I reached the part about the shadow thing taking Sean, I saw the expression on my dad's face change. It wasn't worry anymore. It turned to confusion, then to disappointment. "Are you sure it wasn't a nightmare?" he asked, not even trying to hide his annoyance and disappointment in me. I told him it wasn't a nightmare, that I knew what I had just seen. But Dad didn't believe me. Neither did my mother. And no matter how much I tried to persuade them otherwise, I was simply ignored. Eventually, my dad raised his voice and ordered me back to bed. I sloped off back to my room and again looked from the window and out over the graveyard, hoping to see Sean alive and well. But I watched for hours and saw nothing. No movement at all. Was Dad right? Had I fallen asleep and become confused in a state halfway between dream and reality? I could go down there and check for myself, of course. I could show some courage and help out a friend in need. But the thought of that filled me with dread, similar to what I'd felt when I'd seen that shadowy thing take Sean. My cowardice prevailed, and I did nothing, eventually falling asleep in the early hours of the morning. At school the next day, my friends all noticed Sean's absence. "Where is he? Is he playing hooky again? Is he ill?" I was exhausted and a bundle of nerves all day, and deeply ashamed at my cowardice last night, so I didn't say anything. Sean skipping school was not uncommon, so no one was overly concerned. All except me. Because I knew he was dead. So I was, therefore, more than a little surprised when, after cutting down a quiet street during my walk home from school, I bumped into none other than Sean. "Sean, what the hell? Are you okay?" He frowned. "Of course, why wouldn't I be? Because of last night, in the graveyard." "Oh, you saw me?" he asked with a grin. "I wasn't sure if you were watching, you chicken." "But I saw what happened." "What do you mean?" "That thing. The thing that grabbed you." His expression was now one of bewilderment. "Dude, what the hell are you talking about?" I took a breath, struggling to make sense of everything. I was certain of what I'd seen the previous night. Wasn't I? But here Sean was, looking right as rain, and seemingly confused about what I was talking about. "So, nothing happened?" I asked. "Well, I explored the place a little," he replied. "Spent maybe a half hour there, then hopped the wall again and left. But," his face broke out into a conspiratorial grin, and he lowered his voice, "I did find something there, something really cool." "What?" I asked, almost whispering myself. "Can't say," he replied with a chuckle. "But it's amazing. Seriously, you won't believe it until you see it." "Tell me," I pressed, the need to know suddenly rising. I hated being deliberately kept out of the loop with things. It made me feel like an outsider. "No way. If you hadn't been such a coward, you would have seen it yourself last night. But you stayed home in bed like a little girl." I should have expected that. In truth, I was surprised it had taken him even this long to call me out for bailing on him. I felt myself bristle with anger and shame. Not only had I proven him right about my lack of bravery, but I'd also, apparently, completely imagined some kind of ghost or monster as well. Something that obviously wasn't real. Just like little kids did when they got scared. "Tell you what," Sean said with a sneer. "We can try again tonight if you want. We'll sneak out and go back to the graveyard. Then I can show you what I found. And trust me, you're going to be amazed. Unless, of course, you don't have the balls for it," Sean said as he grabbed his own nutsack and laughed. I felt myself scowl. "I'm not a chicken," I shouted. "You're on. We'll go there tonight." Sean nodded his approval. "Cool. But you aren't going to back out again, are you?" "I won't back out," I stated and puffed out my chest. "All right then," he replied. "Meet me outside the wall at 10 tonight, and be ready to be amazed." With that, Sean walked past me, bumping me with his shoulder as he did. I felt nervous about what I'd just agreed to, but I was equally angry at myself for thinking I'd seen something that had clearly been imagined. I was reminded of my dad's disappointed face after I'd told him what I thought I'd seen last night. So, come hell or high water, tonight I was going to prove I wasn't a coward. I was going to go to that creepy graveyard with Sean and see just what it was he thought was so cool. "You ready?" Sean asked. I wasn't sure of the answer. We stood before the old stone wall that circled the perimeter of the graveyard. The wind was cool, but not cold, yet I still felt a shiver run down my spine. Night had set in a while ago, and it was well after midnight. My heart raced, but I was determined to prove my mettle to Sean. "Let's go," I said. He smiled. "Perhaps you aren't a coward after all." Sean then took a step back in order to give himself a short run-up. After a few long strides, he leapt, and his hands managed to grip the stone capping at the top of the tall wall. His toes instantly found purchase in the generous mortar gaps between the stone blocks, and he quickly and effortlessly scrambled up and swung a leg over the top, straddling the wall, and looking proudly down on me. Then he waited, saying nothing. This, it seemed, was my invitation to join him. Despite the trepidation I was feeling, I did just that. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, flee, and go home to safety, but I knew I had to ignore all of that. I needed to man up. This was a tough world, and I couldn't be ruled by fear. It was more than just proving to Sean I wasn't a coward. It was proving it to myself as well. My climb up the wall wasn't as quick or as elegant as Sean's. After my initial leap, I almost lost my grip on the top, barely reaching it with my fingertips. I also struggled to use the toe of my shoes to push myself up as he had, losing my footing more than once before I was finally able to heave myself up to the top and join Sean. I looked out over the graveyard before me, and the chill I had been feeling only intensified. Of course, I had seen the inside of this place before, but only from the safety of my bedroom window. This was different. It was closer, and it felt much more dangerous. "Creepy, isn't it?" Sean said with a snigger. It was. A thick layer of mist had settled across the ground, the headstones poking through it, like mountaintops through the clouds. The streetlights outside of the graveyard's boundary didn't penetrate very far inside, and, other than the moonlight, there wasn't a single light source inside, which ensured the darkness was deep and foreboding. Off in the distance, I could just make out the imposing structure of the adjoining church, with its old brickwork, high windows, and dilapidated roof. The whole place was like a cliché right out of a lame horror movie, but up close and personal, it felt anything but lame. And making matters worse, the ground inside the wall was much lower than that outside, with the stone barrier acting as a retaining structure against the level difference. That meant that, after the drop, getting back out would be much more difficult. In truth, I didn't know if I could leap high enough to make that climb. But Sean had gotten out last night, I reasoned, and that meant there must be a way. I still wanted to turn back, to just spin myself around and drop from this wall, safely outside the graveyard. But as if sensing my anxiety, he quickly jumped down inside of it, his feet causing a dull thud as they penetrated the mist and hit the ground. Sean looked back up to me, his grin still firmly in place. He knew I was wavering. I took a breath, swung my leg over the top of the wall, and dropped, landing inside next to Sean. I stumbled as my feet made contact and fell, landing face first in the cold, wet grass. I expected to hear Sean's laughter at my clumsy dismount, but was surprised to be met with only silence. I quickly got to my feet and turned to face him, braced for his teasing, ready to tell him to shut up. But instead, I felt my breath catch in my throat. Sean was gone. I looked around, frantic, sure I would see him running to hide behind a tree or headstone in an effort to scare me. But the nearest object was too far away for that to be possible. I'd only lost sight of him for a brief moment after falling on my face, but had been up again in an instant, only to see he had completely vanished. Surely there hadn't been enough time for him to make it to any kind of hiding place in that time. So where the hell was he? "Sean!" I yelled. I quickly shrunk back at the sound of my own voice echoing around me in the otherwise silent night air. It had been too loud, and I feared it could draw the attention of something unsavory. "Stop being a coward," I admonished myself, trying to force rational thought over the fear that was building. But it was no good. No amount of rational thinking could explain Sean's disappearance. I felt my heart rate speed up. I had to get out of here. Not caring that I may have been leaving Sean alone, I took a few quick steps back to the wall and leapt, but my fingertips fell astonishingly short. I jumped again, trying to scramble up the uneven surface, but simply slipped back down, scraping my shin as I did. I even tried to grip the stone and slowly climb it, but was unable to get a good enough hold. The panic rose within, and as it did, my efforts to scale the wall drew less and less success, and I quickly realized I was not going to get back out the way I'd gotten in, which meant only one thing. I would have to venture deeper into the graveyard and find an alternate way out. So I turned to look at the route ahead, my mind still reeling from Sean's inexplicable disappearance. My legs felt rooted to the ground, and the thought of heading deeper into this place and walking between the headstones and markers of the dead was almost enough to seize my heart. A sense of unknown danger seemed palatable, even if somewhere inside my rational mind was trying to get my attention and tell me there was nothing to be scared of. Even Sean's sudden disappearance, my mind tried to argue, could be explained if I just forced myself to calm down and think. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, willing myself to gain some form of composure. Then I heard a noise to my right that caused my head to whip around quickly to meet it. Had my ears been playing tricks? Or was that a laugh? It had been so brief I couldn't be sure, but it was certainly my first thought. My breath caught in my throat, and any notion of regaining a calm state suddenly evaporated. "Hello?" I stuttered. The laugh sounded again, this time unmissable. It was the laugh of a child. A high-pitched giggle that came from behind an old and weathered headstone up ahead. It had an echoey quality to it. My whole body shook, and I felt my bladder loosen, but peeing myself barely even seemed to register, because I soon saw something peek out at me from behind the stone marker. Even from this distance, I recognized it was a face. Small, and were it not for the fact it was horribly decayed, childlike. Its eyes were solid, milky white. "Hello," the thing replied in a whisper that sounded hoarse and pained. Instinct kicked in, thankfully overcoming the fear that had previously frozen me to the spot, and I ran. I knew I was running deeper into the graveyard, but I just needed to be away from whatever the hell that thing was. I weaved between headstones, and my feet pounded atop the resting places of the deceased. Had I not been so terrified, it might have felt disrespectful, but the vision of that dead, childlike thing behind me pushed me on, and I ran until my lungs burned. Eventually, I could run no more, and every breath felt like inhaling fire. I stopped and bent double, pulling searing air into my body. I felt dizzy and struggled to keep my knees from buckling. I could still see that rotten thing creeping out from behind the headstone. "Hello." I looked back as I continued to pant, expecting to see the thing lumbering through the mist after me, but saw nothing. Then I turned to examine my surroundings, knowing I had to formulate a plan to get out of this place as quickly as possible. And that was when I saw him, sitting on the ground, legs covered by the layer of mist, and back propped up against a large stone mausoleum. His head lolled to one side. His skin was pale, and his open eyes were blank. He also looked a little gaunter than he had only minutes ago. It was Sean, and he was obviously dead. Had been for a while, I knew, looking at the condition of the body slumped against the tall mausoleum, which made no sense, as I had seen him only minutes ago. I screamed and screamed as the level of terror I was already feeling suddenly spiked. "Chicken!" The voice came from the direction of the body, but from a space beyond it, behind the mausoleum. And it sounded different, like that childlike thing I had seen earlier. It was ethereal somehow, and strained, but at the same time familiar. A figure moved into view from behind the stone structure. Its movements were stilted, like a marionette learning to walk.
Sean, this can't be real, I said in a voice that was barely a whisper.
Sean laughed as he slowly moved closer. He looked similar to the body that lay on the ground, except his eyes were completely white, and the dark purple tongue that slid from his mouth was impossibly long and fat.
"It made me bring you here. It made me," he said. "It wakes up every few decades to collect more of us, and it is feeding again now."
"Please," I said, my voice little more than a pathetic mule. "Please, just let me go." Sean continued to stalk toward me with those stunted movements.
"Nope. Sorry. The things here want you. You're already dead. Your body just doesn't know it yet. And you'll live here forever with the rest of us. It hurts."
Oh, boy, does it hurt. All the time. Such sweet pain. If my bladder had not emptied earlier, then it surely would have now. Again, I ran, thankful I was able to summon strength enough to force my body into action. But I did not get far. I stopped in my tracks at the thing that stood before me, motionless in the dark. It was tall, towering, well over 7 feet, and covered with a dark cloak that hung down to its feet. A wide-rimmed hat covered its head, but its pale face was perfectly visible. It had unnaturally wide eyes that bulged horribly from their sockets. The nose was gone, replaced only by a fleshy hole where it should have been, and there was a skeletal, grinning mouth, devoid of any lips. The tall thing didn't move, but bore its horrible gaze down on me. "This can't be real. It can't be real. Can't be real." As if reading my thoughts, I heard the monstrous watcher before me start to chuckle, and its teeth chattered together as it did. Desperation clouded my senses. I had never felt such terror and danger before in my life. Perhaps this was just a dream, and I would wake up soon, all safe and warm in my bed, with my parents standing over me. I turned again, about to run, but saw that was not going to be possible. Suddenly, the graveyard was teeming with life, all of it horrifying. The ungodly forms of the dead and the otherworldly started to emerge, crawling out from behind gravestones, trees, and even rising up out of the mist itself. The figures that moved toward me were human, or used to be, but had rotted and decomposed to various degrees. All had milky white eyes and were twisted and misshapen in some way. An impossibly thin man, dressed in dull rags, pushed an old Victorian wheelchair forward, with loud squeaks ringing out with every revolution of the large wheels. He was practically a skeleton, with loose strips of gray flesh hanging from his bones. Another was a woman, dressed in a high-necked black dress, hair up in a bun. Her eyes were wide, face horribly gaunt, the jaw completely missing so her black tongue dangled down to her neck. And amongst them all, one figure stood motionless, taller than the others. Its body was skinless, and the exposed flesh dripped with glistening blood. Where a face should have been, there was a large, pulsating hole filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. As I took in the sight of these things, my heart started to beat at a rate I had never known before, and a pain shot down my left arm. Breathing became difficult, and I was unable to carry on my desperate screams. Excited murmurs sounded out from the demonic horde that slowly closed in from all sides. "Please," I managed to wheeze out, begging, and dropped to my knees as the world became blurry. I felt a cold hand on the back of my neck, and I turned my head. Through squinted eyes, I was able to make out Sean standing above me, looking at me with those white, dead eyes. "It's time," he said. My heart felt like it was on fire, and each horrible beat sent out another jolt of electric pain from the failing organ. The world spun, and darkness claimed me. And then I was being pulled along the ground. I opened my eyes again. I was still in the graveyard. It was still nighttime, and these creatures were still all around me. But the pain from my chest was gone. I lifted my head and saw something that caused me to cry out in horror, my voice sounding different, somehow echoey. My body lay on the ground, face down and motionless, and I was being pulled away from it. I turned to see what was dragging me, and what I saw, a terrifying and impossible multi-eyed thing, should have shattered my mind. At once I knew that this entity was the thing behind all the madness here in the graveyard. This ungodly and eldritch nightmare that almost defied description. And it continued to pull me, with thin, writhing arms, toward its gaping mouth. Sean walked beside me as I squirmed and fought. "It's going to feed on you now," he told me. "And look over there." I followed his pointing hand and could see my house way off in the distance. The light to my parents' room was on. "Your father has just had a nightmare," he told me. "So he's going to check on you. Won't find you, though. But you told them about this place, and soon your body will be found here, along with mine. They'll say we died of heart attacks. But one night in the next few weeks, your dad is going to come down here with your mom. He won't be able to let go of what happened, you see. So he'll come, and your mom will follow. Everything has been laid out already, so there is no stopping it now. And then you will get to see them again, and they will live here with us forever." I looked back at my house again. The light to my room came on. I knew my dad would find it empty, and then he would come for me. I screamed and cried and wailed as the creature pulled me into its mouth and swallowed me whole. Join My Club by Summer Cannon. Outside, the sky went up forever. The expanse held a peaceful quality, a serenity in its vastness. It was better out there. Inside, where the rooms were small and the noises were too loud, Mommy cried and yelled, and Daddy hit him. Outside, there were butterflies and big, colorful spiders in the tiger lilies. Within the shade of the big pine tree, he could pretend he had his own house, a place where he made all the rules. In his house, there was no yelling, and he could have pretend pancakes for dinner every night. Beyond the shadow of the great tree, there were also noisy birds and colorful cars. Lots of neat things to look at. Nobody told him to go away or hit his face in the safety of the outdoors. That particular day, it was really bad inside. Mommy made watery scrambled eggs for breakfast, and Daddy got so mad that he pulled her back to their bedroom by her hair. She cried, and Daddy called her bad names. There were loud thumps and screams, but when the deeper rhythmic slapping started, it scared him more than the sounds of Mommy being slammed around. He knew that that distinct slapping was specifically adult, and hearing it mixed with Mommy's cries and Daddy's grunts sent him rushing out the front door, his favorite stuffed dinosaur clutched tightly to his chest. He was sitting on the cinder block stoop, petting the soft toy, hoping the stray cat would visit him. It was nice and rubbed its head on him, and he liked when it purred. Mommy always told him not to touch it, saying it was gross and dirty. She chased it off whenever she saw it, but he didn't mind that it wasn't smooth and pretty like the kitties on TV. It was nice having something that was happy to be around him. Walking around to the side of the house, he hoped for something to grab his attention. Nothing did, but he stood a moment, waiting for that special, interesting something to keep him occupied until Mommy called him to come inside for dinner. He jumped when he heard a metallic knocking. It was coming from the little metal closet where the lawnmower was kept. Mommy called it a lean-to. He didn't like it in there. It was small, with only enough room for the mower and the weed whacker. It smelled bad, and it was dark. In the back corners, the sunlight, no matter how bright a day it was, could never reach, leaving shadows that made him think there was something in there, something hiding from the light. The knock came again, and he started to get scared. His eyes darted toward the front of the house, but he'd get in big trouble if he bothered Mommy and Daddy when they were in their bedroom. "Hello?" a voice called from within the lean-to. It was a child's voice. His fear lessened, and he reached a hand out and knocked on the side panel. There were 3 returning knocks from inside. "What's your name?" the voice inside asked. "Timmy," he answered, feeling a little shy. The voice inside giggled. "Really? My name's Tommy. We almost have the same name." Timmy laughed. It was looking as if the day's excitement was going to be better than the stray kitty. "How old are you?" 7, Tommy answered, his voice having a tinny echo to it. "How old are you?" 5. Timmy worried that a bigger kid might not want to play with him, would see him as just some baby. "I'm older than you." "Yeah," Timmy said, expecting rejection. "I used to live here, you know." "You did?" Timmy asked, surprised. "Uh-huh. My parents didn't want to stay, though, so I guess that's why you live here now." Tommy sounded a little sad. Timmy and his parents hadn't lived in the house for very long. Their place before had only 1 bedroom, and he had to sleep on the couch. It was nice to have his own bedroom where he could go and be alone so he didn't bother his parents. They were always telling him he was too noisy, even when he was being as still and quiet as a picture on the wall. "Which room did you sleep in? The one with the brown carpet or the pink carpet?" Timmy asked. "The pink carpet. The one with the brown carpet has that door, and my parents didn't trust me to stay put at night," Tommy answered, still sounding a little sad. "I sleep in the pink carpet room, too. It's a real nice room, and the window is right over my new bed, so I can look and see the moon, if it's out." "Did you sleep by the window?" "No, my bed was up against the other wall." "Do you have a lot of toys?" "I had a lot of cars and trucks, and this really big teddy bear my grandpa got me." "I don't have a lot of toys, but my mommy says if I'm good, I might get a bike for my birthday. I'd go so fast on a bike." "It was really nice riding around here on my bike," Tommy said. "That's so cool. You want to join my club?" Timmy perked up. "Really? Can I? I asked you, didn't I? Yes, I want in your club." "Awesome. Just slide open the door and come inside with me." Timmy paused. "In there? You scared?" Tommy asked. Timmy was afraid of admitting his fear to an older kid. Tommy would laugh at him if he knew that Timmy was scared of the stupid little lean-to. "It's not scary in here, Timmy. You know where I'm scared to go? In the house. The grown-ups are mean and angry, and your dad does bad, bad things." Timmy lowered his eyes and hugged his stuffed dinosaur tight. "My parents are like that, too. I hide from them in here. It's not scary in here because they're not in here. It's just me. But maybe it could be just you and me," Tommy said. "Why do you come all the way back here to hide? Isn't there a place at your new house to hide?" "This will always be where I live," Tommy said, that sad note back in his voice. "Do your parents worry about you being gone? I'm not allowed out of the yard." "But would your parents really notice if you weren't here? If they're like mine, they never even look out the windows to see if you're still here. Do they ever poke a head out the door to say hi to you or offer you snacks or drinks?" "I bet they don't, because they're happier when you're not around them, Timmy." Tommy's voice sounded shaky, like he was close to crying. Timmy sniffled, hoping Tommy didn't hear. He wiped the tears from his cheeks and used the softness of his dinosaur friend to wipe his eyes. "Come inside, Timmy, and we can play. No mean parents. Just us." Timmy looked again toward the home's entrance. He wanted so badly to play with the boy. But there was a sick feeling in his tummy, and he wanted his mommy, to feel her hug him and tickle his cheeks and be wrapped in her sweet-smelling, soft warmth. He wanted to feel her love. Another tear ran down his cheek. No, Mommy would yell at him if he went to her, and if she didn't, Daddy would whip his butt. Tommy was right. and that hurt his heart. "Come join my club, and let's play," Tommy said. Wiping his face on his dinosaur again, Timmy steeled himself. He had to jerk the metal door as it was bent and didn't stay on its tracks. When the door was finally open, he peered tentatively inside. The air was usually hot in the lean-to and smelled so bad he could taste it. But not this time. There was a chill in there, but it was somehow not refreshing on that hot day. It had a fetid nature to it, mixed with a stink of rot and gasoline. It made Timmy uneasy. "Tommy?" he asked, trying to keep the fear from his voice. "I'm back here," the voice whispered. "I can't see you," Timmy said, shaking. "But you can hear me, can't you? I'm right here. You just have to come in." Timmy whimpered. He started to worry the older kid was playing a cruel trick on him. Maybe Tommy was behind the lean-to, and when Timmy stepped inside, he would run around and close the door, leaving Timmy in total, suffocating darkness. "Can I see your face?" Timmy asked. "Timmy, I'm right here," Tommy said, gently. "Look." The lawnmower was pushed slightly, and it rolled towards Timmy, but it traveled only an inch or two. He smiled. Excited at the prospect of a new playmate and his fear forgotten, Timmy stepped carefully inside, finding a place for his foot that wasn't occupied by the dirty old lawn equipment. His breath was taken away. He couldn't draw in air. His dinosaur fell to the ground and he tried to reach his hands up to his throat, but found they seemed to weigh a ton, too heavy for him to lift. "Don't be scared, Timmy," he said. "It's not scary in here with me." But Timmy was scared. He couldn't breathe or move. It felt like hours as he stood like a tree, stiff and still, unable to make a single noise. His chest was aching to expand with precious air, and his head was hurting awfully bad. It was getting hard to see. The metal handle of the lawnmower was glinting in the sunlight, but the colors were going dark, and his head was feeling funny. He was jerked free of something. There was a feeling of being light, like a big, wet beach towel had just been lifted off of him. The terror of not being able to breathe forgotten, he went to Tommy, who he could clearly see sitting in the back corner, smiling at him. "Welcome to the club," Tommy said. "Now we can play, and it's just us." The Cemetery Man by John Everson. If a girl ever tells you that she thinks it would be hot to have an intimate date with you in the cemetery, I'd recommend walking steadily away. I didn't. I wish I would have. Kendra Jenkins was a quiet girl, the sort of wallflower type that blends into crowds better than blue into gray. But she had this thing about her. Maybe it was the crease in the corner of her eyes. Maybe it was the slight tremor in her voice when she talked. Not of fear, but of nervous excitement. Her voice wavered and dove as she'd softly talk about the things that really got her going. I remember meeting her at an adult education class I was taking on film noir appreciation. Her feet would twitch whenever the instructor played a clip of an old black and white movie, especially at the parts where the film showed a pair of black shoes striking the pavement in an increasing rhythm as the focal character realized that he or she was being pursued by something in the shadows. After watching her calves tremble with excitement during one too many Hitchcock films, I had to ask her out one night after class. We had coffee at a little bohemian place, and I knew she was having difficulty saying the things she wanted to say. Or maybe she just didn't know what to say. Her eyes blinked nervously whenever I looked directly at them. She looked away and played with her hands. Finally, when the conversation got really awkward, I asked her if she wanted to take a walk. She nodded, and I paid the bill quickly. Minutes later, we were walking down a sheltered street and passing a cemetery. It was an old one, the grounds well sheltered by a forest of trees. Kendra's feet slowed, and I could see the now familiar signs of excitement in her body. "Do you want to go in?" I asked. I felt really weird about undoing a girl's bra while I had her bent over a gravestone. That said, weirdness didn't stop me. A guy has to have priorities, and tits beats propriety hands down any day. Kendra moaned as my fingers fumbled with the clasp across her spine, and when she decided I was taking too long, my hands were suddenly joined by her own fingers, and the clasp snapped open. I don't know why they make those damn things so hard to open. It's like they're protecting gold or something. Well, on second thought, my hand slipped under the front of her bra, and in seconds she'd shrugged out of it, so that two brown nubs begged me for kisses beneath the moonlight. How could I say no? Trust me, I didn't. And Kendra didn't either. For all her shyness and awkwardness earlier, once we were inside the wrought iron gates of the cemetery, she lost all inhibition. "Did you ever see Jean Rollins' The Iron Rose?" she asked me as my lips suckled her ear. "No," I whispered. "Is it noir?" "Not as such," she gasped. My fingers had slipped beneath the belt of her jeans. "Rollin was a French director who experimented in the 70s with a slew of movies, mixing eroticism and horror. The Iron Rose was about a couple lost in a cemetery. At first, they're playing with the forbidden and making out in a tomb, but then they get spooked, and they can't find their way out of the graves." I looked up from sucking myself a good mark of new ownership on her neck, and saw the pointed spears of the fence post, just a few rows of graves beyond us. "I don't think we'll have that problem," I suggested. "The gate is just over there." "Yes," she said. "But what if it wouldn't open when we tried to get out?" I trailed my tongue across her neck up to the underside of her jaw. "Then we'd climb the fence," I said. She rolled her eyes. "You have no sense of futility." "No," I agreed, "because what I'm doing right now is definitely not futile." With that, I closed my teeth on her left nipple and rolled it around on my tongue and teeth. She moaned appreciation as my fingers fumbled with the clasp of her belt, with just about as much success as I'd had with her bra. The lights of a car flashed across the landscape of the cemetery, and we both pressed ourselves low to the stone until the dark came again. Kendra pushed herself off the flat surface of the broad cemetery stone and pulled me down to the grass before it. "Let's lie with the dead," she said, and then giggled self-consciously. I couldn't believe this was the same girl who couldn't maintain a steady conversation in the coffee shop just an hour before. When we crossed the border into the cemetery at night, she'd seemingly switched personalities. Not that I was complaining. "I love the dark," she said, as if reading my mind. "That's why I love the old movies so much. They're all about shadows. I'm not real comfortable in the daylight." "I don't know why," I said, trailing my tongue down from her breasts to circle the thin, dark pit of her navel. "You're beautiful." She snorted. "Uh-huh, while the lights are out." My tongue slipped lower, and she stopped protesting. And then I heard a moan. Normally that would be something to make a man proud when his tongue was making her talk, so to speak. But in this case, that moan wasn't coming from the throat just a couple feet above me. I looked up, and her eyes flickered wide at the same time. "What was that?" I whispered. She shook her head silently. I twisted my neck, craning for a glimpse at what had made the noise. All I saw were tombstones, gray-white stone silhouettes against the black of the sky, as far as the eye could see. "I don't see anything," I whispered. Her hand slipped first down my back, then up along my spine. I shivered. Then the moan came again. I rolled off Kendra and into a crouch. With my shirt off and my pants half down my thighs, I must have looked like an ass, like some guy crouched down about to take a shit. But I wasn't worried about how I looked. Someone was interrupting my enjoyment of tits, damn it, and it was not making me happy. "Come on," I said, pointing at a stone crypt not too far away. "Let's get out of the open and away from the road." Kendra nodded and held her shirt up against her bare chest with one hand as she held my fingers with the other, while we sprinted together between the tombstones. When we arrived panting at the crypt, I read the name carved into the stone over the door. "Chichovesky," it said. "I can't pronounce that," I said. Kendra snorted. "I think it's Polish. She grinned. That doesn't help. Try the door, she suggested. I laughed. Right, like that's going to be left wide open. I reached out to test the iron grate that locked the Polish dead within this Chicago cemetery, and oddly enough, it gave. Unlocked. After you, I suggested, when the heavy steel door to the inside of the crypt creaked open. Such a gentleman, Kendra said, but she also didn't wait for me. By the time I'd stepped all the way inside and turned, she'd dropped both her shirt and the rest of her clothes. Have you ever wanted to fuck in a tomb? She asked, as her arms slipped around my waist. I gotta be honest, I started to say, but then her tongue was in my mouth, and there really wasn't much point in trying to finish the thought. I quickly forgot about whatever noises I'd heard outside, because, well, there was a naked woman underneath me, and her breasts were... Do I really need to explain myself here? At some point, she rolled me over, straddling me and rocking on my hips, like I was some kind of decidedly non-puritanical carnival ride. Carnal ride is what I was. In the dim light of the moon that lit the mausoleum we were in, I could still read the names of the tombs that were set in the wall behind her. The last name all read Chichovesky, but there was one, closer to the floor, where the stone marker had been removed, and you could see the glint of a coffin just beyond. I tried not to look, because, seriously, coffins and erections? Guys, trust me on this, they don't generally mix, and I did not want to lose mine at that particular moment. Nevertheless, when I heard the moan again from just outside the door of the tomb, I pulled out and away from Kendra. Something's out there, I whispered. So stick with me here, she said. My eyes must have bugged out of my head at that, because she laughed. Out loud. What's the matter? She whispered. Am I scaring you? I shook my head. No, the fucking noise outside is creeping me out. She laid back on the cold, dusty stone of the crypt and looked up at me with clear intent. The spark from the darks of her eyes still shone in the shadows. She arched her back so that her tits stood up and demanded attention. Haven't you always wanted to fuck in a tomb? She whispered again. You know, in all honesty, I have to say that my answer to that was a big no. But at that particular moment, the mounds of her breast and the dark shadow of her pussy and the husk of her voice all pretty much canceled out the fact that we were naked in the middle of a house of bones. I found my erection again and briefly forgot the sounds from the graveyard outside. Everything was great, if a little weird, until the screaming began. This time when I pulled out, it was over. What the fuck was that? I said. My cock withered wetly between my thighs, like a limp weed. Kendra sat up, hands suddenly eclipsing her chest. I don't know, she whispered. The sex was out of her voice now. Her hand grasped for her shirt, and, in a flash, that amazing chest was covered in cotton. Together we trembled our way to standing and moved toward the door to the crypt. The noise from outside came again. Oh! I forced myself to be the man and poked my head part way through the opening in the door. Just as I did, something cracked like a rifle shot outside. The moaning stopped instantly. That's when I saw him, a white face moving slow and deliberate amid the old stones. His eyes were black pocks in a head that seemed to glow on its own in the moonlight. Silver hair and skin so pale it hurt. He moved across the graveyard like a wraith himself, but I knew in a heartbeat that he was real, not made of shadow and fear. A man walked amid the graves, quiet and careful, but deliberate and steady. I knew in that moment that this was the man to avoid. If you were in the graveyard and not dead, this was the man who would haunt you. I did not want to be haunted. Get dressed, I hissed, and I could hear Kendra adjusting her clothes behind me as I watched the figure stalk the darkness between the stones. I buckled my own belt and pulled a shirt over my head. We need to go, I whispered. Someone's out there. Someone was not really what I was thinking. More like something. I held a finger to my lips and cautiously stepped out of the door of the crypt and back out into the night. It's weird how you can hear the air move. While we'd been in the tomb, everything had been dead silent. No pun intended, honest. But as soon as we stepped outside, the world felt broader, and I could hear the thin movement of air across the rocks. From somewhere far down the row of headstones, I heard that tortured moan, and then again came a sharp report. It probably sounded louder than it really was, given the lack of any other noise. I thought it was a gunshot. I took Kendra's hand, and together we dashed between the headstones toward the exit. We both hunched halfway over, trying not to be seen by whatever lurked deeper in the grounds. I don't know if it really helped us to be unobtrusive, but it did slow us down. Have you ever tried running and crouching at the same time? Nevertheless, we skulked our way stone to stone until the exit gate was in sight. I was just starting to breathe a little freer and straighten my running posture a bit when my foot struck something soft and I stumbled. Kendra's hand abruptly left mine, and I heard her stifle a shriek. "What's wrong?" My whisper came out more like a strangled yell. Kendra wasn't looking at me, though. Her eyes were locked on the thing that lay on the ground between us. The thing I'd stumbled over in my stagger to the gate. The thing whose mouth gaped open beneath a pair of empty black eyes that stared sightless toward the moon. "Holy shit," I whispered, and knelt on the ground next to her. "I think he's dead." "Yeah," Kendra said. Her voice was low and soft, but completely lacking in fear. "That guy must have shot him," I said. I could hear the panic edging into my own voice. "We've got to get out of here." "I don't think so," she said. "What do you mean, you don't think so? There's a guy walking around here shooting a gun, and there's a dead guy right in front of you. I can put two and two together, and I don't think we should be here right now." "I meant, I don't think that other guy is what killed him," Kendra said. "Look at his face. Closely." I leaned closer and shifted to stop my shadow from blotting out the moonlight. The guy looked old. His face was dirty white and covered with creases and scars. His hair was greasy and unkempt. At a quick glance, he appeared, and smelled, like a street bum who'd been lying here for a day, or the week. But Kendra was right. It was more than that. His skin wasn't just dirty and creased. It was discolored. The skin appeared to be flaking off like dandruff. His teeth were yellowed and cracked. The closer I looked, the less human the dead man appeared. "Look at his hands." She nodded at the arm closest to me. I followed her gaze and saw fingers gnarled like claws, blackened nails grown long enough to warp and twist. Tufts of hair curled out from below his knuckles. All I could think of was an article I'd read once that debunked the myth that when you're dead, your nails and hair keep growing, feeding off your rotting flesh. "Okay," I agreed. "He looks creepy as hell, but I still think the guy with the gun killed him." I pointed at the blackened hole in the corpse's chest. You could see bone beneath the ragged opening in his tattered shirt. "See any blood?" Kendra asked simply. I opened my mouth to argue, maybe to suggest the lack of splatter was due to cauterization. But from somewhere not too far behind us, I heard another moan. "Let's go," I demanded, grabbing her hand. "Now!" I pulled her to her feet, and together we ran the last few yards to the cemetery gate. We rounded the corner of the gate, and when I looked back, I swear I saw the pearly white head of the guy I'd seen from the door of the tomb stalking toward the gravesite we'd just vacated. Was he coming back to get rid of the evidence? Or was he coming for us? I didn't want to stick around to find out. I forced Kendra to run for the next 5 blocks until the cemetery was completely out of sight. "Are you scared of a dead body?" she asked when we finally came to a halt, and I leaned down to clutch my knees as I gasped for breath. Kendra, interestingly enough, barely seemed to have broken a sweat. I made a silent vow to start working out again. Clearly I was in piss-poor shape. "No," I wheezed. I'm scared of becoming a dead body. And sticking around the cemetery when some guy's walking around shooting people seems like a good way to become one. I'm not sure I want a guy who's that easily freaked to walk me home, she said. I turned to look at her in surprise and saw her eyes staring hard at me, unblinking. She was hungry for something and completely unshaken by what had just happened. "Oh, am I walking you home?" I asked. She shrugged nonchalantly and began to walk ahead of me. Gunfire, a stalking killer, dead rotting corpses. They all disappeared from importance as I remembered the feel of her breast in my hand. "Which way do you live?" I asked as I hurried to walk by her side. Kendra lived just a few blocks from the cemetery, in an old brick apartment building that had not seen a facelift since the 70s. The hallway inside was paved in tight-weave orange and gold carpet, and the stairway rails were painted utility green. But the feel of the building instantly changed when we stepped through the door of Kendra's apartment. "Welcome to squalor," she said as she flipped on the living room light. It was hardly that. It was more like a museum of light and dark. Kendra had covered most of the apartment's bland beige carpeting with long black and gray carpet overlays. The passionless walls were nearly obscured by the array of poster-sized frames. Her apartment was a mosaic of black and white photography. Some of it was instantly recognizable. She had displayed movie stills from classic noir films, like the haunting Laura and the gleefully twisted gaze of Robert Walker as he outlines a murder in Strangers on a Train. There were several Hitchcock stills, actually, including one provocatively deadly image from Janet Leigh's fateful shower in Psycho. And even without any actors' faces in the frame, I instantly recognized the opening running feet and trench coat from Kiss Me Deadly. She saw me eyeing the art and smiled. "I like noir," she said. "A lot." I nodded. "I see that. Gives the place color," I joked. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't laugh. "Do you want a drink?" she asked. "Bourbon on the rocks," I said. "Hold the rocks." She grinned. "Now you're just fucking with me. Although, I have to point out, you forgot to wear your private dick hat. But you know what? I can do that. Are you okay with Knob Creek?" "It's not my favorite," I said, "but it'll do in a pinch. Just don't call me a dick again." "Then don't be one." She disappeared into a galley kitchen and left me alone to explore the 2 gray couches and 4 black and white walls of the living room. The place was small, but definitely comfortable, especially if you loved old movies. I sat down on one of the couches and stared up at the wall, trying to name all of the different films the photos and posters came from. They didn't all announce themselves. Her tastes ran deep. As glass clinked on the counter in the kitchen, it occurred to me that Kendra was a ringer in our film class. I'd guess from the look at her walls that she knew more about noir film than our professor. I don't know when she slipped into her bedroom, but when she came back with my glass of amber bad judgment, she was wearing a black silk robe. From what its silky thin material revealed, she wasn't wearing anything beneath it. "Can I buy you a drink?" she asked, feigning a noir bad girl throaty husk. "I think you already did." I took the glass and tilted it back, enjoying the burn of bourbon in my throat. The faint scent of lavender caught my nose, and I grinned as the liquor threatened to make me cough. "Drink fast," she advised, plopping down on the couch next to me. I could see the pale curve of her calf as she rubbed it suggestively against my own. "Why?" "Because we got naked a little while ago in a cemetery," she said. Her voice was a rough whisper. "And that just makes me hotter than hell." "You don't care that we also saw a dead guy?" I asked. She took my left hand in her own and slipped it beneath her robe to a place both prickly and warmly wet. "Clearly not," I answered my own question. It was the first time I ever fucked someone beneath the leers of both Janet Leigh and Lana Turner, I have to say that. And probably the most energetic exercise I've ever had as well. Let's just say when I woke up the next morning, things hurt that I didn't know I had. And that's probably enough said about that. I watched the local paper the next couple days, looking for news of a corpse discovered in the cemetery, which, as I write this, sounds like a stupid thing. What else would you find in a cemetery but a corpse? Still, usually the stiffs are buried beneath those iron gates, not lying around on the grass. No murder in the graveyard stories appeared. Kendra didn't seem interested in talking about the dead guy, but she lit up every time I mentioned the cemetery. It seemed to be about the only thing, though, that could get her to talk. She turned out to be something of a cemetery buff and had pictures from all sorts of famous cemeteries around the country. Greenwood Cemetery in New York, Resurrection Cemetery in Chicago, St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans, and 100 less famous places in between. Wherever she traveled, she said she always found the local burial grounds. She was one of those people who took gravestone etchings, so it made a lot more sense to me how hot making out on a gravestone had been for her. We went out a few times over the next couple weeks, but none of our dates were quite like the first. That shy girl came back for long, uncomfortable stretches. Frequently, she'd look distracted and stare over my shoulder when we were having a conversation. Or, more like, I was having a conversation. She really wasn't saying much. I was starting to think that maybe this wasn't going to go anywhere. We hadn't gone back to bed since that first bizarre date. Maybe that had been heat of the moment for her, and she really wasn't that interested in me. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Then one week in class, we watched the classic 1949 noir film, The Third Man. I was sitting behind her since I got to class late. When the nighttime grave-digging scene began, her calves started rocking. She was wearing a summer skirt, and I grinned as I watched the hem shifting and shivering back and forth around her anxious legs. I swear I think she wanted to take one of the shovels and dig up a coffin herself. After class, I asked if she wanted to go out for a drink. She shrugged. "Maybe," she said. "I've got some stuff I need to get done tonight, though." I don't know what made me say it. Probably her reaction to the graveyard scenes in the film. Grabbing for something to bring her attention back, I blurted, "We could stop at the cemetery afterwards." She paused. Her lower lip trembled. Not much, just enough to show her thoughts were turning. "It's a date," she said. "Pick me up in an hour. I need to change." "Don't go changing," I said, but she shook her head. "Don't make me change my mind." "Got it," I said. "See you at 9:30. When I pressed the button to ring her apartment, Kendra didn't buzz me in and invite me up. Instead, her voice came over the tiny intercom speaker. "I'll be right down." A moment later, I could see the elevator open just beyond the foyer. Kendra appeared, wearing a slinky, off-the-shoulder black dress with fringe trailing across the top of her knees. She also wore black fishnet stockings and leather ankle boots. She'd pulled back her hair tight and wore red lipstick. She could have walked out of the movie we'd just watched earlier tonight. I felt like a bum in jeans and a brewery t-shirt. When she stepped outside, I whistled. "I believe I'm underdressed," I said. She smiled but shook her head. "You promised me a cemetery," she said softly. "I just wanted to be ready this time." I took her to the Penultimate Shop, a late-night bar on the edge of downtown that featured some fine mixology, but also had an impressive couple dozen taps. She ordered a Negroni, while I tried an obscure IPA. We talked a little about The Third Man. She was a big Orson Welles fan, but admitted it was the cinematography, not the actor, that really made the film. When the bartender refilled our drinks, she made a point of saying, "That's the last for me." She didn't talk much after that as we drank. Her eyes roved the room, people-watching. The Negroni disappeared quickly. "Care for a walk through the tombstones?" I asked, when I noticed there were only cubes of ice left in her glass, and her gaze had stagnated to stare out of the bar window to the dark, empty street beyond. Her eyes quickly met mine, for the first time in several minutes. "I thought you'd never ask," she said. The cemetery was just around the block from the Penultimate Shop. I sometimes wondered if the place had gotten its name because of the graveyard. "One last drink before you die?" Kendra's step quickened the closer we got to the entrance. The night was quiet. A faint breeze rippled the hair on the back of my neck as we slipped past the black wrought-iron gates and down the main path through the cemetery. Stars pierced the blanket of night above, like faint Christmas lights. The moon was only just beginning to rise. Kendra's hands clenched my arm. "I'm so glad you're here with me," she said. I realized it didn't matter that it was me. She just needed someone who would humor her gravestone fetish. But still, I was glad to be the guy. Part of me knew she was damp already, just from walking into the place after dark. I intended to make her sopping wet before the night was through. Her hand moved up and down my arm as we walked down the asphalt path that twisted and wound around the gravestones. At one point, I felt her massage the curve of my butt, and I began to look for a place that we could duck off the path to do what we'd come here for. "Want to sit down?" I asked, pointing beyond a few rows of grave markers to a small clearing near a tree. There were bushes that hid part of the area from the path, which seemed ideal for what I had in mind. But Kendra had other thoughts. "Can we find that crypt we were in last time?" She gave me one of those looks. You know, the pouty mouth, big dark eyes, "if you really love your baby doll, you'll do this thing for me" look. "It's over this way," I said, and we began walking toward the older section of the cemetery, where there were larger stones, and eventually full-fledged small stone houses. I led her across the grass, winding between the granite stones toward the old gray tomb. There were several in this area, but I recognized the one we'd been in last time. A guy doesn't forget when he makes out in a mausoleum. Somewhere behind us, a nightbird shrieked. At least, I hoped it was a nightbird. "You don't think that guy is wandering around tonight, do you?" I shook my head instinctively, but then, of course, began to wonder if he was out there somewhere nearby, maybe shooting someone, causing distant shrieks that weren't birds at all. "Let's get out of sight anyway," I said, and pulled her to the door. It opened like the last time, and we stepped into the heavy smell of must. I hated to think of the reason. There were small doors where I knew the coffins of this family lay in state. I turned my back to them and took her in my arms. Kendra's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her tongue moved with urgent excitement against mine. As her hands roamed my back, my own slid down to move up and under her dress. I could feel the silk of her hose and the garters that held them, and I was about to pull her down to the ground when she broke our wet kiss with words I didn't want to hear. "Can you open one of the crypts so we can see the coffin?" She was breathing heavy and her eyes looked desperate. I wanted to, but I couldn't say no. "I'll try," I whispered. There were 6 doors on the wall behind me, and I reached down to the lower middle and turned the silver handle. The small door creaked open. "Let me see," she whispered. She pushed around my shoulder to peer into the dark opening. "Can you pull it out?" she asked. "I don't think that's a good idea," I said. She rubbed against me, shifting her thighs to scissor my leg. "Please?" I reached into the darkness until my hands found the cold surface of hard wood. Going against all of my instincts, I grabbed hold of the thing with both hands and pulled. The coffin shifted and moved easily out of the hole. Part of me was disappointed at that. I'd hoped it would stay put. Kendra gasped audibly when the surface of the coffin came into view. A moment later, her tongue was in my mouth. Seconds after that, I was stripping the dress from her shoulders. As the call of the nightbirds echoed eerily from outside, I laid Kendra down on the cold marble ground and uncinched her bra. She didn't wait for me to work on the rest. In seconds, I was shirtless myself and sucking on her chest as her black-stockinged feet wrapped around my waist. I tried to slow us down, but this was going to go fast no matter what. Her wetness coated my skin as I moved from her mouth to her nipples and back again. I slid inside her without a thought. Something creaked nearby, but I couldn't take my mouth from hers to look. I honestly didn't care at that moment. She was hotter than ever before, her fingers clawing my back, her legs dragging me, locking me deeper. Without warning, she shifted her weight and rolled, pressing me down to the ground. She was grinning as she began to ride me cowgirl style. black garters easing up and sinuously down against and above my hips. "Don't pinch," she complained, and I barely heard her. "I said stop it," she said again. "I'm not doing anything," I gasped. Kendra's eyes opened. They stared at me, then at the position of my arms, which made it impossible for me to be the one pinching her. She looked down at the blackened nail kneading at her soft white skin. That's when I saw the face behind Kendra. It was a ghastly, pasty face, a mask of frozen skin and blue veins, and a mummified hand reached around her ribs to rub and pinch a nipple. Outside, something shrieked. This time, the sound seemed much closer. "I don't think we should have opened the coffin," I whispered. Her eyes grew very wide. To her credit, she didn't scream. Instead, she moved her own hands until they encircled her breasts and the blackened things that massaged them. And then slowly, carefully, she eased the hands back and away from her. Then she turned to face the dead man who had taken advantage of her. I thought she'd finally let loose and scream when she took in the hideous visage that had crept out of the coffin to feel her up. "Not so hard," she said instead. I couldn't see the corpse's reaction. Her body blocked his face from my view, but I could see his gray arms reach around her back and those dark, wrinkled fingers dig into the skin near the slope of her ass and drag their nails upward. I heard her moan in excitement instead of fear, and I finally found the courage to sit up. "Kendra?" I whispered. I leaned to the side and saw something I hope that someday I'll be able to forget, though I doubt it. Kendra had her lips on the pale, dark lips of the corpse, and as I realized this, I saw her arms reach around his shriveled back and pull his crypt cold skin close to hers. The dead guy made a sound like gravel in a grinder, and suddenly he stood up and yanked Kendra with him. She squealed with surprise, but didn't escape his grasp as he pulled her into the coffin he'd vacated. Kendra struggled then, a flash of white skin on gray, black garters on purpled veins, their bodies sliding against each other and the silkened cushioned sides of the inside of the coffin. And then the dead man reached up and pulled the lid of the coffin shut with a loud slam. It sounded final. I leapt up from the floor and grabbed at the lid of the coffin, scrambling to pull it back open so I could get Kendra out. The lid wouldn't budge. I strained against it, my fingernails bending with the force, but nothing happened. "Kendra!" I yelled. I thought there was a thump from inside, but she didn't answer. "Kendra!" Shrieks and high-pitched cries came from just outside the crypt now. A minute ago, I would have cowered and stayed inside, but I couldn't anymore. I had to find something or someone to help me open the coffin. I pushed open the creaking metal door and stepped out into the graveyard. Night covered the ground in a cloak of dark shadow, but the stars gave enough light for the tops of the gravestones to reflect a blue-white gleam against the night. Something moved to my right, a flash of white against the shadow. I turned and saw a woman's face heading right toward me. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. Her arms were raised, reaching out to me as if begging for help. Behind her, a man gave chase, his arms raised in the air behind her. I saw the barrel of a gun silhouetted for 1 second against the stars. "Stop!" I cried, and moved to intervene. In a heartbeat, they had passed me by, her feet pounding fast between the stones. Then there was a sharp pop, I assumed from the gun, and she gave one sharp, pitiful screech and fell to the ground. The man followed her down, disappearing between the stones. Without thinking, I ran to where they disappeared, but when I arrived, the man was already raising himself up from the ground. The woman, an older, wrinkled thing with a pallid complexion, lay still on the earth. For a moment, I thought she looked like an image from one of Kendra's noir films. Bleached of all color, her cheek a stark contrast to the black ground. "Why did you have to kill her?" I gasped. The man shook his head. I realized in that moment I had seen him before. This was the same man who had stalked the cemetery on the first night Kendra and I had come here. He had deep-set eyes, silver hair, and a hawk nose. We dubbed him the Cemetery Man. The man shook his head and slid his gun into a holster on his belt. "I did not kill her," he said simply. "She was already dead." My confusion must have shown visibly on my face, because he smiled and reached out a hand to touch my shoulder. I flinched, stepping back. "I won't hurt you," he said. "I can't hurt you. You did a pretty good job on her, and I saw one of your other victims here a couple weeks ago." "I don't hurt anyone," he said. "I'm just the guardian. I put those who should be slumbering back to sleep." "You killed her," I insisted. He shook his head and pulled the gun from his belt, aimed it at me. "No!" I cried, putting my hands out in surrender. That didn't stop him. The gun exploded at short range, and a cold finger drove through my chest. I knew I was done. He'd fired at close range, and this had to be the last few seconds before my brain registered the fatal hit. But I didn't fall over. "I told you I can't hurt you," he said, "because you're alive." "I don't understand." The cemetery man pointed to the woman on the ground. "She died months ago, but sometimes the dead are restless." He gestured with one hand around the graveyard. "It's my job to send them back to sleep." I put a hand to my chest, where the bullet from his gun should have lodged. There was no blood. "This gun is for the already dead," he explained. I couldn't quite process the fact that this man wandered the night with a gun that killed the dead. And so I moved on. The reason I was out here by myself flashed before my eyes, and I forgot about the dead woman before us. "I need your help," I said. "I know of someone your bullets can hurt, and I need you to use them. My girlfriend is in danger." The words "grave danger" actually ran through my head in that second. "I must put this one back where she belongs," he said. "There's no time. I need your help now," I insisted. I could see a spark in the depths of those black eyes, and then he nodded. "This way," I said, and began to retrace my steps to the crypt. The cemetery man made no sound behind me, but when I looked over my shoulder, I confirmed that he followed. I led the way through the stones and into the small house of death where I had last seen Kendra. The dark outline of the cemetery man waited silent in the doorway as I reached down to pull open the lid to the coffin that now held Kendra as well as a dead man. Like before, I couldn't raise the lid. After watching me struggle for a minute, the cemetery man stepped forward and pointed for me to move out of the way. And then, with sure hands, he reached down and grabbed at the lips of the wooden box. The lid creaked open. Inside, the mummified remains of a man lay erotically entangled with my girlfriend. They didn't appear to be moving. "It's time to return to sleep," the cemetery man pronounced. At his voice, the ashen head of the corpse turned slowly until its teeth gaped at both of us standing above. I swear it shook its head in denial before it began to extricate its decaying limbs from the creamy legs of Kendra. Wasting no time, the cemetery man drew the gun from his holster and, with a flick of his finger, fired off a spectral shot. The dead man's eyes widened, and then he lay back down abruptly, his dirty, tangled hair draped across Kendra's naked shoulder. I reached down and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her away from the corpse. But she was dead weight. "Kendra," I whispered as her head lolled. I had raised her shoulders above the top of the coffin, but she didn't move. I slipped my arm under hers and propped her up as I pressed my head to her chest, listening for a heartbeat. There was none. "She made her choice," the cemetery man said, "and now she sleeps with the dead." "No," I said. "That thing took her. Please, you have to do something. Help me. Help her." The cemetery man gazed at me, dark hooded eyes like entryways to the place beyond where the gravestones led, the place where Kendra had gone. I felt the truth beaming from them in the dark. "I can do nothing for her, but help her remain asleep, he said. I must go now and finish my work of the night. I'd suggest you put the coffin back as you found it, and leave her and this place. This is no place for the living. With that, he disappeared back through the door and into the night. I was left holding the lifeless body of my girlfriend, her legs still in the coffin, tangled with the desiccated legs of a dead man. What did I do? Drag her out and tell the police that a ghoul had killed her? I could just imagine how that interrogation would go. After some consideration, I kissed her cheek and laid her back down in the box. It's where she had wanted to go, I realized, after all. I reached behind me and grabbed her boots and dress from the floor, draping them over her naked body. She looked peaceful and happy there, with her lips facing the wrinkled gray lips of the original occupant. It occurred to me that I'd been cuckolded by a corpse. I let the lid slam shut and pushed the box back into the chamber. Then I grabbed the silver handle and secured the door. When I was sure I'd left nothing else around to give evidence of our liaison here, I stepped out into the night and shut the mausoleum door behind me. I walked back to where I'd seen the cemetery man kill, put back to sleep, the old woman, but her body was gone. Somewhere in the distance, a nightbird cried, and I peered into the shadows, struggling to catch a glimpse of a ghostly white man skulking amid the stones. Here I am, a voice said from behind me. I must have jumped a foot in the air. You scared me to death, I gasped. He shook his head. I don't think so. Will she wake up? I asked. He shrugged. It's impossible to say. None of them should wake up. But lately, my nights are busy more and more. How long have you been here? He shrugged again. A year? A decade? A century? The nights bleed into one, and every dawn it all slips away. All I know is that I'll be back again tomorrow to keep them asleep. I can't believe she's gone, I whispered. The finality of it all had hit me. The cemetery man nodded. Life is fleeting, a fickle gust of air that comes and goes without warning. There was nothing I could say to that. Thanks for your help, I said, and extended my hand. He reached out to take it, and his fingers passed right through mine, like a chill breeze. Enjoy it while you can, he said, and like the end of a film reel, his face suddenly dimmed and melted away, leaving behind the background of the starry night sky. New Blood, Old Skin by Glenn Rolfe. Dallas remembered his son, Bentley, telling him about the noises in the night. Chomping sounds, Bentley had said. The nightmare reminded Dallas of something, but he could never put his finger on what exactly. Maybe a scene from one of his old books. Sarah said it was a phase. Monsters under the bed, boogeyman in the closet. After a series of 2 a.m. wake-ups, courtesy of Bentley's blood-curdling screams, and finding their boy curled up in the corner of his bedroom, sweating and crying, things seemed to calm down. By the end of that summer, Bentley was sleeping through the night again, and, thankfully, so were they. Now, with the son off to college in Gorham and the house to himself with Sarah on the road with her band, Dallas was ready to turn his boy's room into his writing space. Sarah convinced him to start a new novel. He'd been out of that realm for more than 2 decades. While his last paperback release, a horror tale of a lizard man preying upon a small Maine lakeside community, hit the shelves pre-ebook, pre-Amazon, he was ready for the challenges of today's publishing world. Sarah questioned his insistence on not writing another horror story, and honestly, he wasn't sure he could write anything else. But he wanted to try. He wanted to be taken seriously this time around. After removing the bed and placing most of the leftover belongings in the closet, he walked to the oak dresser by the window, the perfect space for his new desk, and began removing the drawers. A paper slipped free and fluttered to the floor. Bending down to pick it up, he put the drawer down and lifted the lined piece of notebook paper. It was a crude drawing of a monster with 4 arms and horns on its head. Scrawled at the top of the page in blue crayon was Mr. Beastie. 2 red circles for eyes and a mouthful of jagged teeth made the creation terrifying to look at. The crude drawing gave Dallas the creeps. Even now, he felt goosebumps break across the backs of his arms. He crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash can. The unease struck him funny. When he and Sarah had first purchased the house, he'd written and sold several books, all of them paperback horror, in this very room. He sat in the spot writing outrageous stories about satanic cults and backwoods swamp creatures. Fueled by a bottle of whiskey and a pack of cigarillos, he wrote through the nights and slept the days away while Sarah was rehearsing or at a gig with her band. It all changed when Bentley was born. Sarah left the group and entered nursing school. Dallas took to the basement to smoke and drink and write his pulp horror while they turned this room into Bentley's nursery. Unable to make his late-night drinking and writing fests work with taking care of a newborn, Dallas joined his wife in setting his artistic career on hold to take care of the baby. He took a 9-to-5 job at Gibson Press in Portland, where he became a copy editor for romance novels. Dallas thought he'd missed the adventure of creating his own novels, but honestly, he'd been half drunk or exhausted too many of those nights to remember what he'd scribbled. In the end, he didn't miss the hangovers or the stress of deadlines. Just under 18 years later, and he was ready to revisit the creative side of his mind. He managed to get the heavy dresser out of the room to the garage with the rest of Bentley's old bedroom furniture. His brother-in-law showed up promptly at 1 p.m. with a new desk he'd made to Dallas's specifications. "Clive?" Dallas said, walking out to greet him. "Dallas," Clive nodded. "Got her all prettied up and ready for you." Together the 2 men eased the desk out of the truck bed and through the front door. It was a tight fit, but they managed. "Going into Bentley's old room?" Clive asked. "Yep." They got it down the hallway and found the door to the room was closed. He didn't remember shutting it on his way out. They set the desk down. As Dallas reached for the knob, he heard a wispy scratching noise coming from within the room. "You hear that?" he asked Clive. "I don't hear anything." Dallas placed his ear to the door. He could almost make out words. He tried the knob and nothing. It wouldn't turn. "Something wrong?" Clive asked. "The knob's frozen. It won't turn." "Oh, I get it," Clive said. "Is this some practice for your next book?" "What? No." "Oh, Sarah mentioned you were getting back into writing. You do write horror books, right?" "Not this time," he said, "and this thing really won't budge. May I?" Dallas stepped aside. It opened for Clive without issue. "Huh?" Dallas said. They got the desk set before the open window. "Did I open that?" They talked about Sarah's band getting back together and going on the road. Her group, The Scratch, weren't huge back in the 90s, but they had a decent and loyal following here in the Northeast, and both Dallas and Clive were happy to see her making the most of her talent again. She'd always been a great songwriter and guitar player. The conversation briefly went back to Dallas's return to writing, before ending on Clive and Shirley's successful venture into the handcrafted furniture business. They made plans to get together after Sarah got back next week, and he saw Clive out. Dallas grabbed the brand-new laptop Sarah had gotten him for his birthday 3 weeks ago and made his way to his new writing room. Sitting on the new desk was the drawing of Bentley's monster, Mr. Beastie. The window slammed shut, causing Dallas to drop the laptop. He caught it before it hit the ground, but was startled again when the door banged shut behind him. Crouched in the middle of the room with the computer clutched in his arms, Dallas's gaze darted back and forth from door to window. As he tried to wrap his head around what was happening, the doorknob to the closet began rattling as if someone was desperately trying to open it. "Who's there?" he cried. The rattling stopped. Despite the fact there was no longer a breeze in the room, the drawing of Mr. Beastie drifted from the desktop and floated to the floor. Dallas got up and hurried for the door. He was fearful the knob would be stuck again, but he faced no resistance. He made his way down to the kitchen, set the laptop on the counter, and tried to stop his hands from shaking by tucking them under his arms and pacing the floor. This doesn't fucking happen in real life, just in bad fiction. Entity? Ghost? monster. They were outrageous concepts. You used to write that crap. Used to. And will again. No, I'm done being a hack. I'm going to write a suspense novel. Yeah, sure you are. He was ready to argue with himself when a loud crash came from down the hall. The door to Bentley's old room began to open and close, slamming shut again and again like something out of Poltergeist. He looked around for a weapon, anything solid he could swing. His options were the broom or the Swiffer jet mop. He chose the latter and made his way toward the slamming door. Chomping sounds. He heard Bentley's tiny voice echo in his head. The sound of the door opening and closing had him picturing a set of giant chompers, clamping down over and over, trying to eat him whole. As he stood before the swinging door, he felt 2 feet tall and ready to be swallowed. "What do you want?" he yelled, his voice cracking. The door stopped instantly, remaining closed for a short breath, before creaking open again, inviting him in. Armed with the cleaning instrument, he stepped across the threshold and held his breath, waiting to see what happened next. His brand-new desk lay on its face. Sticking out from beneath it was the damned white-lined paper. Tentatively, Dallas crouched and snatched the drawing from the floor. He glanced at the drawing and did a double-take. It had changed. Mr. Beastie now held a large knife, red crayon pooled beneath it, where a new figure appeared lying prone at Mr. Beastie's feet, with a blue t-shirt and brown shorts, just like the ones Dallas was wearing now. 2 X's for eyes told him all he needed to know. The door slammed shut behind him. Dallas spun, dropping the paper, went for the doorknob, but it refused to budge. "No! No!" Taking a step back, he hauled the Swiffer over his shoulder and proceeded to attack the door, hacking away at it like a lumberjack in full swing. The cheap plastic cleaning device splintered into pieces within the first 3 strikes, leaving him with a purple rubber handle and the metal pole it was attached to. Breathing heavy, sweaty, and shaky, Dallas dropped the Swiffer's remains, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. "This can't be happening. Now you sound like a man stuck in one of those bad stories. Shut up." The voice in his head gave way to a scraping sound, like someone dragging the base of a snow globe back and forth across the tabletop. He turned to see a blackness swiping across the glass of the window, as if someone were rolling black paint across it. The sunlight of the outside world slipped away more and more with each swipe, until the only remaining light came from the crack below the door. That, too, disappeared, as the floor on the other side of the barrier creaked, and a shadow appeared. In the room, the light of day bled dry and left Dallas in the dark. Blindly, he rushed toward the window and knocked his shins against the fallen desk. He sucked in a breath as he tumbled forward, smacking his face on the corner of the desk as he rolled to the floor. Moaning, he lifted his head and felt blood rolling down his cheek. Hot pain lit from the gash he found just below his left eye. The door in the room opened. He couldn't see it, but the sound came from his left. The closet. Even in the dark, he could make out a large shape emerging from the corner of the room. "No, you're imagining this." "Wrong, it's me." "Who?" "You know who." Dallas crab-walked backwards until his back was firmly against the wall. Scratchy footsteps, like a child scuffing the feet of their footy pajamas across the floor, started in his direction. "Please," he whimpered. "Please, just leave me alone." Closer and closer, the entity in the darkened room approached. "Please," he whispered, crying now. Terrified, he smelled something awful, like the scent of putrefied potatoes. A light wind, a breath, touched his bleeding cheek. He closed his eyes and screamed, "Help me!" The door to the bedroom opened. Dallas? Clive. When he opened his eyes, Clive was coming across the room, reaching for him. Dallas sat on the floor, the new desk back in its place below the clear sunlit window. "My goodness, Dallas, Clive said as he took Dallas by the hand and drew him to his feet. "What in the world happened? Are you okay?" Dallas put a bloody hand on Clive's shoulder and craned his neck so he could see behind him. Clive turned, following his gaze. "What is it? How did this happen?" Dallas took a step back and noticed the blood print he'd left on the shoulder of Clive's white t-shirt. "Come on, man," Clive said. "I think you're going to need stitches. Let's get you to the hospital." Dallas touched the wound. "From when I fell. After that thing painted the window black. Before it came out of the closet for me." "What came out of the closet for me?" "Oh, you know." His new laptop sat open atop the desk. He pushed past Clive and saw a bold title centered in the fresh document, the cursor blinking idly beside the words, Mr. Beastie. He stumbled away from the device and discovered he was alone in the room. "Where's Clive? He was never here. But I saw him." "Like you saw the thing in the closet?" His laptop had vanished, too. The new desk sat naked, as it had been when he and Clive placed it there earlier. Dallas felt dizzy. He walked out of the room, down the hall, and found his laptop still sitting on the kitchen counter where he'd left it. "I need a drink." He went to the cupboard above the toaster oven and pulled the half-empty bottle of Knob Creek from the top shelf and a glass tumbler from the shelf below. He filled the glass halfway and tossed the auburn liquid down his throat, wiping his lips, the fiery brew blazing its way down to his stomach. He poured a second and tucked the bottle under his arm. He carried them with him as he slipped the laptop under his other arm and made his way back to his new writing room. Peeking around the corner, prepared for any anomalies, he saw the room remained as he'd left it. He set the bourbon and tumbler down and then set his laptop beside them. It was a start, but there was plenty missing. He hurried to the garage and fetched the box with all his old writing space shit in it and dumped the dusty cardboard into his leather chair. Wheeling his things into the house and down to his new, old space, a title came to him. Mr. Beastie? No. Hell no. What then? This room is alive. Yes, indeed. He entered the room, set the box next to the desk, and downed the tumbler before refilling it. The warm devil felt nice. "Hello, old friend. Welcome back." "Why, thank you." Dallas placed a set of Universal Monsters figurines along the back of the desk. An old Freddy Krueger action figure stood beside an almost impossible-to-find set of graboids, and an action figure of Valentine he'd purchased shortly after Tremors came out. Next to them, he placed his old camel ashtray and a snow globe featuring a skull at the center of a wintry graveyard. He could almost hear it being slid back and forth across the desktop. At the bottom of the box was the old word processor he'd forgotten about. He left it there and set the box aside. He'd need to get a cool mousepad. He still preferred using a mouse to the touchpad. For the final touch, Dallas pinned Bentley's drawing of Mr. Beastie to the wall next to the window. He sat down, pulled his chair up to the desk, sipped from the tumbler, opened a new Word document, and typed, "This room is alive." This room is alive. I know because it's been trying to communicate with me. The words came fast and easy after that opening line. The bourbon filled his gut and numbed his apprehension and fears. He was shocked at how easily he slipped into his old skin. "I thought you were going to write something serious." "What can I say? I was convinced to do something scarier." He pulled up his Amazon music player on his laptop and pulled up Genesis's Invisible Touch album and skipped to track 3. Lyrics about 1,000 dreams and 1,000,000 screams brought a smile to his face. Before he knew it, Dallas was drunk and finishing up Chapter 8 of his new horror novel. It was dark in the room, and his eyes were blurry and burning from a healthy amount of booze and the light from the computer screen. He wanted one of his old cigarillos, but settled for a joint he'd been holding on to for a special occasion. Saving his work, he adjourned to the front porch. Stars gleamed and twinkled in the clear night sky above as he planted his rump on the steps and sparked the joint. He took notice of the paint flicking off the rail next to his head. The porch could certainly use a fresh coat of paint. He'd have to try and remember that this week. It was one of a handful of things Sarah had asked him to work on in her absence. Relaxed and in a world he'd stayed away from for far too long, Dallas rose and walked down the driveway. The cicadas were out tonight. Summer was winding down. Behind him, he heard a tapping that steadily grew to a chomping sound. Glancing up at the window to the writing room, he could swear he saw a shadow moving in the light of the computer screen. "You know who I am?" "I guess I've always known." "Good. We have work to do." "We certainly do." Dallas squeezed the tip of the joint and tucked it away for later. Walking into the house and toward his writing space, the chomping sounds ceased as he turned into the room. The drawing above his laptop showed Bentley's monster beside a man with X's for eyes, working at a crudely drawn desk. "Mr. Beastie," Dallas said, "let's get back to work." "I knew you'd come around." And Mr. Beastie was right. Like new blood pumping through old skin, Dallas felt alive, reignited, as he wrote about spirits in the night, pulp or otherwise. It just felt right. He typed his way through the wee hours of the morning and straight to dawn. The Glimmer Girls by Kenneth McKinley. Hattie Winklemeyer thought she was hearing things, so much so that she shook her head with a quick twitch, as if a mosquito was buzzing her ear. She couldn't have heard Mr. Gerard right. Did he really say they'd all be earning $10 a week for painting the dials on watches? That couldn't be. She was only making $6 a week at the garment factory across town. She tried not to let her nervousness show as she raised her hand. Mr. Gerard peered down at her from the raised platform he was standing on as he was addressing the group of new recruits, his bushy gray eyebrows bobbing up and down over the top of his horn-rimmed glasses.
"Yes, Miss Winklemeyer, is it?"
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. What was it you just said? I'm afraid I didn't hear you correctly. Could you repeat that last part, please?" She could feel the other applicants staring at her in disbelief, as if even daring to ask him to repeat the wage information would cause it to disappear in a puff of smoke. His brow furrowed at having to repeat himself.
"I said, you girls will sit at these stations here."
He pointed to a long bench divided into individual workstations, forming a makeshift assembly line.
"Each of you will apply our ultra-glow luminescent paint to the various watches and clocks that come down the line. When you've completed your assigned batch, you will put your timepieces here in this cart on the end. Is that clear?"
The women nodded in unison. Mr. Gerard continued.
"You will arrive and be ready to work at your station at 7 a.m., Monday through Friday. I will not tolerate tardiness."
He stared directly at Hattie while saying the last part, causing her to gulp.
"Lunch is at noon and lasts half an hour. Quitting time is at 5 o'clock p.m. The whistle will sound for each of these. I will require you to work mandatory overtime as needed. The salary is $10 per week. You'll pick your checks up over there at the payroll window during your lunch break on Fridays. Are there any questions?"
The women were all smiles as they shook their heads. You could feel the excitement in the air as he led the new hires to fill out paperwork. Monday morning arrived, and Hattie had a good case of nervous butterflies dancing in her belly as she sipped her morning coffee. Something felt strange on her wrist as she raised her cup. She looked down and smiled. Smiling back was the illuminated face of the wristwatch she'd painted during her training session, now securely fastened on her arm by a leather strap. It would take some getting used to, but Mr. Gerard was adamant about all his employees wearing one of the United Radium Corporation's new timepieces. Her latest accessory showed it was 6:10 a.m. in an eerie green glow. Time to get moving before she missed her trolley and was late for her first day of work. United Radium Corporation was a booming business after the war and had expanded its production line to accommodate the increasing demand for its radioactive products. Radium was a huge hit. Pocket watches were yesterday's news. Wristwatches were all the cat's meow now. United Radium Corporation touted in its advertising that the green glow on the soldiers' wristwatches helped win the war, and people were buying them left and right. Stores couldn't keep them on the shelves, and Hattie and her co-workers couldn't be more pleased at the opportunity to restock them with the fruits of their labor. The city was bustling. Buildings were going up everywhere, and the automobile was taking over the streets. Hattie pulled in a deep breath as she hung onto the overhead rail of the trolley. Yes, she could smell progress and prosperity in the air, and none too soon. She was living in a cramped apartment on 62nd Street. This new job of hers would help build a nest egg and finally allow her to get out of tenement housing. United Radium's facility was on the east side, down by the train terminal, a 35-minute trolley ride for Hattie. As she stepped off at her stop, the butterflies in her stomach made their return. She took a deep breath and followed a girl she recognized from her hiring class inside. She hung up her coat in the employee's closet and made her way to the workstation. Hattie rounded a corner and ran smack dab into a towering monstrosity. She gave a startled gasp as the figure stood a foot taller than her. Dressed head to toe in white, it wore heavy black gloves and an apron, and looked through bug-eyed lenses. It was carrying a glass vial of some unknown liquid with metal tongs. "Look out, miss. You almost made me spill this batch." A muffled baritone voice rumbled out from under the garb. Hattie blinked in confusion as the figure lumbered past her and headed toward her work area. She approached warily as the factory whistle blew, signaling it was time to start. Mr. Gerard shooed the women toward their stations with an impatient clap of the hands. Come, girls. Let's get started. No time to dilly-dally. Time is money, you know," he said, his eyebrows still bobbing up and down. She took her seat. They furnished the work area with fine-tipped camel hair paintbrushes of various sizes, neatly folded cloths, a magnifying glass, and a tray of glass beakers filled with the company's patented ultra-glow paint. They positioned a cart of watches waiting to receive their radioactive treatment alongside each chair. The strange-looking figure with the bug eyes set the beaker of paint he was carrying in the tray of the station next to hers. After the job was complete, he removed his glasses and white hood, revealing disheveled sandy brown hair and a nervous smile. Hattie chuckled at how he transformed from a frightening behemoth to a tall but unassuming man with a simple unmasking. "Kind of spooky looking when he's all done up in that outfit, huh?" asked the red-headed girl with freckles on her nose, sitting to her left. Hattie nodded and watched the man disappear around the corner on his way back toward wherever he worked in the factory. "Hi, I'm Beatrice Reynolds. You're one of the new girls, aren't you?" By this time, Hattie had regained her composure. She accepted Beatrice's outstretched hand and shook it, admiring the matching wristwatch she was wearing. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Beatrice. My name is Hattie Winklemeyer. And yes, today is my first day." Beatrice returned Hattie's smile. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Winklemeyer." Her smile slowly fell off her face as her eyes scanned Hattie's workspace. "I was wondering if Clara was coming back. I guess not." Hattie felt a sudden, melancholy change in her demeanor. "Excuse me? Who is Clara?" The redhead nodded toward where Hattie was sitting. "She was a girl you're replacing. Got real sick. Doctors weren't sure what it was." She looked over Hattie's shoulder and then turned to the left and to the right, making sure no one could hear their conversation. "Rumor has it she had the great pox." When Hattie shook her head in confusion, Beatrice added, "You know, syphilis." Hattie's eyes got big and she felt her cheeks turn bright red. This wasn't a topic of conversation she was used to having. "I don't believe it, what they say," her co-worker continued. "Clara's a good girl. Her Johnny is still over in Europe cleaning up the mess the Kaiser left. She's been patiently waiting for him to return home for almost 2 years. She didn't do anything. I don't care what they say." Hattie took this all in. She could relate. Her Walter was killed over in the trenches of Belgium while she was waiting back home. It wasn't like she didn't have offers. That scoundrel, Thomas Stanton, was making unwanted advances on her as soon as Walter's ship left the harbor. She had held her honor and didn't succumb to his foolery, but she had to endure the rumors anyway. The morning went by quickly. She was having trouble getting all the numbers covered with Ultraglow until Beatrice gave her a pointer. You have to put the tip of the brush in your mouth and keep the point as sharp as you can. Beatrice demonstrated by inserting the tip of the brush between her lips. When she pulled it out, the point had a nice, tight cone-shaped edge. See? Like that, she said, as she dipped the end in the paint and flawlessly covered the watch numbers and hands without dribbling color on its face. Beatrice was all proud of herself, but Hattie wasn't convinced. Don't you get paint in your mouth? Isn't that bad for you? Beatrice chuckled. No, silly. Oh, it's not the greatest thing. It tastes a little gritty, but you get used to it. Mr. Gerard assured us that Ultraglow is perfectly safe. In fact, one of our other factories makes radium water. Hattie's face lit up with recognition. Oh, wait, I've heard of that. I saw it in the newspaper. That's supposed to be really good for you. It says that it prevents cancer and everything. Beatrice nodded knowingly and added, Mm-hmm. I even paint my nails with it. Hattie looked down at her co-worker's fingers. They gave off a dull glow from the shadows under the work table. Well, I'll be, Hattie exclaimed. They really do glow. You think that's something? You should see them at night. Beatrice looked around to make sure no one was in earshot before leaning in toward Hattie to divulge one more juicy nugget. Besides, the men down at the Cotton Club just love them. They can't get over how beautiful they look, she whispered. Hattie's eyes bugged out. You get into the Cotton Club? She asked incredulously. Mm-hmm, she said, and looked down at Hattie's empty left hand. You're not married? Instinctively, Hattie clutched her hand to her chest before shaking her head. I was, but Walter was killed over in the trenches. Beatrice nodded knowingly. It's okay, Hattie. When you're ready, I'll get you into the Cotton Club and introduce you to some very nice men. Hattie blushed and said, Oh, I don't know. Beatrice leaned back in her chair so she could get a good look at her co-worker and said, Listen, Hattie, you're too good-looking of a girl to become an old spinster. Now that Walter is gone, you need to do what's right for you. Miss Winklemeyer hesitated as she chewed on this last comment. She slowly began to nod. Maybe you're right. And with that, a friendship bloomed. By Friday, Hattie had settled into a groove. She was getting faster at her job, which kept Mr. Gerard's outbursts temporarily at bay. That didn't stop him from silently patrolling the floor like a shark waiting to attack his next unsuspecting victim. Beatrice had introduced her to the other women during their lunch break, who were starting to accept Hattie into their group. Lizzie was a tall, vivacious blonde bear-cat with blue eyes and had a penchant for talking really fast, like she was auctioning off farm implements. Dorothy was a petite brunette with big, doe-like brown eyes and a warm smile that set Hattie at ease immediately. Betty and Bonnie were twin sisters Hattie couldn't tell apart, if it wasn't for the mole on Bonnie's chin. They both had fair, freckled skin and auburn hair pulled into tight buns. The six ladies had just picked up their checks and were strolling down the street to eat their lunch in the park. As the sun was shining on their excited faces, Lizzie led the charge, her mouth going a mile a minute, talking about their plans to visit the Cotton Club that evening. Oh, I can't wait. I'm going right over to Gimbel's and purchase that dress I saw in their window this morning. You just wait and see, girls. It's simply the bee's knees. The women tittered, as Lizzie's excitement had a way of being infectious. How about you, Beatrice? Lizzie asked. What are you going to wear tonight? Beatrice flashed her Cheshire cat smile. Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to find something to wear, she said. This brought on another bout of giggles. It was common knowledge that Beatrice had more dresses than the whole ladies' section at Gimbel's. Whatever I decide to wear, you can bet I'll simply be radiant, she added, holding up her fingers and flashing a bright smile. Dorothy inspected her co-worker. Did you ultra-glow your teeth, too? She asked incredulously. I most certainly did. Another round of giggles from the group. Dorothy nodded approvingly. That's a good idea. I like it. I think I'm going to do that before I leave today. A chorus of Me Too's erupted from the group. Lizzie glanced over at Hattie. How about it, Hattie? Have you decided whether or not you're going tonight? Hattie's eyes shifted nervously as the group's attention was now centered on her decision. Oh, I don't know. Come on, Hattie. Lizzie, Beatrice, Dorothy, and Betty chided in unison. Yes, Hattie, Lizzie continued. You know you're going to have so much fun and everyone will be there. Not everyone. came a reply from the side of the group. It was Bonnie, and she wasn't looking so good. Her skin gave off a shiny paleness. Her normally green eyes were wet and rheumy. "You okay, Bonnie?" asked Beatrice, resting a concerned hand on her friend's shoulder. "Yes. No. I don't know." She shook her head, trying to decide the status of her condition. "It's this toothache. I can't stand it," Bonnie groaned. "I've been taking this for it, but it's not helping." She pulled a brown glass bottle out of her bag and removed the cork, taking a long pull. When she put the cork back in the decanter, she handed it over to Beatrice to examine. Beatrice read the name printed on the label. "Laudanum." Bonnie rubbed her protruding jaw. "I'm sorry, girls. Maybe next week," she slurred. A round of sympathetic clucking and well wishes were bestowed upon their friend. Riding the trolley home, Hattie tried to decide what to do about the invitation to the Cotton Club. The prospect of a fun night out on the town was tempting. She couldn't remember exactly when the last time she cut a rug, but it had to be before Walter went to basic training. That was, 4 years ago now? Hattie shook her head at the thought of how much time had gone by. It seemed like only yesterday she was embracing Walter on the docks before he went up the gangplank. She could still taste his last kiss goodbye, and if she concentrated really hard, the faint aroma of brilliantine. No, this was no good. She couldn't keep pining for someone who was never coming back. Her Walter was buried in the soil of some foreign country she would never visit. It was all right to remember him, but she needed to move on with her life. Her new job at United Radium Corporation was the first step. Maybe a night out with the girls would be the second. "Excuse me, miss." The sound of the masculine voice startled her out of the depths of her thoughts. A hand touched her shoulder. Hattie whipped her head around and came face to face with the owner. The passenger was a handsome man, close to her own age. His deeply tanned face with the square jaw and piercing blue eyes was only inches from her own. Instinctively, she clutched her chest and took a couple of wobbly steps back. The man recognized the fear and attempted to disarm her with a dashing but genuine smile. "I'm sorry if I frightened you, but you dropped your sweater." Hattie could only blink repeatedly, not understanding what he was trying to say. "Your sweater?" He held up the garment. "You dropped it." Recollection finally took hold, and her expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment. "Thank you," she stammered. As she reached out to collect the article of clothing, the trolley passed through the shadows brought on by the afternoon sun setting behind the Mercantile Bank. Even in the gloom, Hattie saw the man's eyes widen as something captured his attention. She followed his line of sight to her bare arm. "What in the world?" she thought. Her exposed forearm was glowing and reminded Hattie of the color of the tarnished copper dome on the Capitol building. "Why, that's absolutely stunning," the gentleman said. Hattie searched the man's face for any traces of mockery. Finding none, only wonderment, she gave a sheepish smile in return. "How do you do it?" he asked. I don't know. I've never seen it like that," she said, admiring the pleasing glow. The trolley slowed down, and the man looked up at the street signs coming into view. "Well, this is my stop. It was very nice to meet you. Hattie. My name is Hattie Winklemeyer." His face brightened, and he nodded his approval. "Very nice to meet you, Hattie. My name is Charles Lawson, but most people call me Charlie." "It's very nice to meet you, Charlie." Was this really happening? Hattie felt like she was having an out-of-body experience. Was she really standing here, introducing herself to this handsome stranger? And just like that, the man hopped off the trolley and disappeared around the corner. Hattie felt like she had turned a corner, too. Hattie couldn't believe she had summoned up the courage to go through with it. But here she was, meeting Beatrice and the rest of the girls a couple of blocks away from the club. Beatrice had connections to get into the swanky establishment, and all of her coworkers were dressed to the nines. Hattie adjusted her dress, trying to get used to her newly purchased ensemble. "Stop fidgeting, dear. That dress has the oyster's earrings on you," Lizzie said. Hattie flashed a nervous smile as she made one last modification before flipping her feather boa over her shoulder.
Do you really think so?
I don't think. I know so. It's simply the berries, dear, Lizzie assured her, as the rest of the group's heads were bobbing in agreement.
Hattie giggled.
This was all so new to her, so exciting. It wasn't only her dress that she was going to have to get used to. A line was wrapped around the block with hopeful patrons looking to be allowed into the club. The rhythmic cadence of the house band permeated through the closed entrance that was guarded by a doorman who Hattie thought looked uncannily like a robust version of Douglas Fairbanks. Hattie placed a hand on Beatrice's exposed shoulder.
How are we ever going to get inside? They're not letting anyone in.
Beatrice smirked and gave her a wink.
Leave it to me, she said.
She went up to the doorman and whispered something in his ear. He began to nod and shifted his bulk off of the stool positioned next to the door. Beatrice waved them over as the bouncer opened the door. The volume of the music spilled out and overpowered the angry protests of the crowd as they realized the girls were being let in before they were. Inside, the Cotton Club was jumping as Fletcher Henderson was leading the band in a lively set of tunes. The maitre d' led the women over to a table near the left side of the stage. Hattie's head felt like it was filled with helium as she tried to take in all the sights. She simply couldn't get over that she was in the legendary Cotton Club.
Hattie, if you keep spinning your head around like that, it's going to fall off, Lizzie teased.
I can't help it. I've never seen anything like this. Beatrice, whatever did you tell that man at the door that made him let us in? She asked.
Oh, Clark? He's a good egg. Don't you worry your pretty head none about him, she said.
She turned to Lizzie and held out her hand.
Butt me.
Lizzie was already reaching into her purse before Beatrice got out the last of the sentence. She pulled out a silver cigarette case, as the rest of the girls were instinctively pulling out their black holders and affixed their butts. The ladies passed around the lit candle on the table to light their cigarettes. Hattie was in awe at how cool and collected they all were, while she sat there in starstruck wonder. The band finished its number and the club erupted in applause. Fletcher Henderson announced they'd be taking a short set break and would be back on in 5. The girls chatted excitedly amongst themselves and admired the handsome men that would walk by nodding. From time to time, some would stop and exchange pleasantries. Beatrice seemed to know everyone, for she called them all by their first names and introduced various ones to Hattie. Not that she would remember a single one by the end of the night. Everything was an excited blur. All she knew was that there were a lot of elegant handshakes and kisses on the cheek. They all complimented the girls' ultra-glow smiles and the pale luster of their nails and skin. Lizzie announced she had to go take a powder and asked if anyone else wanted to go too. Hattie accepted the invitation and followed the blonde back toward the back of the crowded club. As she was still taking everything in as she walked, she bumped into a tall body that was coming around the corner. Embarrassed, she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me." "Hattie?" "Hattie Winklemeyer." Startled someone would know her name, Hattie looked up into a familiar face. Looking back was the man from the trolley. "Charlie?" "The one and the same. Fancy meeting you here." "Yes, well, this is my first time. I'm here with some girls from work," she said as she pointed to her group sitting on the other side of the club. "That's great. I'm here with a few of my friends as well," he replied, and pointed over to his group. "Perhaps you'd like to dance later?" Her face brightened, partially from blushing and partially from excitement. After a moment, she began to nod. "Yes, I think I'd like that." Charlie grinned with his perfect smile. "Great. I'll bring my friends over and introduce them to all of you, if that's all right." Lizzie popped her head over her friend's shoulder and startled Hattie. She was so lost in conversation with Charlie that she had forgotten all about her. Lizzie piped up. "That would be perfectly fine. Now, if dear Hattie here would be so kind to introduce me to her friend," she chided. Hattie quickly regained her composure. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Lizzie, this is Charlie. Charlie, this is my friend Lizzie." Pleasantries were exchanged, and the two groups intermingled the rest of the evening. Charlie, as promised, asked Hattie to dance, and the two quickly became inseparable as the night wore on. Hattie couldn't wipe the smile off her face if she tried. Monday morning came, and young Miss Winklemeyer was still sporting a 3-mile smile for all to see. She couldn't help it. It felt like it had been a very long time since she was happy. Hattie had a new job, a great group of new friends, and Charlie promised to call on her later this week. She practically floated to her workstation. "Morning, Beatrice," she said, and began setting up her brushes, barely able to contain her giddiness. "Huh? Oh, good morning, Hattie," her coworker croaked. Hattie looked over, and her smile faltered. Beatrice didn't look like her usual perky self. Her skin had taken on a shiny grayish pallor, and perspiration beaded at her hairline. "You okay, Bea?" she asked. I think I came down with something. I don't feel so good, and I ache all over, especially my jaw and neck," she said, while rubbing the area with her palm. "Yeah, you don't look so well," Hattie said. "I think there's something going around. A few of the other girls are missing today, too." Hattie looked around and noticed a few empty stations. "Bonnie's not here?" Beatrice looked up and surveyed the scene. "Oh, no, she's not. I heard she got much worse over the weekend." "That poor dear. I'll have to stop by after work and see if she needs anything." Beatrice straightened up as she saw Mr. Gerard making his way over. "Uh-oh, here comes old Square Britches. Best not let him see us talking." With that, the girls hurried to get their stations set up before their boss came over and had something to complain about. Mr. Gerard was like many of the other bosses Hattie had come in contact with in her few short years of being employed. Not very well liked, never had anything nice to say, and only cared about the bottom line. She heard his voice boom a few stations away as he scolded a petite girl with hair as black as pitch. "What seems to be the problem, Miss Mayweather? Why are you not ready to go? Did you not hear the factory whistle blow? Because I assure you that it most certainly did. Do you not want your job here at United Radium Corporation, Miss Mayweather? Because if you don't, I'm more than positive we can find someone to replace you." Mr. Gerard's voice thundered. Miss Mayweather took the tongue lashing without so much as a peep in response, but Hattie could see her lower lip quivering. She hoped the poor girl didn't break down in front of Mr. Gerard. She didn't want him to get the satisfaction of knowing he'd made her crumble. By lunchtime, Beatrice had Hattie worried. Her condition was worsening to the point where her coworker could hardly sit in her chair without being slumped over. An hour before quitting time, Beatrice had begun to moan with every breath. Hattie nervously watched her through her peripheral vision. She'd asked numerous times throughout the day if there was anything she could do, to the point where she was afraid she was annoying Beatrice. "What in tarnation is going on here, Miss Reynolds?" A voice thundered behind them, almost causing Hattie to fly out of her seat. Beatrice barely had the energy to turn her head and look at her boss. "Why haven't you even finished half of your allotment today, Miss Reynolds?" "She's really not feeling well today, Mr. Gerard," Hattie said, trying to defend her coworker. "I don't remember asking you a damn thing." Mr. Gerard shook his finger at her. "Look around, Miss Winklemeyer. Look at all these empty chairs here today. How am I supposed to keep production going when I have workers missing and people like Miss Reynolds here who are too busy lollygagging because they have the sniffles?" Hattie slinked back, wishing she was a mouse that could crawl in a hole and hide. Mr. Gerard turned his attention back to Beatrice. "I suggest, Miss Reynolds, that you go home tonight and take a tonic, because come tomorrow, I expect not only all of tomorrow's allotment finished, but these here as well." With that, he stomped off. The room fell deathly quiet, and the only sound was Beatrice's low moaning with each breath. The next morning, Hattie arrived at work to find Beatrice wasn't at her station. Her friend was always at work before Hattie, and with the way she looked yesterday, she was worried for her well-being. She had tried to call her on the telephone, but Beatrice didn't pick up. Looking around United Radium Corporation, there were more empty stations than the day before. This illness must really be something. She hoped it wasn't anything serious, and that if she went over there to check on her, she'd have better luck than when she'd stopped over at Bonnie's flat yesterday after work. Hattie had knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. The curtains were pulled, and she couldn't hear any noise from the inside. She would have tried calling when she got home, but Bonnie didn't have a telephone. Not only was Bonnie and Beatrice's stations empty, but so was Betty's. Mr. Gerard was making his way across the floor, and Hattie hurried to get started working. With all of these girls missing today, he wasn't going to be in a good mood. She didn't want to give him a reason to focus his frustrations on her. After work, Hattie took the trolley over to Grand Avenue near Beatrice's apartment. She knocked repeatedly on her door and listened for any movement inside. The curtains were pulled on her window, too, and there was no light emanating through the edges. Hattie was about to give up when she heard a thump from inside. Placing her ear up to the door, she knocked again. "Beatrice? Are you in there? It's me, Hattie." She listened and didn't hear anything. "Bea? It's me. I came over to see how you were. Are you in there?" She put her ear up to the door again and was about to pull it away in defeat when she heard what sounded like a moan followed by a dragging noise. "Bea? Is that you? Are you okay?" The dragging noise came closer. Finally, she heard the lock on the door click, and it opened a crack. The smell that wafted through the opening made Hattie's stomach flip. All she saw was a sliver of darkness between the door and the jamb. "Beatrice?" The door slowly creaked open another few inches. A dragging sound came from behind the door. Hattie craned her neck toward the opening, trying to get a look to see who was on the other side. The stench was overpowering, like fly-blown meat. "Bea? Is that you?" A groan followed, and a head slowly emerged from behind the door. Hattie barely recognized her friend. She looked like she had aged 30 years overnight. Her skin was the color of clouds on an overcast day and shined dully from the layer of perspiration coating it. Her lips were chapped and cracked, like an old boot that had been left out in the weather for too long. To say Beatrice's eyes were rheumy was a gross understatement. Thick globs of mucus-like substance leaked out and ran down her cheekbones. Her once lustrous garnet fire hair was now patchy clumps, exposing open sores. Hattie's friend looked like a walking corpse, and smelled like one, too. "Dear Lord, Mary and Joseph! Beatrice, what happened?" Beatrice Reynolds let out a groan Hattie would not soon forget. It sounded like a wounded animal on the precipice of death. The odor emanating from her as she talked smelled horrific, carrion rottenness. She clung to the door handle to stay upright. Hattie reached out to keep her from falling over, and she wished she hadn't. Beatrice's skin felt like hot grease that had splattered on the stove. Heat was radiating off her. Hattie didn't know what kind of fever it was, but it wasn't good. Her friend needed medical attention now. "Come, Bea. We have to get you to a doctor." I probably shouldn't." "Shouldn't nothing. You're going, and that's all there is to it." Hattie lowered her coworker to sit in the doorway, then went and hailed a cab to take them to the nearest hospital. It was a late night for Hattie. She spent the evening telling the staff everything she knew about Beatrice's condition and work environment. Dragging herself out of bed was a real chore, but she knew there was no way she could miss work and chance losing her job. She had spent most of the night alongside Beatrice's hospital bed. Her friend was in and out of consciousness, moaning deliriously about turning out the lights, until the doctor came in and gave her a sedative. They didn't have any conclusive answers about Beatrice. They were just as baffled as Hattie. How could her friend go from simply not feeling well to this condition in 24 hours? When they turned out the lights in Bea's room, an eerie pale green glow lit up the room. At first, Hattie thought it must be some streetlight outside the window. Then she saw the glow was coming from Beatrice's bed. She even saw a representative from United Radium Corporation talking to the doctors as she left. Hattie hoped Beatrice wouldn't lose her job. As she was riding the trolley to work the next morning, Hattie noticed her body was beginning to feel stiff and sore. It had to be from sitting in the uncomfortable hospital chair all night long. By the time she got to work, her body was really starting to ache. Not only was Beatrice's workstation empty, but so was every other one in her row, besides Hattie's and Lizzie's. Mr. Gerard was chomping on his cigar over in the corner while talking to a man who looked like the one from the hospital. Whatever the man was saying to Mr. Gerard, he wasn't liking it one bit. No, Stillwell. That simply won't do. We need to get one of our doctors over there immediately, before the press gets wind." Mr. Gerard looked around the shop. Come with me into my office," he ordered, and set off to his glass-partitioned office and shut the door behind them. From the looks of Gerard's animated gestures and muffled growls, the man named Stillwell was definitely getting an earful. By the time the workday was over, Hattie's condition had worsened. Her teeth and jaw ached like she had been kicked by a mule. All of her limbs and joints felt like they were molten lava. On her way out, she stopped into the ladies' room to splash some cold water on her face. Afterwards, she looked into the mirror and could only shake her head. Her jaw was swollen, and a hard lump was beginning to protrude from her right cheek. The color of her skin had gone battleship gray, and a greasy sheen of perspiration covered her face. Yellow strings of mucus built up in the corners of her eyes, and her breath. It smelled like roadkill fermenting in the summer sun. She couldn't stand the sight any longer, so she grabbed her purse and hurried out of the bathroom. All the lights were off in this section of the factory, except for Gerard's office. The door was open a crack, and he was talking into the telephone. "God damn it, Stevens. I don't care what you have to do. You keep the press out of there. As for that doctor, he needs to take a long vacation." "What? I don't care how you do it." "No, there's a site over on 36th and Griffith where they're pouring cement tomorrow." "Yeah, that would be a good place." "The Reynolds woman? Have them put in the report she had syphilis." "I don't give a tinker's damn what he thinks. It's our ass that'll be on the line, not his. I'm not shutting the Ultragrow line down." "No, Bailey is working on a new formula that's not as toxic. By the time anyone starts sniffing around here, he'll have us up to speed with the new formula, and we'll say that's what we've been using all along." "Hold on a second. Who's out there?" Gerard bellowed. Hattie looked down and saw that her skin was glowing its dull green radiance, which was giving her away in the dark. She took off running around the corner and headed for the door before Gerard could see who it was. Hattie didn't stop running until she got to the trolley. As the trolley took off, she tried to catch her breath and make sense of what she had heard. Was everyone's illness caused by the Ultraglow paint? And they knew about it? They knew what it could do. That's why they all wore those heavy aprons any time they were near it. And then that bastard Gerard. Not only did he know, but he was paying off the doctors to falsify the poor girl's medical reports, saying they had syphilis. Oh, poor Beatrice. She had to get to the hospital to check on Beatrice before those scoundrels got away with their lies. The trolley hit a bump and caused Hattie to click her teeth. Immediately, she felt something wasn't right. She placed a finger and thumb into her mouth and pulled out a hard object. My tooth. She examined the object in her palm. The once white enamel was now a sickly greenish color, and it smelled to high heaven. A whirlwind of thought overtook her. She couldn't believe this was happening. First the girls, and now her. A hand touched her shoulder. "Hattie, is that you?" asked a familiar voice. She turned to face Charlie. His eyes and perfect smile quickly turned to a look of terror. Hattie. Hi, how are you? It's, good to see you. Well, I need to be going. Take care." And just like that, he leaped from the trolley, as if he couldn't get away fast enough. Hattie looked around and noticed all the passengers were staying clear of her. She reached into her purse, pulled out a mirror, and gave a startled gasp. Hattie could not believe what was looking back at her. Hattie ran up her steps as fast as she could on her wobbly legs, opened the door, and hurried to lock it behind her. She leaned her back against the closed door and sobbed. Hattie was so scared and didn't know where to turn. She didn't have any family within 500 miles, for Walter was long dead, and Charlie had looked at her like he'd seen a leper. Hattie ran her fingers through her hair, and something didn't feel right. She looked at her hand, and a big wad of her hair was stuck between her fingers. The end had a clump of diseased-looking flesh attached that smelled like old fish guts. She shook it out of her hand as if she had touched a hot stove and ran toward the bathroom. The reflection looking back made her let out a scream, and she quickly covered her mouth. Where the patch of hair came out was an open sore that oozed yellow pus. Her sobbing only made her jaw ache that much more. Her body was falling apart before her very eyes. She opened her mouth and reached inside with a finger to probe around. 2 more teeth fell out of their sockets simply from touching them. They clinked into the porcelain sink like 2 diseased marbles. Hattie reached back into her mouth. She couldn't stop herself now. She was past the point of no return and had to see what other sideshow atrocities awaited her examination. Clink. There went another tooth. Clink. And another one. She poked around the empty sockets that used to house good, healthy teeth.